people, let's stand together. Underneath the red, white and black banner, yo. Burn out corruption like leaves, it a scatter. With tricks and insult, the people, they're flattered. The partnership don't think already. So vote P&M with Dr. Kid Rowley. Right leader, right time. I've made up my mind to build back the sweet paradise. Trinidad, are you ready? Yes. Rolling with the red army. For the love of your country, place your vote with the P&M family. Trinidad, get ready. Yes. Forward in with Kid Rowley. For the love of your country, make sure you vote with the P&M family. We often boast and say God is a tree. A blessed nation, the Caribbean envy. All of a sudden, like the place get heavy. Things that go right, cause God no like ugly. So come on, my people, let's do this together. Vote P&M to uplift each other. So come on, the children deserve better. Brighter days, a beautiful future. Trinidad, are you ready? Yes. Rolling with the red army. For the love of your country, place your vote with the P&M family. Trinidad, get ready. Yes. Forward in with Kid Rowley. For the love of your country, make sure you vote with the P&M. Dr. Kid Rowley, a leader phenomenal. The partnership full of pirates and criminal. Send with the doctor, cause the state is critical. Searching to perform on the country's political structure. And he is the doctor we need. 24 years veteran, born to lead. On the 7th of September, my country a plead for Dr. Rowley and the P&M team. Trinidad, are you ready? Yes. Rolling with the red army. For the love of your country, place your vote with the P&M family. Trinidad, get ready. Yes. Forward in with Kid Rowley. For the love of your country, make sure you vote with the P&M family. Big man thing is love we require to see Trinidad go higher and higher. And if you're ready, you know, join us, my people, and come on. Let's do this. The 7th of September. Make it a day to remember. I put it down on your calendar. Well, old man to the station. This one is a serious mission. Well, all hands on deck. This is a matter of life and death. So tell me, are you ready then? I know I am ready. Tell me, are you ready? Let's do this. Great is the P&M. Great is the P&M. And we shall prevail. P&M family. Tell me, are you ready? To build back a country. We forward with Kid Rowley. Well, are you ready then? Let's do this. Trinidad, are you ready? Yes. Rolling with the red army. For the love of your country, place your vote with the P&M family. Trinidad, get ready. Yes. Forward in with Kid Rowley. For the love of your country, make sure you vote with the P&M family. Say, come on, my people, let's stand together. Underneath the red, white and black banner, yo. Burn out corruption like leaves, it a scatter. With tricks and insult, the people, they're flattered. The partnership don't think already. So vote P&M with Dr. Kid Rowley. Right leader, right time. I've made up my mind to build back the sweet paradise. Trinidad, are you ready? Yes. Rolling with the red army. For the love of your country, place your vote with the P&M family. Trinidad, get ready. Yes. Forward in with Kid Rowley. For the love of your country, make sure you vote with the P&M family. We often boast and say God is a tree. A blessed nation, the Caribbean envy. All of a sudden, like the place get heavy. Things that go right, cause God no come on, my people, let's do this together. 4 p.m. to uplift each other. So come on, the children deserve better. Brighter days, a beautiful future. Tobago, are you ready? Rolling with the red army. For the love of your country, place your vote with the P&M family. Tobago, get ready. Forward in with Kid Rolling. For the love of your country, make sure you vote with the P&M. Dr. Kid Rolling, a leader phenomenal. The partnership full of pirates and criminal. Send for the doctor cause the state is critical. Search it to perform on the country's political structure. And he is the doctor we need. 24 years veteran, born to lead. On the 7th of September, my country a plead for Dr. Rowley and the P&M team. Tobago, are you ready? Rolling with the red army. For the love of your country, place your vote with the P&M family. Tobago, get ready. Forward in with Kid Rolling. For the love of your country, make sure you vote with the P&M family. Big man thing is love we require to see Tobago higher and higher. And if you're ready, you know, join us, my people, and come on. Let's do this. The 7th of September. Make it a day to remember. I put it down on your calendar. Well, old man to the station. This one is a serious mission. Well, all hands on deck. This is a matter of life and death. So tell me, are you ready then? I know I am ready. Tell me, are you ready? Let's do this. Great is the P&M. Great is the P&M. Great is the P&M. And we shall prevail. P&M family. Tell me, are you ready? To build back a country. We forward with Kid Rolling. Well, are you ready then? Let's do this. Tobago, are you ready? Rolling with the red army. For the love of your country, place your vote with the P&M family. Tobago, get ready. Forward in with Kid Rolling. For the love of your country, make sure you vote with the P&M family. Say, come on, my people, let's stand together. Underneath the red, white, and black banner, yo. Burn out corruption like leaves, it a scatter. With tricks and insult, the people, they're flattered. The partnership done sink already. So vote P&M with Dr. Kid Rowley. Right leader, right time. I've made up my mind to build back the sweet paradise. Tobago, are you ready? Rolling with the red army. For the love of your country, place your vote with the P&M family. Tobago, get ready. Forward in with Kid Rolling. For the love of your country, make sure you vote with the P&M family. We often boast and say God is a tree. A blessed nation, the Caribbean envy. All of a sudden, like the place get heavy. Things now go right, cause God no like ugly. So come on, my people, let's do this together. 4 p.m. to uplift each other. So come on, the children deserve better. Brighter days, a beautiful future. Tobago, are you ready? Rolling with the red army. For the love of your country, place your vote with the P&M family. Tobago, get ready. Forward in with Kid Rolling. For the love of your country, make sure you vote with the P&M. Dr. Kid Rolling, a leader phenomenal. The partnership full of pirates and criminal. Send for the doctor cause the state is critical. Search it to perform on the country's political structure. And he is the doctor we need. 24 years veteran, born to lead. On the 7th of September, my country a plead for Dr. Rowley and the join as my people and come on. Let's do this. The 7th of September. Make it a day to remember. I put it down on your calendar. Well, old man to the station. This one is a serious mission. Well, all hands on deck. This is a matter of a life and death. So tell me, are you ready then? I know I am ready. Tell me, are you ready? Let's do this. Great is the PNM. Great is the PNM. Great is the PNM. And we shall prevail. PNM family. Tell me, are you ready? To build back a country. We forward with Kid Rolling. Well, are you ready then? Let's do this. Tobago, are you ready? Rolling with the red army. For the love of your country, place your vote with the PNM family. Tobago, get ready. Forward in with Kid Rolling. For the love of your country, make sure you vote with the PNM family. Say, come on, my people, let's stand together. Underneath the red, white, and black banner, yo. Burn out corruption like leaves, it a scatter. With tricks and insult, the people, they're flattered. The partnership done sink already. So vote PNM with Dr. Kid Rowley. Right leader, right time. I've made up my mind to build back the sweet paradise. Trinidad, are you ready? Rolling with the red army. For the love of your country, place your vote with the PNM family. Trinidad, get ready. Forward in with Kid Rolling. For the love of your country, make sure you vote with the PNM family. We often boast and say God is a tree. A blessed nation, the Caribbean envy. All of a sudden, like the place get heavy. Things that go right, cause God no like ugly. So come on, my people, let's do this together. Vote PNM to uplift each other. So come on, the children deserve better. Brighter days, a beautiful future. Tobago, are you ready? Rolling with the red army. For the love of your country, place your vote with the PNM family. Tobago, get ready. Forward in with Kid Rolling. For the love of your country, make sure you vote with the PNM. Dr. Kid Rolling, a leader phenomenal. The partnership full of pirates and criminal. Send for the doctor cause the state is critical. Surgeon to perform on the country's political structure. And he is the doctor we need. 24 years veteran, born to lead. On the 7th of September, my country a bleed. For Dr. Rowley and the PNM team. Tobago, are you ready? Rolling with the red army. For the love of your country, place your vote with the PNM family. Tobago, get ready. Forward in with Kid Rolling. vote P&M with Dr. Kid Rowley. Right leader, right time. I've made up my mind to build back the sweet paradise. Let's do this. Tobago, are you ready? Yes. Rolling with the red army. Let's do this. For the love of your country, place your vote with the P&M family. Let's do this. Tobago, get ready. Yes. Forward in with Kid Rowley. Let's do this. For the love of your country, make sure you vote with the P&M family. We
occupied the attention in the first week. But one can say that the political issues in the second week and third week, as we came to the end of it on Saturday, it took on a national. And it is not to say that you are dealing with national issues, because these are issues that are affecting persons both at the local level and the national level. And a lot of the issues that were brought to the forefront falls within the remit of local government bodies, and they do perform certain roles and functions that affect the citizen, but in a more closer way than, let's say, central ministries. So it'll be interesting to see how the voters would have absorbed the campaign rhetoric, all that has been happening over the last 3 weeks, to see how it pan out with regard to the allocation of seats. Now, coming out of the 2019 election, everything with the status quo was maintained at seven, let's say, seven corporations or regional bodies split between the two major political parties. It'd be interesting to see whether the status quo is retained or remain the same, whether or not the both major political parties are going to increase their seat count, or a more drastic shift in the status, the break in the status quo, is whether a political party is going to emerge with the majority of the local councils. What is the also interesting part when you look at this election is that there are a number of what we call smaller parties, if we use the term third parties, if we use that context. But it's to see whether or not the third parties are able to emerge as a contender. If the third parties do register significant votes, it would signal that the rise, but also the decline of the two main political parties. If they don't register votes in a significant way, then it is clearly what came out of the 2020 general elections, is that we tended to have where the two dominant parties that emerged, the UNC and the PNM, that came out of the 2020 elections. A lot of the third parties that contested the 2020 general elections, they were somewhat, I would say, decimated at the polls, clearly showing the two major political parties. So if there is a showing with third parties votes, then what will that transcend to? It transcended that there's a level of voter dissatisfaction with the major political parties and the need to shift allegiance to one another. There have been the UNC accommodation with the NTA, the return of Mr. Warner into the fold of the UNC will be measured in this context, because whichever party comes out, if the status quo is broken tonight, then it is going to have what is some political ramification for the parties, some in a positive way, some in a, say, in a negative way. But we await the results to see how the voters would have cast their ballots following today's local government elections.
All right. Mr. Inaitula. All right. So, what has been your main point of emphasis coming into or heading into these elections?
Well, when we get the announcement of the election, NT has been a party who was recently formed. We are less than a year and 3 months old, and getting out there, meeting the people, and seeing what the needs of the people needs, because we know that change is needed throughout certain parts of Trinidad and Tobago. And some of the things are when what have not been looked at over the past years is what we were focusing on and heading into the campaign going to this election. It's a sad thing to see that when we were doing a lot of campaigning and you're seeing in the conditions of certain communities and the area and the the environment in which people live right now in this year that we live 2020, 2020, which those type of environment should be a thing of the past. It's sad to see what children have to go through sometimes when they're on their way to school. So um, making a difference in the communities where we really try to get into the local government to lead on.
And Mr. Marcel, same question, but take it from the standpoint as a youth activist and what you've seen. What is that focus like
Yeah.
coming into the elections?
So the local government elections and the campaign, I think that it was multifaceted. Me personally, I understand what local government elections ought to be about and what are the effects of on the governance system as it relates to local government. So it was very important for me, as a voter, as a young person, to keep in mind what are the things that I would want to see change, what are the things that I may want to see um, improve, and some of the things that we perhaps don't even want on a whole. So, so Mr. Inaitola would have just indicated that things like the way that we see our communities now, and of course, we want to improve that. And I think that is something that we can all agree with as citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, that we want to improve our communities, the infrastructural development of it, the economic development of it, the social development of it, of our communities. But it was important and I think that the PNM would have focused heavily on local government reform, acknowledging the point where we are at in terms of the fact that we have a local government system that is not empowered enough, that doesn't have the economic, um, you know, um, strength, the autonomy, in order to have certain things done within these communities, in order to fix our drains on time, to clean our drains on time, to develop different projects and so on. So I think that the PNM would have sold this country, and we would see based on the results whether the country has been sold on the idea of local government reform. But regardless of the results, Ms. Carter, I think that it's important that we as a country realize that outside of election, whether there's PNM, UNC, NZ, whatever the case may be, that we really need reform. And it was important. Sometimes you see on the political peacock, for example, when you see past UNC members like Saddam Hussein and the former mayor of Shokonas and Dr. Suraj Amratan um, Rambachan, all of them would have indicated the need for reform. However, because we know elections and the way how election goes in Trinidad and Tobago, sometimes these issues cannot be dealt with seriously. So you would have, a lot of dealing with national issues like the issues of crime and house break-ins and those sort of things sort of would have been pushed more to the front, whereas the local government to me wasn't totally fleshed out by all political parties other than the PNM.
And so we'll also get to local government reform and its effect on possibly the results of this election. But polls closed at 6 p.m. and we're on standby to bring you the results as they come in. We've been monitoring the atmosphere at the various party headquarters, and Sunil Lala is among the PNM supporters who constructed a results center in front of Balisier House. And Balisier House is under construction. All right. So, but we will get to Sunil in a little while. All right. But Dr. Basdio, let's talk about local government reform. Do you think that the PNM had done a good job, the UNC had done a good job, the other political parties would have really spoken to that on the platform? I know PNM would have spoken about it a lot.
Well, yes, as I indicated, the Prime Minister and other speakers would have identified what the reform initiative was and what actually came into force that would have triggered this election, because everything being equal, this election will also take place maybe later on in the year or early next year. But there were significant changes that is going to come about because of this reform. One issue that will actually come about is an executive council working alongside a chairman or let's say a mayor in the various local government bodies. So there is a change in the composition of the local government governing body. What is also the prime minister did also outline is that these local government bodies will now be given the responsibility not only for the collection of the so-called property taxes, but also be able to dispense or how to use the property tax within the various local government bodies. So these are considered two of the major issues, and it was built around the issue of better representation, but also additional resources that can be used for the citizens in these 14 regional bodies. Um, we are yet to see what will happen once these councils starts to be sworn in at the end of the week, whatever the time frame, to see what will be the initial rolling out of the local government bodies. One must also remember that these councils will now serve a period of 4 years. rather than 3 years.
Than 3 years,
So
yeah.
that the 3 year term limit has ended. So we're now into that 4 year period. So it will mirror something close to what the THA is set against the time frame. So there are supposed to be certain fundamental changes that is going to come about as a result of the election results tonight.
All right. And Mr. Inaitula, what are your perspectives in terms of the local government reform and how it may affect what we see tonight?
Well, government reform is needed. I mean, I support it. Government reform is needed. The thing about it is how we implement it. Over the years, we live in a let's just say past rules and regulations that we need to update as the rest of the world um, does. As the good scientist said, that's not there about the property tax. The property tax again, there are countries all over that implement property tax. The question is based on history that we have in Trinidad, are we going to utilize the money properly, right? And these are the things that need to be structured in before we could implement these property tax, right? Um, as we stand right now, there's a lot of fields, savannas that needs upkeeping, which is not don't happen, right? Roads constantly year after year, only election time you will see paving coming. As my colleague here said, she spoke about the drains, cleaning of the drains. And my thing is, why do we have to wait on an election period for this to happen? Government reform, if we have a proper structure in place, we wouldn't have to wait on the time period in which all this could happen and you see the backhoes coming in and the time. And it is, you are looking at the corporations who could now handle these affairs on their own. Because as I said, the money is coming in, they are collecting the fund, they could distribute the fund accordingly. Because right now they're waiting on the general government for those funds to allocate.
And Mr. Marcel, do you think that the youth of Trinidad and Tobago really understand what local government reform is and how it could affect their communities? Are you essentially seeing buy-in by the youth?
I think that tonight one will tell with relative to the support for, because I think that persons who would have voted for the PNM today would have been sold on the PNM's theme going into this local government election, and that being that of reform. I think that our young population of Trinidad and Tobago, of course, and a population which the government for more than 3-4 decades have invested heavily in through gates, through free education from nursery to tertiary, life skills, different training in life skills, and so on through CCC, must white up all these different programs. So I think that we most certainly have a well informed young voting population. I think that they pay attention to the issues. There are, of course, some who have no interest in politics, and sometimes it's really because of their own doing. Sometimes it's because of politicians of the day own doing, in terms of what examples that may be setting, and sometimes young people look and they pay attention, and sometimes what we are selling as a nation, and what passes for politics at times um, turns off a lot of young people. But I think by and large, whilst the if we are to focus on the government's focus on young people in especially the last 2 years, when with the establishment of a ministry of youth development and national service, the first of its kind, and that ministry has been doing tremendous job. Just recently, I recall the ministry would have brought a youth caravan to my community in Beetham Gardens, where you had all different programs like the YAP program, CCC Milat, all these different programs coming to the community. So these government services wrapped up in one, bringing it straight to the community. And a lot of young people in my community would have benefited from that. A lot of them would have registered for that. A lot of them are in the different programs. So I think that the young persons are benefiting in terms of a overall aspect. How would it translate into local government elections, and how we vote for local government elections may be a different thing. Some people see local government election, and even our young persons may see local government election as an assessment on central government. some may see it as an assessment on their local government councillors, but in which it ought to be. This time around, the People's National Movement would have included not only the aspect of the candidates, but the idea of local government reform.
All right, gentlemen. So we are going to take a break right now, and we will come back with more discussion from our panelists. Stay with us.
The winning numbers in the National Lottery online draws for Monday, 14th August 2023 at 10:30 a.m. Playway, the number 3 Carriage, Mega Bonus Ball called. Pick 2, the numbers 22 and 36 in that order. Pick 4, the numbers 4, 1, 2 and 4 in that order. At 1 p.m., Playway, the number 4 Dead Man. Pick 2, the numbers 24 and 13 in that order. Mega Ball called. Pick 4, the numbers 4, 0, 9 and 6 in that order. At 4 p.m., Playway, the number 18 Waterboat, Mega Bonus Ball called. Pick 2, the numbers 24 and 14 in that order. Pick 4, the numbers 9, 6,
for the children,
in that
yeah.
order. And at 7 p.m., Playway, the number 32 Shrimp.
We're getting it done in the fires of hope and prayer.
The numbers 8, 9,
Together as one, there is no load we cannot bear.
20,
And I see the light at the end of the rainbow. And I see the bright blue skies. Tomorrow has come and the change has begun. Yes, we're moving. Yes, we're moving. Here we come. Hey, getting it done. Well, let me tell you something. Forward is how we moving. So never stop believing. We getting it done. A new country we building. This country first we choosing. And every day we proving. We getting it done. They only...
This is the local government elections 2023 right here on TTT. So we are going to, considered a marginal seat. Cora Paradise Tacarigua has changed hands over the past few years among the two major parties, the People's National Movement and the United National Congress. Reporter Kimberly D'Souza and cameraman Nigel Alexander took to the streets of the communities to find out what Burgesses want from their councillor.
Now, generally, the Burgesses in the Cora, Paradise, Tacarigua area are pretty comfortable with the way things are. But when that councillor takes office on August 15th, they will have to address some of the concerns raised by the Burgesses.
One thing I'd like to see some improvement in is the issue with the stray dogs being left on the Cora roads.
While most Burgesses complain about the street lights or faulty infrastructure, the residents of the Cora, Paradise, Tacarigua area are lamenting the fact that outsiders release stray dogs into the district. One resident of Cora, Melissa Batty, said the dogs often make their way into her yard.
I would see dogs with like pit bull breed in them and stuff. Yeah, so and I have kids, so that's an element of danger right there for my kids.
Considered a marginal seat, the district of Cora, Paradise, Tacarigua was held by the United National Congress, UNC, when the district changed from Cora Five Rivers, Tacarigua to its new boundary in 2003. 10 years later, in 2013, the People's National Movement, PNM, won the district with a total of 2,278 votes. In 2019, the district returned to the hands of the UNC under the incumbent, Councillor Prakash Sukhdev Barath. In 2023, the PNM's Reginald Gregg is hoping to unseat the incumbent councillor and when the district under the Tunapuna Piako Regional Corporation. Clem Lampkin, a resident of Cora, shared his views on the area.
Well, the bus working good and CPF handling this situation very good up on this side. But the only thing about this place right now is that the garbage.
People who live out of the area would bring their garbage into our area. So if you happen to walk along the Cora Royal Road and you look down a precipice, you would see all sorts of things.
Ms. Batiste reiterated a call for something to be done about the stray dogs in the area.
We have a lot of people who walk along the road on an evening and in the morning. They would exercise, walkers, people riding bikes, and ever so often they would get rushed by the dogs.
Meanwhile, those living in the Tacarigua district were generally satisfied with the community's infrastructure.
The road up the mark here between me and you, to be honest with you. And the back gate have big journey in the back road. We had the year flood here. If you get flood here, it still stay long. The mountain up there is bricks plenty.
But resident Richard Bridgman highlighted some areas for improvement.
Roads and open back truck probably need to work on it. Yeah, well, for like picking up the grass and stuff, sometimes they're a little lackadaisical.
Local government elections are typically held every 3 years, but was most recently amended by law to 4 years. Kimberly D'Souza, TTT News.
All right, so thank you, Kimberly. We saw that report, gentlemen. Dr. Baz, do you had any thoughts in some of the issues that would have come up in that report?
Well, interestingly, some of the examples, some of the statements, we can see a little fun in it. But these are what you call responsibilities that are performed by the local government bodies. What the person is actually identifying. There are two issues: collection of garbage and maintenance of, let's say, accumulation of garbage within the community itself. And the other issue is with regard to stray dogs and so forth. And I know for a fact that within the Tunapuna Piaka Regional Corporation, they do have what we call the unit that goes around and actually removes, let's say, stray dogs in communities and so forth. So what she's really highlighting there is what they call the deficiency. Maybe if that responsibility in the Tunapuna Piaka, in that electoral district primary, and then the use of the terrain in that area, the core area, for the disposal of garbage, and what are the recommendation? It should be a more speedier collection and not have the accumulation of, let's say, persons disposing of garbage within the environment. So I think what is being addressed there is two core responsibilities of the local government body in that area.
Let's talk a little bit about local government versus central government. Dr. Bazdir, we'll stay with you. Could you just give our viewers an idea, if for those who may be still unclear, what are some of the responsibilities specific to local government and versus central government responsibilities?
One of the primary, I think, that is affect persons on a weekly basis is like the local government is responsible for the maintenance of markets and abattoirs and so forth. So, for example, in the Tunapuna Piaka Regional Corporation, the corporation will be responsible for the Tunapuna market. Similarly, in the South Samalavatal Regional Corporation, they're responsible for the San Juan market. And then you have coming down from the east to west to more to the west, you have the Port of Spain abattoir and the Port of Spain, what do you call market itself. So that being a responsibility, the local government is also responsible for the maintenance of, let's say, recreational grounds. Local government is responsible for things like an insect vector control. One thing you should understand about local government is like a multi-purpose institution. Unlike central government, you may find responsibility basically set against a backdrop of, let's say, a single function, or let's say two functions per se. You have, let's like the Ministry of National Security, which has specific central government responsibility. But there is a security function in the local government bodies. They do have a municipal police force and so forth. They have a they have response for health. They have health for they have responsibilities for recreation. So they have social development and the collection of garbage and so forth. So they have sanitation. They have that responsibility. So local government bodies throughout Trinidad will have what we call a multi-purpose. The question is that whether or not this multi-purpose responsibility is it too much for local government bodies? But you see, the way how these local government bodies are geographically distributed in Trinidad itself, they tend to look at the problem more at a localized level. And so the issues that may become the responsibility of a local government body may not be the responsibility of, let's say, central government. And if I could use the example, I would say a box drain. A box drain maybe have a serious concern of, let's say, persons living within a street or within a particular, it may affect maybe about 30 to 40 persons. But you may not find the responsibility being, let's say, the Ministry of Works may see that a box drain where 20 to 30 persons are affected. Ministry of Works may see more in the context of, let's say, entire, let's say, flooding in a general sense, become the responsibility. So the role of local government then is to really deal with matters at the local level, but it also follows the same concept of, let's say, called democratic representation. So there is political representation that takes place, but it brings down that representation to a more localized level. And what we have been seeing, which has become part and parcel of local government system in Trinidad, is that it tends to be dominated by the political parties. Whether or not political parties should step back and allow local government to evolve to become, let's say, like the ground from which you can find persons emerge in international politics, but it has been dominated by political parties, and therefore controlled and dominated by political parties. It will find itself dealing with national issues because that's what the party tends to actually focus on. So a lot of the times you may find that the local level, the local issues are somewhat lost in the fight among what you call the major political parties.
Mr. Inaitula, prisons have commented, we've heard on the ground and in some of our reports as well, that prisons are saying that this campaign for local government elections felt more like a general election campaign. What are your thoughts on that? And do you think that people are misinterpreting what happens in local government versus central government?
Well, first of all, I do agree. This campaign did felt like general government and government election,
Election.
and the excitement was there, the energy was there, and we had a lot of people, participating in the campaigning as well. And I think that is because of the a lot of people while we were campaigning, they felt the need for change in Trinidad and Tobago. But the thing about, we have to remember that we need to remember the difference between the local government and the general government. And I think what happened is that the people, especially the youths, need to be educated more about what local government is really about, right? If you go about and you ask anyone, when you vote for a local government, what are you voting for? They can't answer, right? I got messages, and I mean, we have discussion with people where people are actually thinking that the leader of the government is going to actually change, right? After this election, but you have to again remind them that this is not a government election. But the as I said, the energy was there, and I think it's because of the change. Because when we were doing all this campaigning all over, I was assigned the regional corporation, Sawa Lavender Regional Corporation,
Mm-hmm.
and I had 6 candidates under me. Those candidates was Success Schumacher, Malik, Mova, Sawa West, Marcus. We went into areas, St. Anne's, we went into areas where I will not walk normally, right? And the welcome that we got in those areas. I mean, people was saying, we're going there, we fed up, we need change, we need this, we need that. But at the end of the day, when you look at the conditions, I mentioned this earlier on, when you look at the conditions these people are living under, they need to know that, okay, they need to come out and vote. They need to know that the local government is for community base, is for the picking up of the garbage, is for the cleaning up of the area, is for the recreation parks, so that they can have a better life for the youth, especially because when I grew up, when I was remember as a young man, we could have ride our bikes, we had savannas to go and play in. You don't get that anymore because, as you saw in the clip just now, there are garbage all over the place. Collection of garbage is a issue as well. That a lot of the youth here, I mean, when you travel and you go outside, not even far, you go right in Tobago and you drive along Tobago, the roads are clean, the areas are clean. And I think we need to bring back this country to a point where the youths can know what that experience is really like.
All right. So let's stick up in there. We are going to Karen Cozier Phillip, our senior journalist here at TTT, and she is at the UNC headquarters. So, Karen, good evening. What is the tone like in the UNC headquarters?
Good evening, Ayana, and good evening, Trinidad and Tobago. We are here at the UNC headquarters at Mulchan Suchan Road in Shogunas, and we are giving you some preliminary results coming in here at the media room. One of interest is, of course, the district of Montrose, where the PNM's candidate and the UNC's candidate both have accumulated so far 536 votes. Of course, these are preliminary results. Just to give you a few more numbers here, Londonville Talparo, the UNC's candidate has 172 votes and the PNM's has 26 votes. As Enterprise North Esmeralda, the UNC's candidate has 858 votes and the PNM has 668 votes, while in El Socorro Aranguez North, the UNC's candidate has 635 votes and the PNM's candidate has 171 votes. So far, those are the numbers coming in here at the UNC's headquarters in Shogunas. Of course, these are preliminary results. We are in the media room. We haven't really seen many of the UNC executives arrive here as yet, but we will be bringing you live coverage throughout the night, of course, from Shogunas. I am Karen Koze Phillip reporting for TTT News.
All right. Thank you so much, Karen. And we'll be hearing more from her at the UNC headquarters throughout this evening. All right. So back to Mr. Marcel. All right. The tone of this campaign. What are your thoughts on that?
you know, it's it's funny, yeah, because I have said quite clearly that the PNM's campaign was clear. It was local government reform. It was about local government elections, and therefore that is what the campaign was about. We saw an amalgamation of the UNC, the NCA, and Jacona coming together, and these this new People's Partnership Take Two or whatever the case may be, the campaign was their campaign was focused on a general elections campaign, and we must be real about it. The PNM didn't run a campaign that was based on general election. The PNM focused clearly on local government reform. But on the other side, you had the opposition leader, Mrs. Kamala Prasad Bissessa, focusing night after night, meeting after meeting, only on general election issues. Things such as, for example, amending the constitution so that we have the right to stand our ground, for example. Things like making statements that they would remove Dr. Rowley and the Minister of National Security. When Mrs. Prasad Bissessa knows that the local government election will come, and whether the UNC loses or the PNM wins or vice versa, that the Prime Minister would remain, the Minister of National Security would remain, and these are no amendment in terms of the law the UNC or any local government councillor could be able to make. So to me, to say it in such a broad brush that that all political parties ran a general election campaign, that was not true. In fact, the PNM in this on this occasion would have changed a lot the way how they would have campaigned. So you would have seen Dr. Rowley, for example, keeping conversations with the political leader and prime minister, going to different regions to discuss only local government issues, to take questions from persons only about local government issues. And therefore, the PNM's campaign was clear, it was straightforward, and it dealt with local government elections. What we had opposite was a campaign that was based on fear mongering, based on gimmickry, based on bacchanal, and creating fear and commercializing fear, and posting up videos with persons being killed left, right, and center, load up the matic, those kind of talks. So I want to disagree that it was all political parties that would have dealt with it as a general election. The PNM has clearly dealt with a local government election.
Okay. And Dr. Basdio, what are your thoughts on that?
At the end of the day, it was an election. As I started my opening comments, it was that there was a mixture, and Marcel is quite correct. The Prime Minister did focus on local issues. However, the national issues tend to have been dominated, and it was used primarily on the platform of both the UNC and the other parties that were contesting the election. And it is because of the effect that these issues are having on a population, and the issue of crime, per se, came to dominate the elections. And I think what enabled the UNC to capitalize on it is, one, the use of social media. And there were so many instances of recording of a crime being committed, and therefore it facilitated, it brought onto the campaign real life situation. It was not a hypothetical issue that they were referring. These were issues that were happening on a day-to-day basis, and it provided an opportunity to use it as part of the campaign strategy, and which they would have applied it to a certain degree. The question is whether or not the use of that strategy will it rebound in victory in the local government election. And I always say, this election, yes, it is not a general election. Yes, it may have taken sort of a general election, but it is a political test. This election is we find ourselves, it's, let's say, at the midway point of the current administration, and it will be used to test politically, to test how effective the government has been. It is not going to change, let's say, the composition of the parliament. It is not going to change that the PNM has 22 seats and the UNC has 90. That is not going to change. What is going to change, however, is the result of tonight's election may have an impact on what we call the formulation implementation of policies in the weeks to come. Because coming out of this local government election, the next major policy would be the budget, which will be debated in October. So we can see whether or not this result in local government is going to have an impact on the preparation and the presentation of the national budget.
Okay. All right, Mr. Inaitula, your party, NTA, the party that you represent, we have seen a coalition with the NTA and the United National Congress. Give us a little, why did that coalition seem necessary?
Well, I first of all, I don't like to call it a coalition. I like to call it, as I say, accommodation. And the reason
Accommodation.
And the reason why I like to call it accommodation is because, as it is the local government election, the leader doesn't change, right? We we had an agreement, and the agreement is simply within the East-West corridor, because a lot of the seats within the corporation within the East-West corridor, these seats are dominated by the PNM, right? So we came up with an accommodation where we will take certain seats and the UNC will take certain seats. Once we don't go, when you go to the polls, when you go to the polls, you will not see the two symbols together. In that way, there will be no splitting of the votes. So that we could look at the seats as NTA seats or UNC seats. When you talk about coalition, and you remember back in the days when they had a coalition, you had one leader. The seats that we will be winning is the seats that will be controlled by the NTA, and the seats that the UNC will win, they will be controlled by the UNC. Policies are different, and it's changed like that. So it's more or less, as I say, called accommodation in that way, rather than not to be
Than a
joint.
coalition. So it's not a matter of one, it is more of.
But we work together.
Right.
We do work together. As I say, once a ship is sinking, more hands on deck to save the ship.
All right. Oh. No, Mr. Marcel is laughing.
Yeah, I think two things. One being, I truly believe that what happened there, as Mr. Inaitola said, that a ship was sinking, and I think that I think it was in relation to Mrs. Prasad Bissa's survival as political leader of the UNC. That is what was sinking, and I think that what the NCA political leader, Mr. Gary Griffith, would have done is sort of offered a lifeline and vice versa. What is amazing is that we would have went through a thorough local government elections campaign. And this evening, after the vote, the ballots have been cast and the polls are closed, to me, for the first time, we have received with honesty through Mr. Inaitola, with clarity through Mr. Inaitola, what is the true position in relation to this so-called accommodation, whether it is a partnership and so on. That now that we know that there are different policies, to me, as I would listen to all political parties. I'm a supporter of the People's National Movement. I'm a member of the People's National Movement, but I would listen to all political parties, and I listened very attentively. And nowhere I heard that there was a difference from Mr. Griffith in relation to what was his position or what is the NTA's position in relation to stand your ground, as compared to what is the UNC position. The UNC and NTA would have ran a campaign that they were twin 1 and 1 and 2. And to me, to come after the local government election, to say, well, hey, we came together in an accommodation. Really and truly, we are separate. We are separate, and we're going to take these seats. They are going to take these seats. We have separate ideologies, separate policies. To me, it's a betrayal on the public trust.
Oh, Mr. Marcel, stick up in there. We are heading actually to the PNM headquarters where our journalist Sunil Lala is there with Senator Laura Lizama Leasing. So we're going to the PNM headquarters right now.
Hi, good evening. I'm Sonolala coming to you live again from Balisier House in Port of Spain, just along on Tranquility Street, where it's slowly heating up here at the PNM's headquarters. I'm joined here with Laurel Lizama Leasing, the PNM's party education officer, and she has some news to share with us at this point in time.
Good evening, Trinidad and Tobago. We're delighted, first of all, to be broadcasting from our party's headquarters. This is our first public gathering here since the COVID pandemic, and we're really, really happy to be here at Balisier House. We're also very delighted. I'm here with, of course, Minister Simon de Nobrega and Senator Lawrence Hislop, who is the PRO of the Tobago Council. And we have some preliminary results coming in, and we're very delighted to say that Point Fortin Borough Corporation has stayed with the People's National Movement. And we have our preliminary results, which indicate that the electoral district of Egypt, the PNM, received 674 votes. The NTA received 211 votes, and the PEP 94 votes. So we declare the electoral district of Egypt for the People's National Movement. Also in Point Fortin Borough, New Village, we have 546 votes for the PNM, 191 votes for the UNC, 49 votes for PEP, and 45 votes for the MSG. We also have Newlands Mahaika, which is in Point Fortin Borough. Our preliminary results indicate that the PNM has amassed a total of 581 votes, the NTA 160 votes, and the PEP 51 votes. We are awaiting the final count for the other 3 electoral districts in Point Fortin, but we are far ahead in those 3 electoral districts as well. So the PNM is very happy to declare Point Fortin Borough Corporation remaining under the People's National Movement, and we are grateful to the electorate for their support and the confidence in the People's National Movement.
How's the confidence in the camp at this point in time?
Well, we have encouraged all of our members to stay within their local municipalities in the time being. So you will see that Balisier House, we're operating on a skeleton staff right now. And we anticipate that after the results have all been counted, we will see a large number of persons coming in. So everybody's in their 141 electoral districts across the country. In Point Fortin, they are starting to converge at the main headquarters, Balisier House in Point Fortin. There is a Balisier House in Point Fortin. And they will be converging there very shortly because Point Fortin is clearly the one that is being declared the earliest. We also see that from preliminary reports, we are told, I don't have the numbers, but we are told that we've retained the 3 seats in the Superior Borough Corporation. So Superior Borough Corporation so far, the ones that we held, which are Palo Seco, Erin, and Brighton Vesini. And we anticipate that we've done well in quite a few others, and we're waiting for the results for that so far. Right. So we're off to a good start tonight here.
So I just wanted to turn the conversation to the Communications Minister Simon de Nobrega. What's the feeling like in the camp at this point in time?
Well, we are optimistic. We are seeing our results coming in as we go in Diego Martin. I am seeing the results coming from the 3 Diego Martin Central districts, Diamond Vale, Petit Valley, Cocorite, and Montcoco, Alice Glen, both of which seem to be very positive. I don't have the final results as yet, but we are ahead, and we are ahead by a significant amount, especially for our local government campaign, and we expect to hold those three as well. I don't have the results for the others as yet, so I can definitely speak, as can Laurel, the overall atmosphere here amongst the PNM people here is one of positivity. We are expecting good results. We're expecting that the population will give us their confidence in this election, and we continue to do the work of governance.
I just want to bring Mr. Hislop into the conversation as well. What's the feeling like? You are the involved in the Tobago arm. What's the feeling like?
Well, what I could tell you is that Tobago continues to support the People's National Movement. We are part of an entire family, and so it was just second nature for us to be here, supporting during the campaign and being on the ground on election day. I had the privilege of being in Coquille Taruba today with Teresa Lynch, and the activity is what the PNM is known for. We always pride ourselves in the election day machinery, and that was seen at Coquille Taruba today, with all the members, all the members who were there working hard, getting out there, pulling out the vote, and just doing everything that the PNM is known for on election day to get the vote out. And we really want to thank the electorate for continuing to put their trust in the People's National Movement, because even in Port of Spain, we have preliminary results that in northern Port of Spain, we won, that's PNM 537, PDP 57, UNC 94. And we also have another one where we have the PNM 555, UNC 173, and PDP 50. And so we are doing the work. We did the work. We went out during the campaign. We went out there today, brought out the vote, and we are confident that the results will prove that.
Thank you, Mr. Hislop. Of course, there's a lot of news gathered there just from this conversation already. Ayana, it's back to you. This is the latest from the PNM's headquarters at Balisier House.
All right, thank you very much, Sunil. And as we're hearing here, the PNM has declared point voting, and they're making some moves in Sipari according to preliminary results. But just before we discuss that, we are going to package on Coquille Taruba. So we're going to look at that now.
The San Fernando City Corporation has 9 electoral districts. After the 2019 local government elections, the city's council found it was divided. But with 6 districts under the People's National Movement's control, Junior Reguero was chosen to preside over the council. TTT News spoke to residents of Coquille Taruba, one of the city's districts, about how they would like to see their communities improved. Kimberly Gobin highlighted some of the changes she believes are needed in her area.
We need proper drainage. The neighbors need to come out and interact with each other, because without neighborhood, nothing cannot be done in the community without the help of others. And the roads need to be fixed, because all over the drains and then clogging up, the roads dig up, and you can't pass, like all through here, through the street, you cannot pass. Cars sticking up, damages to the vehicles.
Another Taruba resident, Shadrach Kedu, had his own opinion about how the district needs to thrive and grow.
They have 2 grounds in Taruba, one to my left and one to my right, and they're not active right now. People might just jog around the grounds. They don't do anything, like they say, to uplift the community by letting the youths and them play cricket or football and go somewhere in life with it. So I would like the grounds to be active and the community center to be open, and netballs and other productive things to be happening.
Meanwhile, in Koki, Chet Sutton said he was concerned about the youths in the area.
The drainage is very poor because the water overflows in the road. And when it have a lot of kids in the community, and it have a lot of unemployment in the community as well too, I unemployed.
While this is not an all-inclusive list of what Koki Turuba needs, these are the opinions of area residents. Terry and Brown Campbell, TTD News.
Thank you, Terry and Brown Campbell, for that on Koke Turuba. Now, Dr. Basdeo, PNM has declared point 14. What are your thoughts?
Well, in the last 2019 local government election, the PNM did win all the electoral districts in the borough of Point Fortin. So, based on the what was just reported, they clearly won three of the six electoral districts, and they say they're leading in the other three. Um, what we'd like to see whether the status quo remained as 2019 to 2023. But if it is that the other parties contesting whether they're able to wrestle one of the seats away, well, that will be we'll see that there's a trend that is developing, but it's too early to see if there is a trend moving in favor of one party to another. So I think in certain the focus will be on the San Fernando City Corporation, the Sandy Grande Regional Corporation will be there. It'll be also interesting to see the role of the UNC accommodation with the NTA on the East-West corridor. From what we have seen so far with the PDP, it is registering votes, but it may be insignificant at this point in time to say if they may not win an electoral district, but whether they get an alderman in one of the regional bodies, that becomes another issue because what I found very interesting about the decision, the accommodation between the NTA, is that I think there may be issues of where the votes that are tallied may not allow for a UNC or NTA, where they are contesting in a regional body, may be able to actually capture or to win, let's say, a person on the alderman list. So there was I think, a decision that was taken to go at the electoral districts, and maybe the votes will determine how the aldermen are allocated. But it was a political risk that was taken on that context. And if it is that the trend continues that we let's say we have a low voter turnout, it becomes even much more working against the UNC NTA and more beneficial towards the People's National Movement because they are a single party.
And Point 14 is traditionally considered a safe seat for the People's National Movement. Were you surprised?
I'm not surprised that they would have won the Point Fortin Borough Corporation. As I said, Mr. Lizama did indicate that they have won three of the six electoral districts, and they are leading the other three. Is whether or not the vote count as we go into the night, whether it remains 6-6 as the 2019 local government election, if there's any changes, or maybe one seat may be wrestled away, will yet to be seen.
7-7, you mean?
Well,
in terms of the
well,
designated
the split between the regional bodies, or whether we're going to see, but the focus will be on San Fernando City Corporation and the Grand and Sandy Grande Regional Corporation. Those are the two corporations we can say that the focus has been on.
All right. We'll come back to San Fernando and Sangre Grande, but I know Kareem wanted to talk about PNM declaring point 14. What are your thoughts?
Yes, I think most certainly it's a good sign. It's a good sign that despite the a grand general election campaign put on by the UNC and NTA, the coming back of the welcoming back of Jack Warner, clearly, even in Point Fortin, you had the members, some members of the OWTU joining, and their efforts have failed. The PNM has retained it by a significant margin yet again. And it is clear that the people of Point Fortin was sold on local government reform, and they were sold on the campaign that the PNM ran. So that is definitely a good indication. I also heard Senator Hester put have indicated relative to Port of Spain some preliminary results with the PNM leading in all the seats that he would have outlined a short while ago. And that again is indicative that the people of Port of Spain, in the city of Port of Spain, have rejected most certainly the the amalgamation, the accommodation, the coalition of the NTA, the UNC, and Jack Warner, and they have stuck with the PNM's reform and have been sold on local government reform.
But we'll see, Port of Spain in its entirety and all the other regional regions in its entirety coming into the night. So, Dr. Basdio, you mentioned San Fernando and Sangre Grande as two of the seats that we need to, two of the corporations, sorry, that we need to look at. Why is that, and how do you? Well, I'm not asking you to predict, but what are your thoughts on those areas?
In the 2019 election, Sandy Grande Corporation, the UNC was able to wrestle that away from the People's National Movement. And it was not by, let's say, a huge margin of electoral districts. So there's a possibility, we look at that corporation because that allowed the UNC to come on par with the PNM at 7-7 of the regional bodies. San Fernando City Corporation. And when you look at some of the results of the 2019, we see that the margin of difference between winner and loser was sampled double digit. And with for election where a party loses by 80 and 90, even 100 votes is very marginal. So there's always the possibility of this degree of marginality for the seat to swing from, let's say, one party to another. And in the lead up to this into this local government election, it was clear that the San Fernando City Corporation would become like the battleground regional body that will determine the winner and the loser. Whether it maintains the status quo is maintained will be determined in the San Fernando City Corporation.
All right, and we also have some results coming in from Arima Central, where PNM has taken that area. Arima Central has been declared to the PNM, and we are going to another package from Arima Central, and that area has been described as a marginal seat, and it features a contestant who has represented two parties. Now, DK Rostam reports that the residents are quite clear on what they want coming after the local government election. So let's take that in now.
So I live in Arima for a long while, right? One of the problems we're having now is that the new schools are built. It have a lot of traffic on the road on evenings, right? It have no traffic lights, it have no sort of directions. Everybody just haywire when it reaches that hour.
That point was explained further by a resident who chose to remain off camera.
Well, the problem we're having right now is children don't have a crossing because we have a school ANG, and when children have to walk out of the school, people can see the crossing. So it's either they paint it over and make it visible for people to use, because a lot of children be crossing the road probably to go to lesson, probably to go to home, and that is the only issue I have, and bad roads.
Lazarus Black mentioned the caution lights around the school area, but also how the system could be improved.
The light has been there and the through there, and it just be like that's the amber alone, but it has a preschool inside of here, and that's why I think it's more wise to put like a press button for the so the children will cross over easier now, because the number will actually stop. And also what I think lower down has two schools early childhood care and plus the primary government school there in by Massey's there, Mandalay there, and I believe they need to put a light there too because as a trend is be crossing up and down there on that side there too.
We spoke with Mr. Black on the corner of Pope Avenue and Tumpuna Road. We also looked at the pavement along Daniel Trace that allowed pedestrians to walk safely along one side of the road. From Daniel Trace to Hiley Avenue is where we encountered another issue that the residents want addressed.
When this drain take water, you don't see the edge of the road. You don't see the edge of the drain on this side. Water that spill over in the road. Right? Sometimes children playing, them children be playing in the road with a little ball. If you had the railing, it could stop them from going down in the drain. They all be asking for on this side here, in Hiley Avenue. Just a railing from by the with a black car coming on the way, it stop to down on this side.
And you said that at one point in time a car actually went
A car
past you?
park come hit there and fly across there. We ain't pity it, but it happened.
So we visited the electoral district of Arima Central, and what we found is a community concerned about the well-being of its young, be it requests for crossing lights for areas around schools or guardrails where young people play. We will see what the outcome of the local government election holds, but for TTT News, I'm DK Rosta.
Thank you, DK. He spoke to residents at Arima Central, where we can officially declare that the PNM would have won in that area. We also have two other sets of results. Port of Spain City Corporation has been declared to the People's National Movement, and the Sangre Grande has gone to the United National Congress. Those are our results coming in at this time. So, Mr. Inaitula, any thoughts on some of the results that we have just heard?
Well, we, as I say, as a fight, as a battle, we went into the area of the Stronghold PNM, right, the East West Corridor. And I just want to go back a bit to what Mr. Massa said just now about the betrayal, right, of that the UNC and the NTA may have given to the people. But you see, my concern, we talk about betrayal, and we have a government who, the PNM, who has been campaigning on government reform. And 8 years has passed where they have always been campaigning on government reform, and government reform has not been implemented as yet. And I'm hoping, government reform will be implemented soon, because then we're going to another 3 years and another government reform campaign is going to start all over again. And we're talking about betrayal where we have a government who has clear control of certain corporations who could do so much for the people, but yet still we have so much bad roads. We have so much, you know, again, we talk about the garbage all over the place. Someone and talk about the stray dogs. Someone talk about, the recreation grounds. That to me is what betrayal really is, because the people give the PNM a chance, and but somebody they see that they are giving them another chance, and I hope that the PNM could step up the game and do something for the people to make their life and their community better than what it is now.
All right, Dr. Basdeo, our latest results. What are your thoughts on those coming in? Arima Central, Port of Spain City Corporation to the PNM, and Sangre Grande to the United National Congress.
Well, if it is that the Grande Corporation has gone to the UNC, then so far as we status quo has been maintained. So the PNM has taken the Port of Spain Corporation. The Grande Corporation has gone to the UNC. So the question is, where will the fight be now? So in the 2019 election, the Grande Corporation gave the UNC the 7 that it was required to split it between 7-7. So now is whether that stand for the night, or I think the focus will be in the San Fernando City Corporation.
Now that we have the results for
Grande.
one of the areas that we were previously discussing. So San Fernando you think is next to determine
I think
how
we'll
this?
determine this week.
All right. And Mr. Marcel.
Yeah, so, well, I just want to respond to Mr. Inaitola's statement relative to the PNMs and the government's betrayal in relation to this local government reform. Local government reform is a process, and a process that would have started in 2004 with a draft policy on local government reform from the Ministry of Local Government at the time. And it was aimed to decentralize, many of the government services so that it will, break down and go closer to the people. It followed in 2006 with another white paper on local government reform produced by the ministry, and in 2009, that white paper was sent to the parliament, and it became a green paper. So that process, in terms of the policy framework that was set up for local government reform, that is what the PNM have been doing. And whilst in 2012, the United National Congress would have also seen the need for local government reform, and they too would have taken a policy on local government reform in 2012. And if you check the minutes, the notes of cabinet and cabinet minutes in terms of local government reform in 2014 and 2015, you realize that the People's Partnership was also carrying out that continuance duty in relation to what the PNM started with local government reform. But when we say that the PNM has done nothing, well, has delayed this process and so on, that may be a bit unfair, because we know that in 2016, Dr. Rowley would have approved the draft policy on local government reform for the PNM and the PNM administration to use, and it followed it being sent to the Joint Select Committee in September of 2020. It came back. It was consulted on by both opposition senators, independent senators, government senators, and so on, committee members, and we came to the point in 2022 where the government would have, after receiving its report from the Joint Select Committee, which was an objection, something that the government did in order to appease the opposition, because the government was already ready to go right away to the amendments. The opposition would have indicated that they wanted more consultations on it, even though the PNM would have held consultations across Trinidad and Tobago. But we reached a point where the Joint Select Committee would have made the recommendations, the Parliament would have accepted it, and would have bring that into the Municipal Corporations Amendment Act and the bill of 2022. And of course, that is what would have led us to this local government reform. So it was a process. The PNM was committed from it from since then, and it's now being materialized now, used to drastic measures that and more innovative and straightforwardness that Dr. Rowley would have led in order to make this possible.
All right, so the discussion continues. This is Margin to Victory, Local Government 2023, right here on TTT. We take a break now, and we'll be back with more on this.
It's time for Scouting for Talent.
I mean, who would have thought that I'll find her preaching? Anyway, what's my own? I sure found her. She's willing to testify that she was actually frolicking in the office of Uncle CMD.
But we need something stronger.
Something stronger. What are you talking about?
I don't see anything. It looks normal to me. This looks normal to you. 14 million naira.
We getting it done. One good for country, good for party. Team Rowley, we building legacy. So when you're voting, know that you're building a strong foundation for this great.
Welcome back to Margin to Victory, Local Government Elections 2023. All right, and we would like to thank Mr. Marcel, Kareem Marcel, youth activist, for joining us on our set this evening and having our discussions. But now we have a new member of our panel, Member of Parliament for San Fernando East, Brian Manning, is joining our little discussion panel here on local government elections.
Good evening, all. Thank you so much for having me.
Right, and welcome to our panel.
Thank you.
All right, so Miss Minister Manning, tell me a little bit about what your thoughts are on the results that we have seen so far.
Yes, well, we aren't really surprised by the results thus far. We knew this would be an extremely competitive and, in some cases, close election, local government election, and we would have done all possible to really work the ground, work with the people of Trinidad and Tobago, try to inform them and present them with exactly what the government is proposing, which was local government reform. We focused on that major issue. I think we've all accepted that the current local government system is broken, and we decided to offer, after years of consultation and going back and forth with different discussions, a plan for improving and really bringing the local government system up to an international standard. That's really what it's about.
All right, and of course, we'll have more results as they come in real time to our viewers and, of course, to our panel members as well. All right, so Dr. Basdeo, we noticed that this year, among the minor parties, let's say minor parties, we have the Unity of the People, the UTP, and the Progressive Democratic Patriots. They are parties traditionally, based in Tobago, but they've thrown their hat into the ring in our local government elections here in Trinidad. What are your thoughts on those parties in particular throwing their hats into the ring this year?
Well, these political parties, I say, is homegrown in Tobago, and the attempt to actually, let's say, spread their wings into what we call a national format, in that they would have been part of what we call the THA local government, the THA elections. But the attempt is to actually bridge the divide between Trinidad and Tobago to test the waters to see whether or not there is appeal outside of Tobago. It's interesting to see how these smaller parties, and these Tobago-based parties, how they perform in the elections. Although they may have not contested all 14 regional bodies in Trinidad, but the seats that they would have had candidates in, it'll be interesting to see how the voters in Trinidad respond to the candidates from these two minor political parties that are Tobago-based primarily.
Mm-hmm. And well, the PDP, they've contested the Port of Spain seats.
Right.
And well, we've seen where Port of Spain has gone to. It's been declared to the PNM. Do you think that they would have made a dent at all, or what are your thoughts on that?
The only way we can say whether the PDP would have made inroads into the Port of Spain City Corporation would be in the area now of the alderman list, whether or not the party would have garnered enough votes to secure the percentage of votes required for one of their names that they have on the alderman list to be part of the council. Otherwise, if that is not achieved, then one can say that the party had a very dismal showing in this local government election. So it comes down now that we know the result. is to see the votes now, whether they're going to qualify for having an alderman on the council.
Do you think that that their experience here in the local government elections would spur them for the general elections?
Well, as I said, the general election, they are about more than a little over 24 months away. So they have the opportunity from the experience in this local election to see what they can do and what they can put in place if they decide to contest the general election.
All right. Now we have another package on Mayaro North, and this is one of the two new districts created by the EBC. So TTT News spoke with a few residents who were quite vocal in what they think their next representative should address to make the community better.
Formerly the Mayaro Guayari district, Mayaro North falls under the Mayaro Rio Claro Regional Corporation, which comprises 7 electoral districts. TTT News spoke with resident Verlene Edwards, better known as Sister Lean. This avid sports enthusiast said she would like to see improvements in the community's water supply and sporting facilities.
It's hard for me to come out and stand up and watch football with no nothing to sit down. The players have nowhere to go below our tent. They go below tent. No facilities for the players, supporters, nobody. And we need back at least the program with at least for me to be comfortable, the players comfortable, supporters comfortable.
Business owner Precious Henry would like to see better facilities for both fishermen and sea bathers.
Facilities so when people come, they could take a bathe, they could go in and they could bathe, they could a better sheds on the beach when people come in.
And this resident expressed concerns about drainage, noting that this should be tackled by the new representative first to alleviate flooding issues in the community.
Drains, clean drains. The rain falling, we need to get clean drains, right? We get clean and thing, right? That's the only problem I see now.
The consensus, as expressed by Sister Lean, is the willingness to cooperate with the new representative, regardless of which side of the political divide they fall into.
We're not big. What's Mayaro Guaya? It's small, and they want to come together to make things work. No matter who party there, we have to work together with it.
And just before we head into our discussion, we have some results of districts within the corporations, and we have some of those results. And on screen, we have Arima Central, that is declared to the People's National Movement, as well as Arima Northeast. In Point Fortin, we have Egypt, People's National Movement, Newlands Mahaika, PNM, and New Village, PNM. In Port of Spain, there are 2 districts declared to the PNM, and those are the Belmont North and West and Northern Port of Spain. In San Fernando, Marabella South, Vista Bella, that district has been declared to the United National Congress. In Sangre Grande, Camuto Tamana is declared for the United National Congress. In Siparia, Mondesir, United National Congress, Brighton Bethany, Utahiti no, that's Brighton Bethany, my apologies, Erin and Palo Seco to the People's National Movement. All right, so we have just a few districts and where they have been going so far. Um, Minister Manning, what are your thoughts?
Yes. Well, as you can see, it's still early on. We haven't seen all of the results come in just yet, but the People's National Movement expects to be victorious in this local government election. It's a neck and neck fight, especially in many of the battleground areas, San Fernando in particular, also Sangre Grande. But we'll see what the other numbers look like when they come in.
And Mr. Inaitula, we've seen some districts declared. What are your thoughts on those?
Well, I'd say it's still early in the game, and we're looking to see the UNC or the NTA make some, some mark on the chart there, and we wait and see what's going on. Yeah.
Dr. Basdio, we've seen some of the other districts declared: Arima, Point Fortin, Port of Spain, San Fernando, Sangre Grande, and Siparia. So far, what are your thoughts on those?
Well, I think it's early to actually gauge how the voters, how the trend is going, because it is just in some of the regional bodies we find declaration of, let's say, firmly in favor of one or two of the major political parties. So we are seeing San Fernando, there's a seat declared, Marabella Vista Bella, Marabella South Vista Bella. Um, that the UNC did win that in the 2019 election by a margin of 905 to 777 to the PNM. So if the trend continues for the San Fernando City Corporation, we are seeing that we're waiting to see how the other electoral district actually panel, because in that particular the city corporation, there are a number of seats that were won by small margins. So it was good to see whether it carries through, and if it remains, then the status quo will remain as is following the 2019 local government election, 7-7.
And we are going to bring you the results as soon as we get them, district by district, and we will bring them to you as soon as we get all of them. All right, so Dr. Basdio, we've spoken about the minor parties. What are some of the campaign on the campaign trail? You'd have seen them making declarations, both minor and major parties. What are some of the issues do you think would make the difference?
Um, the smaller parties would have actually had campaign on various issues, but whether how many of the smaller parties were able to actually be on what we call the national limelight, and say the Trinidad limelight, other than the NTA, which would have shared platforms with the UNC. The other smaller parties, we didn't get, as I said, that information coming into the public domain. Even when you look at some of the main media houses, they didn't carry much of the news relating to the campaign that was done by the other, let's say, the minor parties. So it is difficult to say, to gauge what they would have actually been offering. But I think they would have had what we call issues that they think was beneficial for the population of Trinidad with regard to local government reform. As I said, the question is that following the 2020 elections, the result of the 2020 election had literally decimated what we call minor political parties. It was clearly a straight race between the PNM and the UNC. And this local government election, which is midway, will determine whether or not the minor parties is the trend that started in 2020. Does it carry through in this local government election? Because it will be something that will need to be considered as the next 24 months for general election, because whether the accommodation would have worked in favor of the UNC NTA, if it did not work out in this local election, which is really a trial, it will determine whether that accommodation would be broadened in a general election scenario. So it will be interesting to see how the minor parties actually perform, and whether some of them are able to actually save off losing their deposits.
Let me add that this accommodation was an act of desperation on the part of the opposition. They realized that they were up against a formidable government during this period of time and decided to throw themselves together just with the effort of winning an election. This country has had a history of these political accommodations falling apart every single time. They never last, they never have the strength to really manage things properly while in government. The People's National Movement has always declared that we will win alone, we'll lose alone. And we have a set of values that we present to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and that we carry over into governance. And if you want to join the People's National Movement, you have to be in line with those values. Otherwise, there's another party for you. But we do not jump into bed with different political parties just to win an election. And that's exactly what happened here with the opposition forces.
Mr. Inaitola, you'd like to respond to that?
Sure, why not? So we look at it as so as I said, we is an act of desperation. I don't see it as an act of desperation. It's an act of jumping to the needs of the people out there, and and I'm sorry that Mr. Marshall has left, because he mentioned he responded to my comment last a little while ago about the government reform, and we are talking about government reform, the process of the government reform, and the years that the government reform is taking to complete. But what is going on while that process is taking place? Who is in control of the monies in the government, the central government, that is, which is the PNM, and what is really taking place right now? Is it that the roads is going to be at halt? The fixing of the roads are going to wait until government reform bill is passed? Is it that the cleaning of the drains and the garbage disposal, all these things are going to wait until the government complete the process of the government reform? So what we did, we came together because we see that the people needed needed help. They needed to be saved, and we jumped in and we put our best foot forward to accommodate that.
Allow me to explain to the population exactly
go
what
right ahead.
happened. Coming out of the COVID crisis, we would have had to divert a lot of our budget, which was meant for different things for the fiscal year, to ensure that our public servants, our subsidies and transfers, all of those things were paid for. So we would have diverted funds away from infrastructural work, roads, and so on, and would have channeled those funds into those necessities to keep our public service employed and also to fund our parallel healthcare system because those became essential. Um, so that's the reason why many of our infrastructural projects on our roads fell apart during that time. There was just no funding. We had no revenues at the time because if you remember, during COVID, oil and gas prices fell to zero. In one case, it fell to less than zero, negative. So we diverted those funds to protect the people of Trinidad and Tobago. What we are proposing here with local government reform is that funds raised through property taxes and other forms would be used within the communities in which those funds were raised. That means going forward in the future, if anything happens, we could not divert funds away from local government bodies. So that's a major part of reform. And we have offered these reforms to give our municipal corporations more autonomy, also more funding to do the work that needs to be done. We have asked the opposition, if you are opposed to local government reform, what are you offering? And instead of getting comments of this could be improved or that could be done better, we get stories about what watch the Prime Minister is wearing. How much does his watch cost? We get empty the clip, everything to distract from discussing actual local government issues. And that is what we have been about from the very beginning, to offer the people of Trinidad and Tobago a better way in funding and executing local government projects.
All right, and just going to take stick a pin into our discussion. We have another package, and this one is from the electoral district of Enterprise South, Londonville North, that comprises an electorate of over 9,000 registered voters. However, in recent years, voter turnout has been low owing to disenchantment by residents within the district. Sherilyn Lewis has more in this report.
The electoral district of Enterprise South Longdonville North encompasses Depot Road, Longdonville, and ends in the vicinity of Signature Hall. With 7 polling divisions in 2019, a new polling division, 2800, was introduced. This saw an increase in the voting population. The battle in 2019 local government elections was slim, with the UNC nabbing the district by 3 votes, defeating Ronald Hira for the PNM, who was a long-standing councillor. During a visit to the district, residents expressed a myriad of concerns. One shopkeeper complained about the lack of representation and neglect for her community.
In our community, we really don't get anything done. Is every single election, whether it's a local, whether it's general election, everybody's coming here, campaign, ask a vote and everything. And yet at the end of the day, we always been forgotten. We have to spend our own money and buy pitch to put on the road. When the rain falls, the road is muddy. Nothing ever gets done inside of here.
Young single mother Natalia said youths are idle and weary as there are no opportunities for them to engage in productive activities.
There are plenty things we face within the community like drainage, and people as single mothers around here no help concerning work-wise. They will tell you that you're getting through it at work if you vote for this party or another party, and it's really not making sense because it are drainage. Some people roof blowing off, roof is leaking, and as we as young youths would like improvement in the community. For the youths, because I have young kids, that it could have a little football, the community center could be open up, it could have youth group programs, like basically the littlest thing will count in the community.
Another resident believes that the district has been forgotten completely and wants to see the crime and violence which plague certain areas addressed.
The enterprise stagnant because he was the last man who really doing something for enterprise. He started the community center, and since Mustafa leave enterprise, he leave the surroundings there. Nothing to do for enterprise. You understand? We have children enterprise. Go free to go outside.
With a few days to go until the election, residents are hopeful that Enterprise South, Longdonville North can get proper representation. Charlene Lewis, TTT News.
All right, and thank you very much, Charlene Lewis, for that report. And, she mentioned voter turnout. Now, traditionally, voter turnout for local government elections has not been to the level that we've seen in general elections. Mr. Inaitola, what do you ascribe to that, and what can we do to make it better so that persons can be more interested in electing persons in their local government?
Well, yes, the turnout for this local government was very low. When we were checking the numbers, I think in comparison to 2019, it was pretty low. And one of the things I think we need to do, the people right now, again, is they are fed up. And when we are walking through our communities again, we are hearing all the complaints and about what is taking place. And the people say, I'm not voting. Why am I voting for? What is going to happen? What's new going to do? I said empty promises. If you look at all those clips are being showed right now, people are complaining so much about the infrastructure within their community. And my good friend here, Mr. Manning, mentioned prioritizing the fundings, right? But as someone said to me just yesterday, you see, Berlin is a nice house, a big house, a Berlin nice house for your family to live by, not feeding your family when they come. Then at the end of the day, you're going to have a big lavish house without a family because the family is going to die. They're not taking care of them. And that is what is taking place in Trinidad right now. We are at a point where the people in Trinidad and Tobago are suffering for simple little needs. Sharon, we were walking through Marcus Bay, one of those streets there, and there was this area where children cannot even walk past there to go to school. They have to walk on the culvert of the drain, and these are simple needs that the people need, and if you or the councillors or or whoever owns the corporation could show, okay, tonight the PNM win certain seats, and the PNM candidates or the UNC candidates or NTA candidates could show these people, hey, guess what, these are the differences we are going to make within the next 3 years or 4 years. We are going to fix the infrastructure within the community. We're going to give you a better life. We're going to put some more hope into the youth and into your community. I am sure the next election, the turnout is going to be better. But right now, as we are, people are voting for nothing. They know that if they go there, they're just wasting a day.
I would say that we have all accepted, I think long accepted, that the local government system is broken. And the government of the day has decided that we are going to offer reforms to adjust and to fix that broken system. We are asking the opposition, if you are opposed to local government reform, then what are you offering? And we are yet to get an answer. We have not gotten anything. To say that you're going to use the same broken system to fix all of these issues is something that is difficult to believe or understand. I don't think the electorate is buying it. We have offered these reforms that it's going to bring more funding to local government issues, bring more autonomy, and allow for persons to actually be closer to local government decisions. We believe that it is going to bring more people to vote in local government issues because they're going to be closer to making the actual decision. No longer, well, to fix a pothole in my community or to fix a damaged drain, do I have to make a request to someone in Port of Spain? It'll be someone close to you, someone on the ground, someone with the funding and with the autonomy to make those decisions. We have offered that. If you are opposed to it, what are you offering?
And Dr. Basdeo, voter turnout, local government elections versus general elections. What have you seen in terms of trends, and what can you expect so far?
Well, the trend for local government voter turnout has always been below 50%. If it is that the turnout for this year, so until the DBC actually provides us with an estimated percentage, and if the trend is saying what we are seeing tonight, they say that it is low, it goes a long way in actually telling us about the voter and how they view local government election. If it is that the voter turnout is less than average, let's say if we measure the 2016, 2019, and then 2023 election, and it's much lower, then it is clear that the voters um, have demonstrated what they call a disinterest in the local government. It could also be measured against the backdrop of what Minister Martin is saying, the local government reform. But we must also take it in the context that voters, low voter turnout could also be seen as that message may have not been communicated to the extent that can incite the voters to actually come and say we're going to endorse the local government. So there are still where we can read into, but as I said, until we get the actual voter turnout, all the estimation is that we are hearing that is a low voter turnout, but if it's lower than average, because the 2020 general election was set against the backdrop of the COVID pandemic, and that voter turnout was around between, I think if I correct, 54%, which was less than 60%. Now this election would be the first election outside of the pandemic restrictions, and all the restrictions have been removed. So, but if the voter turnout is less than, let's say, 2019 or 2016, then I think all the political parties need to revisit their campaign strategy. And they need to look back and to see whether or not they had actually reached the voters. So it's not to say that it is only the reform agenda of the governing party, but you'd also have to look at the minor parties and the other major political party to see maybe they need to relook at to say what actually went wrong because you did not get the voters to actually come out. And this is not to say that the election was hampered in any way today by, let's say, rainfall. So Mother Nature did not factor in today. So it has to be some other issue. You cannot blame the rain or in any of the electoral districts. So there need to be a revisit and to think about what really happened. So there will be a lot for the political parties to think about in the weeks to come.
For context, according to the Elections and Boundaries Commission, just over 1 million persons are eligible to vote for local government elections this year. So, looking at those official figures from the EBC with regard to voter turnout would be interesting as well. All right, so we are here, margin to victory, local government elections 2023, right here on TTT. We'll take a break and come back.
Hi guys, who's ready for some Milky Magic fun? The Dairy Milky Magic Day Camp is back. Get ready for stories, crafts, adventures, giveaways, and more with me, Rayan, and my friends Dip and Dunk. Join us online all month long and don't forget to tell a friend because it's absolutely free. Blast off with Milky Magic awesomeness in 3, 2, 1. See you there! And we know the slogans.
They had other slogans, they go win election. They say that in BNN, well this is the last of them. And what they gonna do in future, well when you see them take over. But all this was just in vain, for it was PNM back again. We go beat them, this election. It is not as easy as they say. It will take a stronger opposition to be the PNM party today. The doctor say, he here to stay. Just take it cool. He come to rule. So play your mass. Forget the past. Jump up and play. PNM way.
The PNM in the last election, and Cuba Tabaki Talparo had 14 seats, and all went to the United Nations Congress. So
if all had gone, then there's a flip. If the PNM did win one of the seats, then there's a flip that took place.
Right, very interesting. So, we are just looking at more results. We're waiting on more results to see, what the end result would be. All right, so let's take a look at reform agenda versus campaign strategy. Minister Manning.
Well, what we've been proposing to the population is a reform in local government that is going to really bring decision making closer to the people. What obtains today is, the local municipal bodies would receive funding. The Ministry of Local Government, they would have to seek financing from the Ministry of Finance. It would have to be discussed in cabinet. It would have to go to the parliament to be debated, passed in the budget, and so on and so on and so on. So it makes it very difficult and bureaucratic to make decisions at a local government level. With local government reform, there's going to be a lot more autonomy. Also, it is underpinned by property taxes, which in most cases is going to be less than $100 a day for most homeowners in Trinidad, $100 a month, sorry, for most homeowners in Trinidad and Tobago. Now, reform would ensure that those finances raised within those communities would be used within those communities. And that way, it would give your local government representatives an ample supply of funding to make quick decisions. If there's a pothole, a damaged drain, recreational grounds, schools, and so on, we used to use the AFCL for the construction of schools within Trinidad and Tobago, but because of corruption during the 2010-2015 administration, the AFCL is before the courts at this point in time. So your local government representatives, the people on the ground who you meet with and deal with every day, will have a lot more autonomy to respond to local government needs. And that is essentially what we have been selling to the population. And we have asked the opposition, if you are opposed to this, what do you suggest? And we are yet to receive a response.
Mr. Inaitula, would you like to take a gander at the reform agenda versus campaign strategy?
Well, again, the word reform keep coming up, right? But my whole concern about this and is that what do we do in the meantime while we wait for all this process to take place? Now, I know Mr. Said that they approach the opposition to ask, if you don't agree, what do you have to bring with it, right? But if something is beneficial to the country in some way, I could see it working. But in the meantime, while we go in there, you're talking about children who started kindergarten and started secondary school, seeing their community in one way over and over. And all you're hearing is the government talking about government reform over and over and over, while nothing is being done within the community. And that is what, to me, is a major concern. If you cannot fix something under the structure that you have now, what makes it, what are you telling me that's going to change when that time reach, right? So show me where with the funds that you have, the system that you have. We have the regional corporation. It's not like if you're going to shut it down, you have everything there now. Fix what needs to be fixed now, while the government reform is taking its process, right? So in the meantime, everything is on hold, and that is unfair for those people within the community. You're going around seeing grass growing taller than you, garbage is being thrown within there. um look at was it the late last year with all the flooding that take place. A lot of people lose their houses. They lose a lot of investment within their houses, and yet all this is taking place. And I think that happened the year before. 2 years straight with all this flooding that took place, people lost millions of dollars of investment. But yet you have a government that is only talking and campaigning about government reform, and again the people are suffering while that is taking place. Let's see that happen.
Can I add that we have been experiencing what we've been experiencing in terms of our weather conditions is part of climate change, which we have accepted. Now, no government can stop the rain from falling, but what we can do is to ensure that we have the right infrastructure so that when rain falls, water runs off quickly. It has made the call for reform even more essential, and we have been offering that. We are saying that we need to have reform because the old system does not work. We all have accepted that it doesn't work. And this new system that we are offering will allow things to happen faster and in the best interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And maybe if the opposition forces had not been stymieing and trying to block every opportunity in Parliament and elsewhere in the courts to implement property taxes and also local government reform legislation, we would have been much further along by now. But I can assure you and the population that we are steadily moving forward, and the Prime Minister has promised, and the government has promised, that very soon property taxes will be implemented and local government reform will be implemented. And that way people can benefit from such.
All right. I know that Mr. Inaitola wanted to respond, but just before we get that response, we are going to our senior journalist, Karen Cozier-Phillip, who is at the UNC headquarters. Karen?
Hi, good evening. Yes, we're here at the headquarters of the United National Congress in Shogunas, and we have with us at this time Khadija Amin, of course, the deputy political leader of the party and the member of parliament for St. Augustine. Now, the UNC has declared at least 7 regional corporations, so we're going to go across to Ms. Amin and let her tell us what's the news coming out of the camp.
Well, we have some exciting news. The UNC has retained all the regional corporations that we previously held, and we are making serious inroads in the PNM, some of the PNM areas. In the Sandy Grande Corporation, we moved that corporation from where the PNM was in charge two where we won 4 seats and they won 4 seats. And in the last local elections, we won 5 seats and they won 3. This time we have won an additional seat. Neil De Silva has been declared as the winner for Valencia West. So Sandy Grande is solid home with the UNC. We are also winning in the San Fernando City. That is another battleground region. We have in that borough, in that city, we had 3 very marginal seats. So one was the Vistabella, Marabella South Vistabella, where we won by 140 votes, and our UNC councillor crossed the floor to the PNM in a very controversial move. We have news that the UNC's candidate Sasha Ali has won that Marabella South Vistabella seat, so we have retained that seat for the UNC. So the fella who jumped ship, he jumped to a losing ship. We had another seat where the UNC lost by 83 votes. Our candidate there is John Michael Ali Bokas, also known as Macamillan. We have news coming in that Marabella South, Marabella West, and John Ali Bokas has returned for the UNC, and we say congratulations to Macamillan. We also have one more seat to decide if San Fernando will have a UNC mayor. And in that seat, the UNC only lost by 30 votes on the last occasion, such a tiny margin. So I expect that seat will come home, but we will wait for further results. And I think it speaks volumes. There are several areas in Tunapuna, in Arima, where we have made inroads. In one seat in Arima, and by the preliminary results, we are only behind by 9 votes. We may very well have a recount there, but it speaks volumes to the inroads that the UNC has made. I saw another interesting seat, Erin, which is in Siparia region, but Erin is usually held by the PNM, and the candidate, our candidate, Chanel Roberts there, she got quite a lot of votes there. So even where the UNC did not win, we have made a lot of inroads. I'm seeing some preliminary results from the region of Tunapuna. There are 16 seats there, and so far the results are looking really good in terms of the inroads that we have made. So even where we did not win the regional corporation, we are seeing high votes, high numbers of votes for our candidates. Marsha Walker is doing well. That is in Rowley's backyard. And Marsha, as a UNC candidate, has gotten quite a lot of votes there. We are waiting for the final results. But so far, all of the feedback indicates that the UNC has made a lot of serious inroads. And this speaks to what should happen next. Next, we have a general election, and people must also vote overwhelmingly, as they did in this local election, to change government, because there are several things that the UNC can do when we are in charge of a city or a borough or regional corporation. But there's so much more that we can do when we are in government. And many of the people who voted for us voted because they were also fed up of the PNM at the central government level. And that means that they have to vote to make a difference, to change the government.
Okay, tell me about some of the numbers that you're seeing coming out of the polling stations. They still look relatively low. Of course, it's local government, and the voter turnout is usually about 30%. What is UNC satisfied with that?
Well, traditionally, if you look at even international statistics, local government elections and municipal elections, you usually have a lower turnout than you have for federal and national elections. That is standard internationally. In Trinidad, we have been trying to generate more interest around local government, and I think the UNC has been, with its people-centered approach. For instance, there are a number of issues that people feel are national issues that in the UNC's campaign, Kamla Prasad Bisesa demonstrated how local government corporations can play a role in, for instance, securing communities, making schools safer, stimulating the economy, having local economic development, local tourist development, having support for entrepreneurs, ensuring that roads and bridges and so on are maintained. And many of these things that people feel are national issues only, local government also has a role to play in it. So I think Kamla Prasad Bisesa, in her campaign, has continued to outline how powerful local government is. And so we have seen some very relevant issues tackled by her on the national platform, getting the buy-in and from people, so that there was interest, and that it is not just regional corporations and not just about collecting the garbage, but certainly we think that local government is the stepping stone. We have to change government to make this country safer. Creation of jobs is something very critical to people. When we walk, we heard the issues, we heard the cries, and the drive is for us to continue to be people-centered. And I'll tell you, on the East West Corridor, where there are a number of PNM MPs and councillors, people are so fed up of their PNM representatives who are in government. And, sometimes the UNC representative may do more for them out of government, because I'll tell you, Saturday morning, before our big rally, Neil De Silva was somewhere in Valencia in Pine Avenue delivering truckloads of gravel to a road in an area where there's a PNM councillor and a PNM member of parliament. And we have continued to do that. We have barbecues, we have boat rides, we raise funds to purchase material to do work that the state should be doing. What people saw from the government is, after years of being denied things like grants for their home, social welfare assistance such as food cards, being given a run around up and down to the social development office. And then suddenly, on the eve of an election, the PNM candidate is distributing food cards. The PNM candidate is distributing grants that people applied for years and have been denied. So people saw that, and they saw the election gimmickry, and clearly they rejected it. This is taxpayers' dollars, and the PNM spent a lot of taxpayers' dollars in their campaign. People are entitled to service from the government, whoever is in government. But I think the UNC has proven that we continue to represent areas, whether whether we win the seat or not, we continue to represent people on a whole.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Amin. Of course, that's Khadija Amin, Deputy Political Leader of the United National Congress and a Member of Parliament for St. Augustine here. We are live at the UNC headquarters in Chaguanas, and we'll keep in touch with you as we continue our coverage of the local government elections 2023.
Thank you very much, Karen. She was just speaking to Deputy Political Leader of the United National Congress and Member of Parliament for St. Augustine, Khadija Amin. Minister Manning, MP Amin made some statements. I'm sure that you'd like to respond to them.
Yes, you have to remember this election is being held coming out of the COVID crisis, and we've had a very challenging economy ever since. But this government has been doing the things to ensure that we remain on an even keel, to ensure that we are gradually improving and creating opportunities for our people. Things have been difficult, region-wide, worldwide, to recover from the COVID crisis. So we expected a challenging and competitive election. But if the status quo can be maintained at this point, coming out of such a crisis, I would say that the People's National Movement has done quite well during trying times. And we expect to get better and better going forward into general election of 2025. So I don't believe that the Honorable MP for St. Augustine has read the tea leaves correctly. We have gotten, if we maintain the status quo during a very challenging time as now, as things improve, we are only going to get better as a government and as a party. And we expect victory in this local government election, and we expect it going forward in 2025.
Mr. Inaitullah.
Well, I hear my good friend spoke about the COVID, and it's not the first time he mentioned it. The COVID, yes, impact did have a great impact in Trinidad and Tobago, but the COVID crisis took place a few years, 3-4 years ago. What would have happened maybe 4 years before that, right? The country, we had our income, but COVID wasn't existing at that point. Yet still, we were still debating on government reform. So we at a point now where we are using COVID as an excuse. We are using government reform as an excuse, while the people are out there crying and not getting what they think that they deserve, because the people have to continue. It could be COVID, it could be what the people of Trinidad and Tobago still have to continue paying their taxes when the year comes. I saw people who during the same COVID time, even myself, have to be scrambling to organize and pay their taxes and submit it before their time has up. But yet still, we what I think the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago need to do is stop allowing the government of Trinidad and Tobago to come up with all these excuses why they cannot do the job that they will vote in there for. Now, I wanted to respond to what you said before about the climate change. So climate change is taking place all over the world, and as we know that, but we are living in a country where while we look at climate change, we look at no infrastructure change. My profession, I'm in the design profession. I'm into infrastructure development as well. And when I do submissions for plans for building plans, the forms that we have today is still forms that we used 20 years ago and 30 years ago. Nothing has changed. So when you talk about climate change and there are more rainfall and the drains are small, why are we not putting things in place to widen drains, to widen the rivers and stuff? We are waiting until every year we have floods and the dry season come and goes, and when the dry season come and goes, you don't see any kind of work going on to help the flooding situation in Trinidad and Tobago. But yet still we hear all these excuses that coming up, but these basic things can be done. The regional corporations, they have the equipment already. You're not like if you have to buy the equipment or you have to rent it from someone. You have the manpower. You have people who are being paid salaries every single day. I mean, sorry, every single month, and yet still we will wait until um, it's the rainy season coming to try and clean up the place a bit. But what we do, we clean up, we put all the mess at the side of the road. When a truck's supposed to pick it up, rainfall again, it goes right back into the drain. But we come up again and we sit here and we talk about government reform, we talk about COVID, yet still nothing is being done to uplift the health for the people.
Allow me to interject. Let me remind the people of Trinidad and Tobago that during the COVID crisis, not a single public servant lost their job. Not one. People who did lose their jobs were given grants from the Ministry of Social Development. Every public servant in this country was paid, didn't lose a job, and was paid on time. Okay? This is when our revenues fell to zero. Okay? And then the Ministry of Works and Transport, Mr. Rohan Sinanan, and the other governmental bodies in local government have been trying to pave every road in this country, especially in the dry season, because we knew it would be difficult to pave roads in the rainy season. I think most people across the country can see that paving has been taking place. And where we couldn't pave, we would plug holes instead because the infrastructure fell apart during the COVID crisis. So now we had to repave every road in Trinidad and Tobago instead of just maintaining as we usually would. I would think that under these trying conditions, the government has done quite well. And we will continue to provide. And we are saying that even with a broken system, we have been able to provide under trying times. But we need to reform this system so that we can do even better going forward. So that minor decisions, fixing schools, fixing your roads, fixing drains, and so on, you won't have to go and ask permission from somebody in Port of Spain. The person who lives right next door to you, your councillor or your mayor who is down the street, gets to make a simple decision and has the funding to do so without making a request to someone else. Reform is the way to go. It is the international standard for managing local government bodies, and it's something that has to be done in Trinidad and Tobago. Even during the People's Partnership government from 2010 to 2015, the minister at the time, Minister of Finance, Mr. Larry Hawaii, said that property taxes were inevitable. And he also said that local government reform was also necessary. But of course, as soon as they get into opposition, they oppose and oppose and oppose.
Sure, no problem. Right? So again, so we go back again with the paving of the roads. No, I don't see any roads that are being paved. I'm seeing roads that are being patched, and that is what I'm seeing. And we have one of the largest districts in Trinidad and Tobago. If we go back to 2 years ago, maybe a year over a year, we have the Manzalina Road that had collapsed because of that rainfall that took place. And we spent $12 million to have that road made accessible for the people of Manzalina Mayaro. What have we done with that between now and then? Matter of fact, what I'm hearing is that the road is actually being eroded again and is almost impossible at this point in time. Are we going to wait until government reform is passed until we get that road fixed? And another thing, We are living in a country where if you go at the four corners of of Trinidad and Tobago, we have four different type of soil, right? Where we when we go to pitch road, we pitch road under one format. You don't see any kind of foundation being laid in the different areas that can take the type of soil that we have. So what happens? You pave a road, it slip within 2 years, it slip within 3 years, and it don't ever last longer than that. What we need to do is change that way of planning. And if we change that way of planning, when we will not have to wait until the end of government reform bill to pass so that people could drive on good roads. We have engineers in Trinidad and Tobago that are probably not being utilized properly, and but we have people that's going out there paving road as they want, putting on asphalt, and within two rainfall, it all collapses again. This is what I'm saying. I'm not against the government reform, and don't get me wrong. What I'm against here is the fact that the country, Trinidad, is actually is going down, is going downhill while we wait on the system to be implemented. So what are we going to do when this country collapses at that point, infrastructure-wise? Are we going to now have to say we don't have no money to fix it because Canada is no longer existed because we're going to take the next 15 years for government reform to pass? What are we going to do at that point? Now we're using the excuse of COVID and we have no money after COVID because everybody within the government system got paid. What is the excuse we're going to use at that time after the government reform is passed and now all the roads are already gone, is gone, the drains are collapsed? What are we going to do at that point when government reform has passed?
All right. Dr. Basdio, we saw we saw MP Amin making some declarations. Were you surprised at those?
Well, the status quo has remained when she made that statement by saying that the UNC has retained the seven regional bodies that they would have actually won in the 2019 election. What she did allude to is that they were able to increase their seat count in the Sandy Grande Regional Corporation by winning an additional seat, which, yes, is significant. The question is whether the trend will follow through. So all eyes will be on the. She also made mention of actually, if I'm not mistaken, she did was able to flip Marbella West seat, and if that is the case, then whether that will continue in the San Fernando City Corporation. So they were able to flip one of the seat held by the People's National Movement. So the trend is that they were supposed to flip at least two or three seats to actually win the majority in the corporation. So I think we will be waiting on the results in San Fernando because they literally declared that they have won the seven corporations that they held in the following the 2019 local government elections.
All right. So we are waiting to see what other districts will be declared before we can give a definitive answer where that is concerned. All right. So I would like us to talk about our new, well, Trinidad and Tobago. Well, in Trinidad, Diego Martin and Separia, they moved from regional corporations to borough status. Um, Dr. Bazier, do you think that that would have made a difference in how people would vote?
I I think the change in the status from a regional corporation to a borough, I don't think it would have had a great deal of, let's say, impact, let's say, measuring how voters voted in these two regional bodies. It is something that is new to them, and it will take a little while for it to be registered because the change from regional corporation to borough does bring about certain changes. For example, one fundamental change is that you're no longer to making reference to a chairman of a corporation. You're now making reference to a mayor of a borough corporation. So I think that may somewhat surprise some of them in the days to come when they realize, okay, we have a mayor as against a chairman, but it's going to take some time to register. But I think what they'll be looking for is if there are any changes in how the delivery of services. That's the change that they will be looking for, whether or not the political parties has delivered on their campaign promises for this local government election.
We are just going to take a quick break. We'll be back. This is Margin to Victory Local Government Elections 2023.
On the next episode of Nicole Larson Live, living in victory every day.
That actually happened right after my abortion. I was going through the pain, I was going through the process. And I remember sitting one day and telling myself, this is too much. This is so painful. This is so horrible. I don't want anybody else to have to go through this.
Most times, abortion is a very private journey, and the majority of women who've had abortions need to bear the pain and shame alone.
Even when you cannot see or feel his presence, before you were a beat on a monitor, God has plans for everything you will go through in this life.
You are my shelter, my safe.
Thank you for staying with us. Margin to Victory, Local Government Elections 2023. Now, we left off our discussion speaking about our two new boroughs, which are Diego Martin and Siparia. So, Minister Manning, how do you think that persons would receive these two? I mean, we've gotten some reports on the ground where persons have mixed feelings. But how do you think that this would affect persons in delivery in the way forward?
Yeah, well, it's supposed to improve the delivery of local government goods and services. I'm not sure if the residents of those communities would have understood that enough, or would have impacted them enough in such a short time that it would have affected their vote in this local government election. But we know that going forward, that they will see the difference that such a designation would make, and it would call for the more efficient delivery of goods and services for the people of those communities.
And Mr. Inaitula, what are your thoughts on those two, and in terms of service delivery for the persons in those areas?
Well, as again, my good friend Mr. Manning said here, the delivery of service should supposed to be greater, right? But I think the borough was made. The corporation was made a borough what month 2 months before the election, and I think that is where it is where it stands. At the end of the day, the people of that community within that corporation did not get a chance to understand what is the benefit of being a borough, and they may not know what is the benefit of being a borough. So that will not change their minds on whether or not they want to vote or who they want to vote for at that point in time, because in their case, they are still their minds are still at the point where they used to be of what the service that they have received in the past.
Minister Manning, what do you think persons are saying in terms of their delivery? What can they expect now that they're a borough?
Well, more efficient delivery of government services. It's better organized, better structured, and there should also be more funding for such work. But that is done with the expectation that there will be local government reform, and it leads to a level of efficiency where we have full-time councillors and they have autonomy and they have their own funding that comes from their own community, and that funding which is raised is put back into those very communities. Reform is what it is we need. And we believe that people of Trinidad and Tobago who have understood that, and that is why we believe that we have maintained the status quo in this election. This has been an extremely challenging time, and the country is gradually rising out of the challenges that came from the COVID crisis. And we're only going to improve going forward. The people of Trinidad and Tobago have understood that reform is in their own best interest. And as the economy improves and as local government reform is implemented, we expect to see even better delivery going forward. And people understand, and we're going to see that in all of our results, I believe, going forward into 2025.
All right. And just before we continue our discussions, we are going to our journalist Sunil Lala, who is at the PNM headquarters. Sunil?
Good evening. I'm Sunil Lala coming to you live again from Balisier House. I'm joined again with Lawrence Hislop, Laurel Lizama Leasing, and Communications Minister Simon De Nobrega. No, Mr. De Nobrega, what's the latest out of the PNM camp?
Well, Sunil, we have come out to speak to media to make two short announcements. One, that at 10 o'clock, the Prime Minister will be addressing the media. And just to give a further update, since the last time we were here, the PNM has retained the Diego Martin Borough Corporation, the Sawal Avantil Borough Corporation, the Port of Spain City Corporation. It appears that we have also retained the San Fernando City Corporation. In addition to that, Tunapuna Piarco and Arima and Point Fortin. So good news for us, positively all around, and your your viewers will be able to see the Prime Minister at 10 o'clock.
What's he feeling like in the camp? Is the Prime Minister here?
Prime Minister is here. He came in a little while ago. Of course, he is meeting with everyone, and he is enjoying Balisier House for the very first time. I think this is the first time Prime Minister has been at the Balisier House since its completion. So he will come out, and I suppose you can ask him that yourself.
Well, that's the latest here from Balisier House. You heard it directly from Communications Minister Simon De Nobrega. The Prime Minister, if you didn't hear it, will be out to speak to the media at 10 p.m. Until then, I'm Sunil Lala here for TTT News.
Thank you very much, Sunil. The latest there from Balisier House, PNM headquarters in Port of Spain. All right, so Minister Manning, you will continuing the discussion on borough status and delivery.
Yes, as I said, it all leads into local government reform, and that is what we are looking at. We expect that local government reform is going to offer more funding for infrastructural projects. It's going to bring the people on the ground closer to the decision makers, the ones who actually decide which projects should go forward and which ones should be funded. And these new boroughs should expect a greater delivery of goods and services with far less bureaucracy going forward.
All right. Now, one of the issues on the campaign trail, that of national security. Now, persons are saying that national security is not necessarily a local government issue, but it infiltrates in our way of life in communities. Dr. Basdio, national security at the local government level, uh, how do you think persons are treating with that, especially coming off of the campaign trail?
Well, the UNC had actually used national security as a key, was one of their key campaign issue, and they have used it in this campaign. But local government do they have you make reference to the municipal police force that is can be found within each of these regional bodies. It is how the regional bodies now utilize. How do they roll out these municipal police to assist, let's say, the national police force? One could be look at it in the context of issues like maintaining what they call engage in traffic decongestion to assist with what we call maintaining, let's say, parking in these regional bodies and so forth. These are issues that the local government bodies can take a part or take a more significant role in what you call in the politics of, let's say, the regional bodies in Trinidad. Now, that will go a long way in releasing some of the issues that could be put forward on a more pressing matters, security matters that, as I say, the UNC had actually used on the campaign itself.
Mr. Inaitula, I know that the NT, the UNC alliance would have spoken extensively about national security issues. What is your party looking at going forward after these local government elections in relation to that issue?
So within, as the good doctor said, within the regional corporation, you have the municipal police. The municipal police are responsible for, could be responsible for, as I said, traffic congestion, parking, and things like that. You know, they maintain order within the marketplace and things like that. But you also have the recreation grounds where families go out on nights, or they used to. A matter of fact, now a lot of people, because of the high crime that is taking place in this country right now, families are afraid to go out there and spend a quality time with their families. The municipal police can be used to show their presence within those spaces on a evenings, on a weekends. I saw it once in Tobago, in the Strawberry area, Crown Point area, where police were actually on bicycles. And I saw that in Canada and stuff, right? And this area, this is something where can be used, where the municipal police could be, used to patrols those family orientated places, so that they will have a sense of safety when they're out there. I am 2 years ago, I was a victim of crime in the Arangwa Savannah. I went there, I parked up there, and there were some guys waiting, and they held me gunpoint and took my vehicle. Right, never got back anything from it. But if at that point, if you know that the municipal police was utilized to at least show some sense of safety within those areas, those guys would have think twice before coming here to cause any kind of discomfort with the community and the families in those areas.
Minister Manning?
Yeah, I mean, let's call it what it is. Talking about these national security issues during a local government election was nothing more than a scare tactic on the part of the opposition. They were attempting to distract from actual local government issues because they had nothing to offer on local government issues. Yes, with more funding and local government reform, there can be more municipal police, and we expect that going forward. That because we have more funding available, and in some corporations it can be as much as 30, 40, or $50 million in additional funding coming from these revenues generated within the communities, we can have more municipal police on the ground, and we can make our communities safer. But what will make our communities actually safer is creating more work in Trinidad and Tobago, and local government reform, because of its additional funding, will do just that. The opposition, in a very clumsy way, attempted to use our national security issues to deflect from the actual local government issues. And I believe the people of Trinidad and Tobago saw right through that tactic.
Now, Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, Faris Arawi, would have spoken during his discourse on local government reform, mentioned under national security, the municipal police, which we have spoken of here. Tell us a little bit about how they would function going forward.
Well, as I said earlier, there'll be more funding. And if there's more funding, there can be more projects. And we can also hire more persons going forward. That's the expectation. As I said, when funding comes straight from central government, there's a potential for things to be diverted if there's a natural disaster, an act from God, or a pandemic. With local government reform, funds that have been derived are dedicated towards local government issues and cannot be diverted for any other purpose under any other condition. And that ensures that we can generate sustainable employment within the various corporations across Trinidad and Tobago. That is one major way in reducing crime within our communities. And we've gone through every line, every iota of local government reform. We have extolled its benefits. We have said exactly why it is necessary, why it's required, the benefits of it, how people of Trinidad and Tobago would be better off with it. And they have seen it. We've seen it in the results here. We've maintained the status quo, and we are extremely happy with this evening's local government results.
All right. The Sangre Grande Regional Corporation is one that has been keenly contested in in past local government elections, and that track record is expected to be the same today, as we're seeing the results coming in at, slowly but surely. All right, so Nalala takes a look at the main marginal seat of Sangre Grande Northwest, which holds the key to gaining the corporation.
In the past 4 local government elections, the Sangre Grande Northwest seat has relatively been a marginal one, changing hands from the UNC to the PNM and back to the UNC. In fact, it's been so marginal that it was just separated by 40 votes in the 2016 local government elections. The incumbent for the area, the UNC's Nasser Hussein, is now going up against the PNM's Alicia Thomas, a past representative for the area, after winning that seat in 2013. The voter turnout for this seat has relatively stayed around the 44% mark since 2010, despite the district moving up by almost 1,000 eligible voters. And the main issue in the area, according to several residents, continues to be proper representation.
Went to the council in the village, roof and blowy. First time I went to watching football, you have no time. I went back again, you have no time. Right now, if you just a card for me to vote for him, I never want to help me.
And the business owner and resident Bobby Lacan urged representatives in the area to deal with the major issue of flooding, noting that his gym has been affected several times, with even his investment in floodgates proving ineffective.
I'd be a lot of flooding. The gym would be flooded every time rain falls. It flooded about 4 or 5 times. Water high as like 4 feet high.
Another resident who opted to speak off camera said he's disappointed with the development of sporting facilities in the area, especially to keep at-risk youths away from crime.
People could come down, stick out, commit crimes. Nobody really managing the ground. The regional corporation and the municipal police in charge. But it just open up for anything to go on.
And Monsho Masimba touched on an inconsistent water supply, something that has been affecting many parts of Grande, urging councillors to voice this issue.
Something that we weren't used to before. But you know, when you're accustomed having a supply of stuff and that now no longer exists, you feel it. You even feel it more than people who've been suffering all the time.
Now, the PNM has already indicated it's seeking to take back control of the Sangre Grande Regional Corporation, which has been in the hands of the UNC since 2019. And this seat in particular is one that all eyes will be on in the 2023 local government elections. Sonolala, TTT News.
It's time for Scouting for Talent.
With another edition of Caribbean Week in Review.
Welcome back to Margin to Victory, Local Government Elections 2023. The Member of Parliament for San Fernando East, Brian Manning, had to leave us. So we just like to thank you, Minister Manning, for joining us on our discussion on local government elections. All right, so Mr. Inaitula. It's just us two, Mr. Eli Tula and Dr. Bazdeo. All right, so Mr. Inaitula, what are some of the other issues you saw coming out of your walkabouts and so throughout this campaigning period?
That was a very emotional and touching experience. I saw, I mean, as I said, we were in there's one event I can't talk about on air, but it's to see what is actually taking place in these areas and where they were neglected. We have children out there who parents cannot afford to send them to school. You have parents who cannot afford to put food on the table. They don't have any work. Um, some parents come and they're asking me help them buy school books, help them to just buy some a tin of milk for the kids, and that part is where you see big people could survive, but children cannot on their own. And it takes the effort of parents or community to raise a child. And right now, no one in some of those communities could help themselves. And that is the sad part that we are looking at. And I mean, I wish and I do hope that the government could step up and try their best to help in that area, especially. You see, my thing, and this coming from here is not a person from the NTA or I don't like to consider myself a politician, but this is just Insaf, a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, who is speaking here now. When you have people at this level, those levels, the government officials, and they don't have to go in those areas. They don't have to live the life that these regular citizens are living when the day come. And they cannot, they have, to go to school. They don't have to look for the money to buy the copybook and the money to buy the textbook to finish a school. That's a uniform or if the government officials could come down to a level where they could see these things and experience this thing, I am sure the excuse of that government reform is either it will pass in tomorrow, it will complete tomorrow, or they will find a way or find the money to help these people because nobody would like to see their children or the children of their siblings suffer the way that I am seeing that some people are living in the communities in which I worked.
And Dr. Basdeo, I mean, as we await the Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley, in approximately 8 minutes or so, what is next for, after August 14th, local government elections are over? What happens from August 15th going forward?
Well, let's say once the councils are sworn in and the respective mayors and chairmen are taking their oath of office, I think for the prime minister would be the campaign that he engaged in and his contributions on the meaning of local government reform and what it is actually going to be like. It'll be interesting to see the implementation of the local government package. So it is. I'm eagerly waiting to see how it actually engage. Now, Mr. Manning, in speaking tonight on the local government reform package, hitched it to the property tax, and that the property tax is significant in that it will provide these regional bodies with an additional revenue, which could aid and assist them in the delivery of, let's say, goods and services at the local level. So that will now also have to be seen what will happen. So it's now that the election we have reached this stage in the vote count. What it will come next is the implementation, and it's interesting to see what is going to happen. Um, if the status quo, as you say, is remained, what we may see is that UNC has picked up additional some seats in one or two of the corporation. We can talk about what we are seeing for San Fernando and what we saw in Grande, two of the major corporations. So they have increased their seat count, but not to say that they are basically strengthening their position in Sandy Grande. and they have increased the seat count in the San Fernando. I think when that is final, so there is some degree of, let's say, increased performance. But what is important is that the status quo that was established in 2019 most likely will be retained for the 23 to 27 period.
As we mentioned, property taxes, one of the issues again on the campaign trail. Um, what do you see that legislation doing going forward following local government elections?
Well, this would be interesting is that the councils that will be sworn in this week or whenever that happens in the next 7 days, this will be the first set of councils under the reform package. These would be councillors. This would be executive councils, mayors, and let's say chairman will not be serving instead of a 3 year period or 4 year period. So it is just that what the population will be eagerly waiting is to see what delivery, what in the form of the local government reform, what will it look like? What are the tangibles? What are the intangibles? Will it alleviate? Will it bring some ease to some of the problems that was highlighted during the campaign itself? So that is what we're looking at, or whether we return back to the age-old saying we won't see them until 2027, or will the voters be using the same response when asked in two years or in 4 years time about the next local government election?
And do you think that whatever the results are, how would they translate in terms of general elections in 2025?
Well, what has happened here is that for the People's National Movement, if the status quo is maintained, it will mean that they have held their ground, and it is something that they can actually use that they did not lose against the UNC. The UNC is going to say that could use that we have increased our seat count, we have maintained our corporations, but we have increased our seat count. Where it will actually come down to now is when we start to look at the voter turnout and the actual numbers in the various electoral districts, the 141 electoral districts. What we're going to look at now is the smaller parties, right? How did they perform? Because for the night we were hearing about the UNC and the PNM and their performance in these electoral districts, but we did get some figures for the PDP and so forth. What happens now for, let's say, Mr. Duke, because his name was on the alderman list, possibly to become mayor of Port of Spain, because he's an elected member of the Tobago House of Assembly. What happens to what will be the future of the PDP? What will be the future? I haven't had a clear picture as to know how did the MSJ perform in its in some of these electoral districts, or the NTA in some of these electoral districts. So it's yet to see whether or not this is going to happen. So what we can look in the San Fernando City Corporation is where in which constituency did the PNM lose the seat? Is it in San Fernando East or is it in San Fernando West? If it is in San Fernando West, then one can only deduce that there's a weakening in the San Fernando West in a parliamentary election. So this will have to be factored in. All of these numbers will now be crunched in the weeks and months ahead because they're now positioning the two major political parties on track towards what you call a general election in 24 months' time.
All right, and as we continue to stand by for the Prime Minister to make a speech at Balisier House, PNM headquarters, Dr. Bazde, you mentioned, the smaller parties. Do you anticipate another accommodation or coalition heading into general elections in 2025?
Well, it seems that the opposition leader in trying to form this accommodation between the NTA and the UNC, which will yet to be tested now. As we can rightly say, the NTA is a very young political party getting into what we call the electoral landscape. We'd like to see some of the numbers in its performance. The NTA did contest the Port of Spain City and the Diego Martin, so it's to see how did they perform in these two corporations as they move forward. Um, it would be for the political leaders to assess their performance and to see whether or not this alliance is going to carry forward into a general election.
Do you anticipate that there might be, on the
Well,
ground?
Mr. Griffith, in his many speeches on the campaign trail, did make mention of when the PNM was defeated. He made mention of the NAR in 1986. He made mention of the of in 1991 with the arranged accommodation between the UNC and the NAR Tobago arm, and then he talked about the partnership administration. So he is actually pointing towards something more futuristic. So he is firmly, I think, from based on the system, I'm assessing it correctly, he's in a firm believer with political accommodation. Maybe still be the way forward to actually defeat the PNM in a general election is yet to be seen.
The NTA accommodation, does it end after local government elections?
Well, that is something yet to be discussed. But what I will say is that our political leader, Mr. Gary Griffith, he's a person who has the country at heart. He has the best interests of the people, and he will do whatever it takes to make Trinidad and Tobago, as I say, Trump used to say, make it great again, right? So I know our political leader. He's a person. He's not a selfish person, and he will do whatever it takes to put Trinidad and Tobago in a better place and a better position, whether it be on our own or whether it be in an accommodation. He won't do it just sitting overnight. There's a team of people that we sit together, we discuss. And if one thing I must say about Mr. Griffith, he's not someone to make a decision of his own. He come to his team, we sit down, we analyze, and our decision is made through that.
What is going to happen to the party going forward from August 15th?
Party is here to stay. We as the doctor said, we are a very young party. We are actually a year and 3 months old. I am proud of the party. I'm proud of the candidates, all 31 of them. Most of them are young and new to politics, and they have worked extremely hard to be where they are today. And I think, I mean, it is my opinion that it's still a victory to them because they had sleepless nights. They campaign day in, day out, and they lost a lot of family time. A lot of effort was put out, and I think no matter what happened tonight, chin up, we go out there, we still celebrate because it doesn't end here.
Do you think that by utilizing the younger candidates, as you would have mentioned previously, this made a difference?
And I think so.
I'm sorry, Mr. Inaitola.
Sure.
We are cutting straight to the PNM Balisier House, where Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley is preparing to speak with the media.
I'm not sure that you're all hearing me. There's so much noise around. Okay, I'll get a bit of speed. Okay. Good night, ladies and gentlemen of the media, and I gather we're going live, are we? Yes. Good night to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Tonight is a very special night for us at Balisier House because, as you might have observed, we are finally back in our original location. We've been working here for. We have not been in this location for public function since 2019 because all of COVID, we were not here, and we've been engaging in construction of one kind or another. But we are at Balisier House, where the PNM has always been for the longest while. But tonight is special because we have taken part in the electoral process in a democratic country using the Westminster system. And in the middle of our second term, we of the PNM tonight, we are very happy that we have performed much more than credited. Notwithstanding the relentless barrage of hopelessness, anger, and whatever else has been stirred up in the country, we went in, there are 14 corporations in Trinidad. We went in with 7, and tonight we have come out with 7.
Well done. Well done, PNM.
We lost a seat in San Fernando by a few votes. As a matter of fact, we've almost breasted the tape in very many votes, very many seats by a few votes. But it's only where you have crossed the line that you can claim. We lost one seat in San Fernando, but most importantly, the battleground of San Fernando, there were those who were going to win the borough. They won it. They won the borough. We won the city. San Fernando remains in PNM hands to effect local government reform. There's one particular seat that we enjoy more than many tonight, and it's the seat that we won in Princestown Corporation where we had none. Last time out we had nobody in that corporation, and we won one seat in the Princeton Corporation, and we are delighted. We fought very hard in Sangre Grande, but we were not able to get over the line in Sangre Grande, but we held our ground. And ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased that this is behind us, because so much of our national energies were focused on being distracted by call the election, call the election. Well, the election has been called. The results are now known. That is now behind us. It's water under the bridge. We are now moving forward to the general election, which is the next election that is due in Trinidad and Tobago. But until then, until that election is called and come upon us, we have serious work to do as a nation. And we in the government, we are responsible for making decisions. We have had to make a number of decisions that have not found favor with people who are affected by it personally, but in many instances, you may have to do things for the wider national interest, but there's usually some excess sacrifice at the personal or community level. I am particularly pleased that as Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, who was called upon in this place of Balisier House to take responsibility for the PNM in opposition in 2010, and to bring the PNM into government in 2015, and to take this country through one of the most difficult periods that we've had to, and maintain, as far as we are able to, maintain our lifestyle, our quality of life, and ensure that the public interest is served. And midway through our second term, we have been able to hold on to the 7 corporations that we went to. I want to thank the campaign teams across Trinidad. I want to thank our party executive members of the PNM and our general council in particular, who allowed themselves to be guided through the maze and the nooks and crannies, because politics is not a straightforward thing. You need to be able to roll with the punches and to deliver your own counterattacks. This is the PNM. Tonight we are very happy to have now gone past the local government elections and to have done so going forward to carry out our local government reform exercises, which will redound to the benefit of the wider national community. I have absolutely no doubt that as we transition through local government and bring about the devolution that we have promised, that the nation will see the benefits of setting out to do things differently and to do things better. You see, local government reform is not something that we dreamed of here. It's something that we have worked on as a nation for the longest while. And of course, you would have known that we, as government, we said that it would be transitional. And we did attempt to delay the election by extending the life of the corporation by 1 year. And during that year, a number of preparatory things would have had to be done. You would also have seen, like tonight on my way here, I was listening to a radio program, and those who on the program were saying that, well, there's so much that the population was unaware of because so many things were being done and so many laws were amended to bring about the local government reform that we're talking about, and it appears as though the population was not sufficiently attuned or educated. It is not for want of trying. You may recall that after the law was passed, we did try to invite the leadership of the local government bodies in the country to discuss that very thing. That, listen, there's a lot to be understood still. There's a lot to be planned and executed. There are laws, there are aspects of the law to be proclaimed. So we all need to be on board in operationalizing the law. Unfortunately, we did not get that kind of support and enthusiasm. I am trusting that now that the election is out of the way and that the results are known, that common sense will prevail and that the leadership across the aisle in the parliament and in all the corporations, that they will work with the government as we implement local government reform. The election is over. My invitation tonight is come do the best for your community. Come do the best for your burgess. Come do the best for your corporation. Come do the best for your borough. Come do the best for your city. And if we all do that, then we would have done the best for Trinidad and Tobago. We have absolutely no doubt and no fear that the next election will be vigorously fought. But let us not waste time trying to fight that election before it becomes due. Regardless of who comes, the PNM will be there to contest every seat in every election. One of the things that the PNM has done tonight, we've added 2 more political parties to the list of political parties defeated by the PNM. And that has been the record of the PNM. And we will continue to have that record as long as we put the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago first. And therefore, I cannot stand here tonight before I take your questions. On a night like this, where we have fought so hard and have held our ground and not say, "Red is the PNM! Red is the PNM! Red is the PNM! And we shall prevail!" If you have any questions, I'll take some questions without you having.
Someone would argue that going with 7 and come back with 7 is not a win. It's a loss.
Well, listen, my grandmother taught me that no matter how the situation is, it could easily have been so much worse.
Correct.
We are quite happy to not have been defeated or to have lost significant ground or any ground at all in the middle of our second term as government of Trinidad.
Minister, good evening to you. What does it mean to the PNM that in a corporation like Diego Martin, the NTA would have amassed some over 30,000 votes?
Really?
30,000 votes?
Where you got that from? Where you got that from? The NTA got 30,000 votes?
Votes in Diego Martin.
Guyanese dollars. No, my lady.
You said that, Gary?
Your information is wrong, and you are not to take information from that source again. I don't even think the whole of
Diego Martin,
I don't even think the whole of the Northwestern Peninsula had 30,000 votes in local government elections. So, but the bottom line is, it doesn't matter how much votes they got, the PNM won every seat in the So we're not going to split any hairs about counting how many votes there and who got the popular vote. In the Westminster system, first past the post, you fight for seats. You fight for seats. And we have won Diego Martin, all the seats in Diego Martin. We won all the seats in Port of Spain. So the shocking new mayor that was being promised is not going to be had. We've won significantly in Tower Laventille. We won handsomely in Piakul, Tunapuna. We tied 1 seat in Arima, otherwise we'd have won all the seats in Arima. And of course, we won all the seats in Point 14. Great is the PNM.
in local government reform, what's next for the party going forward?
Well, certainly, we, as I just told you, immediately the operational team in the government and a local government, the full local government, will begin to see how we move forward to operationalize local government reform. But a general election is due because we are midterm. So sometime in the not too distant future, the focus will be on on general election and on national issues. Some people try to fight this election on national issues. We did not engage them much. But now that we are going forward to a general election, sometime in the not too distant future, the battle will be joined.
Yeah. And one.
And Mr. Prime Minister, what is your message to the nation as they wake up tomorrow morning?
Come, let us build a nation.
Well said. Well said.
Timeline for local government reform as now, I believe you've indicated that's going to move forward.
Well, there are a number of steps to be taken, and I use the word transitional. We have to transition into local government. It is not the kind of thing where you flick a switch and it happens by brightening the room. The laws that are going to be impacted now, a number of aspects of the operations now, and that's why the law has, you need to proclaim, as you are ready to do certain things, you proclaim that aspect of the law and you operationalize it. So that is why we had said, give us an extra year with the council that was in place, and we use that year to transition into local government. There were those who felt that we were running from the population, running from the polls, and all this courthouse, that when the Privy Council ruled, we said, okay, since you think we're running from the election, we called the election, we contested the election, and you have changed nothing. Right? Notwithstanding all the negatives, all the lies, all the bad talk, all the undesirable folks who offer themselves on your platform and your campaign, you have changed nothing. And tonight, on that score, I am very proud of the people of Trinidad and Tobago who refuse to be swayed by those blandishments.
Well said.
I continue to maintain that public service is honorable. And you would see me encouraging, and I would have encouraged thousands and tens of thousands of young people to come into the PNM and participate. But I believe that there's no place in our local politics for promoting dishonesty, criminality in public office. No place. If you find yourself in that situation, stand aside and let the country proceed in a way that we can be proud of. This election had all sides of the diamond. Good, the bad, and the ugly. The PNM has come out of it, holding our heads high as a political party that stands on the principle of what is good for the country will have to be good for the PNM, not the other way around.
We did say one of your conversations that we will find out a certain something after August the 14th with regards to the FPO report. Any time frame with regards to that?
Well, that's a matter that's in the court. And we are being guided by the instructions from the court and, of course, the work that is being done. But what I do tell you, that the government of Trinidad and Tobago, as far as we are able to, will share with the population the concerns that we carry, and we believe that the law will take its course. There are a number of reports that are wrong. There are a number of court dates I think we still have. And it's a strange thing indeed, where there are people who had public responsibility spend their time trying to prevent the Prime Minister of the country from telling the Parliament and the people of the country what the people should know about how their business has been run, especially in an area of national security. I think that should be of concern to every citizen in Trinidad and Tobago. So that's where it's at. Thank you all very much. And see you again. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Salala coming to you live from Balisier House, where you just heard it from the Prime Minister, Dr. Kit Rowley, after the local government elections results and so on. It's back to studio from live from the Balisier House. It's all for now. I'm Sunil Lala. Watching the please.
Thank you very much, Sunil. And we just heard from Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley declaring 7 seats for the People's National Movement. So, therefore, the UNC then would also have 7 seats. So, we are going to go through the results right now. This is Arima Borough Corporation declared PNM, Shogunas Borough Corporation, UNC, Kuva Tabaki Talparo, UNC, Diego Martin Borough Corporation, PNM, Mayaro Rio Claro, UNC, Pinal Debe, UNC, Point Fortin Borough Corporation, PNM, Port of Spain City Corporation, PNM, Princestown Corporation, UNC, San Fernando City Corporation, PNM, San Juan Laventille Corporation, PNM, Sangre Grande Corporation, UNC, Siparia Borough Corporation, UNC, and Tunapuna Piaco, PNM. All right. So, yeah. So, Dr. Basdio, we have seen the declared seats, PNM 7 seats, UNC 7 seats. What are your thoughts?
Well, what has happened with the results is that the status quo has been maintained. The only thing that the political parties can actually address from the results would be if there's any flipping of seats. Now, the Prime Minister did indicate that the PNM was able to wrestle 1 seat or to win a seat in the Princestown Regional Corporation, which would be a plus because the PNM didn't have representation in the 2019 local government elections. So that would be considered a plus. For the UNC, they would claim with the increase of their seat count in the San de Grande Regional Corporation, that would be a plus for them. So the UNC would also claim marginal victory in increasing its seat count in the San Fernando City Corporation with that extra seat there. But it has narrowed the gap. So what is going to become the issue will be now the allocation of aldermen based on the vote count. So it'll be interesting to see how the vote count has actually determined the allocation of aldermen. I think this has not ended because they now go to proportional representation with the votes. So it'd be interesting to see whether the NTA in the 31 seats that it contested, whether it is be able to actually say based on the vote count or vote tallied, let's say the Diego Martin Regional Corporation, whether it will be able to actually have ability to have an alderman in the Diego Martin Borough Corporation. So this is we're not going to see the end of it until the aldermen have been allocated. And the EBC, I think, once they have tallied the votes, they should be able to actually indicate, and then the respective parties is going to identify persons from the list of aldermen who is going to be representing the respective parties on the councils itself.
Yeah, not only aldermen, but mayors as well.
The choice of mayor and the choice of chairman of corporations.
Corporations. All right. Now, what are your thoughts on the results? 7 for the PNM, 7 for the UNC.
But as well as it stays as it is, and the parties would have all parties would have fight hard to try to make a difference within this election. It is what it is, and I just want to say for those who was out there and they were campaigning and they were putting out the effort. For those who win their seats, congratulations, and for those who did not get the opportunity to, I just want to say it's not all loss. Your efforts is not in vain. The people out there know what your effort give, and you'll have a next time around
Yeah, as we move forward.
as we move forward. Yeah.
All right. Now, rightly as Dr. Basdio mentioned, the elections and boundaries will confirm all of these results where we'll have more information in terms of allocation. So, quite right, this is not over. We will see more of it. So now that we have our declared 7 seats, Dr. Basdio, we spoke about it before in terms of what happens now. So, what really does happen now?
Well, if we take it from what the Prime Minister said, and he mentioned that this was the midway point of his second term in office of the government. So he's using it in the context of measuring the performance of his government in office. So the status quo has been maintained with 7 corporations, 7 regional bodies each. So in this context, he can move forward. So he's taking satisfaction that having not lost a corporation has maintained what we call may have lost a number of seats. But in this case, he can safely say that the status quo has been maintained by retaining seven corporations. He might, as I said, he alludes to the fact that having won a seat in the Princess Town is a plus for him. And as I said, the UNC may also have the opportunity. They have also have the opportunity in Grandy to announce and in San Fernando that they have actually wrestled seats away from the PNM. But as we go forward now, it becomes the issues as we enter into the second half of this government in office. Whether or not the issues that were campaigned on in this local government election, will these issues continue? Because we try to measure whether the policies adopted by the UNC or the policy adopted by the PNM, whether it had resulted in the result. Or can we link the result to the, let's say, the campaign issues altogether? And I guess, as we say, tomorrow is another day, and the continuation.
Continuation.
Yeah.
All right, we are going to take a quick break. This is Margin to Victory, local government election results 2023. Stay with us.
Hi guys, who's ready for some Milky Magic fun? The Dairy Milky Magic Day Camp is back. Get ready for stories, crafts, adventures, giveaways, and more with me, Rayan, and my friends Dip and Dunk. Join us online all month long, and don't forget to tell a friend because it's absolutely free. Blast off with Milky Magic awesomeness in 3, 2, fun! See you there!
Boy, छोड़ बच्ची को
Hey, get out of there, man! अब मेरी तरफ देखिए और बिल्कुल हिलिएगा मत। घबराइए नहीं।
Can you sing, dance, act, play an instrument, or entertain a crowd with a unique talent? Mearo Scouting for Talent is headed your way. Yes, Scouting for Talent is back and better than ever. Who will win the grand prize of $35,000? Audition at the BP Mearo Center on Sunday, 20th August. Registration opens at 9 a.m. Showtime 11 a.m. Not performing? Come be part of the live TV audience. Check out the local entrepreneurs at the Best Village Artisan Fair and show your support for your local talent. This event is free and open to the public. All contestants must be 18 years and over. Scouting for Talent. Your talent, our stage.
Scouting for Talent is powered by Ministry of Sport and Community Development, Buncorp Productions, and TTT Limited.
Line and Length, the #1 cricket program in the West Indies, is on TTT. Line and Length brings you up-to-date interviews, analysis, and highlights on the game in the region and internationally. Plus, there's an added bonus to receive a gift of gear each month with our grassroots program. Go to lineandlength.net to learn more. Line and Length in association with Massey United Insurance on TTT.
And thank you for staying with us throughout Margin to Victory, local government elections 2023. And we just heard from Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley, who declared PNM 7 seats, and therefore UNC will also declare 7 seats. They have maintained, as my guest Dr. Basdio mentioned, the status quo, where but both parties making inroads in some of the districts. So as we continue to wait on Mrs. Kamla Prasad Bisasa to address the media, Dr. Basdio, let us talk a little bit about um, going forward to general elections in 2025. Um, I know that it's usually said that the results of the local government elections will affect general elections. Um, do you see that happening, and what do you anticipate will happen?
Well, if you go back to what the Prime Minister is saying on the 770, the 7-7 split in the regional bodies, he has taken it as a sort of satisfaction. He is satisfied with the results. He did not lose any of the corporations, which I think um, he was hoping that would not happen, and it basically materialized that the PNM was able to retain the 7 regional bodies that it held from the 2019 local government election. As it goes forward, I think a lot of the political pressure that was mounted during the campaign might ease somewhat, because the pressure that we would say that was mounted by the opposition, we talk about the issue of crime and the economy, those are two of the campaign issues. You can breathe a sigh of relief that the issue can be somewhat put to the back burner. But I think, as I said, tomorrow is tomorrow. It continues, so it gives him a little breathing room for his party to, and when the parliament returns back in September for the debate on the budget, so he has a little room to look at it. The question of the opposition is how the opposition leader is going to look at it. There are some pluses that she can look at, but the smaller parties would have to rethink their position, as the NTA is a very young party and is primarily it's here for the long haul. So I guess it is looking towards now the general election of 2025. That will become a key issue. For the other smaller parties, the actual with the EBC actual counts for these 141 electoral districts to see how it was actually worked out. If it is that we had a smaller voter turnout than the 2019, it is something I think all the political parties would have to bear in mind, because what it would mean is that the political parties were unable to actually engender or to actually get the voters. And some would say the opposite actually occurred, in that you had more persons staying away than actually coming out and registering their vote. So the parties, all political parties, would have to take that into consideration, because they would not want that type of what you call political discomfort to continue into, let's say, the next year and a half, because it will moving into a general election. They would have to actually reverse that trend. So for all the political parties, they would have to take stock of the results in this election and the voter turnout. And I think if the voter turnout is in the sub 30%, then something is very serious with regard to how the voters reacted to this local government election. And both political leaders, the prime minister and leader of the opposition, because now the focus will be on them, they shifted away from the local to the what we call the national. So the parliament now becomes the next forum through which this campaign is going to continue into for the next 2 years.
Mentioned the pieces of legislation that are still to come. Most recently, the procurement legislation
Correct.
having been passed and now being implemented. So we have those things to look forward to. All of this before 2025. Mr. Inaitula, as one of the newer parties on the scene, and one of the minor parties, not one of the major parties. Taking from what Dr. Basdio would have said in terms of voter turnout, how are you guys going to address that and moving forward? Because you did say that the NTA is going to move forward, challenging other elections as well.
Well, we plan to continue on the ground. We plan to continue being there with the people. and letting the people of Trinidad know that we are here and we are here to stay and we are here for the benefit of the people in Trinidad and Trinidad on its whole. So, uh, I mean, for those, I mean, the PNM did win the seventh seat, and I hope and I pray that the PNM realize that the people who voted for them want them, and I hope they give the people what they deserve, rather than having to wait and for this government reform to materialize. Give them what they're asking for, a better life.
Oh, in the seats that
Sir, has dismissed the recent judgment coming out of the Privy Council by saying it has changed nothing. I think that is a very important observation I want to endorse. And there's a second observation. Whenever the United National Congress criticizes the Prime Minister and the government, as is being reiterated this evening, use that to claim that the UNC is bad-mouthing Trinidad and Tobago. Nothing could be further from the truth. We are patriots of our nation. When we criticize the policies and the programs of our government, where Prime Minister said he's committed, his policy is one that is designed to make the rich richer. And from the crumbs of the rich man's table, the poor people will gather the crumbs. How can we, as citizens, as an opposition, allow that kind of statement to go unattended? And when we criticize the government, and I want to put Marvin and the rest of them on notice, we will continue to hammer this government once it continues to go down a path that is designed to create more poverty in our nation, more unemployment, and most importantly, no concern for the safety and security of our citizens. There will be no quarters given to the government, and they can continue if they wish to talk about who is patriotic, who is not patriotic, who is criticizing Trinidad and Tobago. I want to make it very clear tonight. Trinidad and Tobago does not belong to the PNM, and PNM is not Trinidad and Tobago. So to equate criticisms of the PNM to that of the people of Trinidad and Tobago is a government that believes it is invincible. And the arrogance and the contempt and the disrespect that flow from that kind of approach is what we are reaping today. So yes, we have a tie, 7-7. What do we hear? It didn't change nothing. So does that mean that the Prime Minister is going to continue along his merry course? Does it mean that the government is going to continue to make the rich richer and the poor poorer? Does it mean that, for instance, they have thrown up their hands in the air about crime in this country? Is it that what the Prime Minister is saying? So I want to put everybody on notice in the PNM that the United National Congress is the people's opposition party, and we are the alternative government. And regardless of the consequences, we shall stand in defense of the people's interests in Trinidad and Tobago. And that local government reform, unless they don't reform that reform, it is doomed. It has nowhere to go. Because at the end of the day, when you look at local government reform, you see the Minister of Finance looming large, and he's in charge of local government.
So, Senator Mark, in the next term of Parliament, coming out of this result, Is that something the
The
opposition
pressures
will be
are going to
seeking
mount. There will be no quotas given to the PNM. The PNM is an oppressive government, and we will not stand idly by and allow the PNM to continue to brutalize the people of this country. We are standing in the gap between a dictatorship and the retention and promotion of democracy in Trinidad and Tobago.
Senator Mark, if you don't mind, because we are trying to get as much in as we can in our discussion before we go to the opposition leader. Dr. James, that issue that Senator Mark raised, the points raised by Minister Gonzalez, do you think at the end of the day, what would have been the main factor that would have been in the minds of voters today? Would it have been reform? Would it have been the issue of crime? Would it have been other issues that had dominated the campaign that, as we had discussed, many felt was more like a general election campaign than one that actually focused on local government, despite all of the parties mentioning local government issues, but many felt that was dominated by general election campaigning.
Right, you said main thing, eh?
The main things.
The answer to that is very simple. It's race. It's what keeps the two bases the way they are, right? Of course, there are other factors. But if people are voting on the issues, if people are willing to, like as in some countries where you don't have an ethnic divide, right? Tobago is one of those, you know. Jamaica is one of those. You don't have the ethnic divide. Government would have been changing here more often, right? So I have to say that the main factor is race. People have it
even without the election data, as you pointed out, we're still waiting on that definitive data.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you asked me to tell you what I think now. I can, as an academic, I am not unwilling to change my mind when the analysis points in a particular direction.
As happened earlier tonight.
As happened earlier tonight. That's how I teach. That's how I used to teach. So that's not an issue for me. I think the analysis will confirm my suspicion about race. But there's no doubt in my mind that more Africans support the PNM than support the UNC. And more Indos support the UNC than support PNM. Although I would say more Indos support the PNM than Afros support the UNC. I can say that. So, yeah, that's unfortunate. There we go. Did you hear that question?
No, I didn't hear that.
Marvin is asking, and it's a good question in my judgment. What is the empirical evidence I have of what I just said?
Yes.
Right? Well, this has come from reading all the available literature that I know about. I've read all, if not most of it. Most, if not all of it, sorry. And it is clear that while you can point to those factors, and there are ways of measuring the impact of different factors.
Yes. But is that the reason why the PNM contests every single constituency and every single local electoral district since independence?
There is never one factor. Let me just say that. But remember that PNM was running this country before the Indos could bring themselves together. The Indos who felt that he was not governing in their interest.
But the East Indians played an instrumental role.
Yeah, but still, there are many of them who, you remember there are different camps.
Yeah.
Many of them who did not like the direction in which he was going.
Of course.
That's why you have politics, right? And that's why you have democracies. So I'm saying before, those who were not of the PNM mind, so to speak, could get their act together, the PNM had a long advantage in the process of government.
But you made a very interesting point, and forgive me for...
No, that's okay.
Right? You made
it is now that we start to chat.
An interesting point here, that more Indos support the PNM than Africans support the
Indos, that the UNC.
that is,
yes,
right?
that's correct.
And I'm saying
I don't have the
that perhaps-
facts
no,
right
no,
now.
that's okay.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that the history of the PNM, when you look at the history of the PNM, the Indos did work to create the People's National Movement and played an instrumental role in the formation of the PNM and being part of the first set of governance of, under the PNM when we worked hard towards independence, Trinidad and Tobago, and even post-independence. So,
This is a big conversation.
And even if your thesis,
I mean,
is
say you
correct.
have the empirical data because you asked.
Yes,
Dr.
of
James.
course, that is a fact. That is a fact.
Listen, there are many Indians who represented the Indo community.
All right, gentlemen,
on the basis
I
of
hate to interrupt
ethnicity,
this conversation, but we
religion.
do have an update. I understand that we have the leader of the NTA, Guy Griffith. Our Team 6 is there, and we go to that now.
Can me now? No, I mean on the screen. Good night once again. Here we are at the NTA headquarters, and of course the dust has settled, and PNM have declared 7 seats and the UNC 7, and in that, of course, the Prime Minister spoke about discarding 2 new political parties, and one of the things he spoke about, of course, was the NTA, and we're here with the political leader of the NTA, Mr. Griffith, just to get his reaction to what the Prime Minister was said earlier.
Well, again, what he said was it's totally ridiculous. The fact of the matter is that the NTA, we have become a force to reckon with. After the results here, you would have seen now that we have now become the de facto 3rd major political party in the country. Looking at the other political parties, they were way down in the starting blocks whilst we were heading towards the finish line. Obviously, the UNC and the PNM, they are established political parties. There's enough strength. And we went into the belly of the beast. We went into the one of the safest PNM seats. When you look at it, the data, those 31 seats that the PNM had in 2019, they got 40,000 odd votes. The UNC got about 13,000. That's about a 27,000 difference. You divide that by 31, you're speaking about the PNM winning those seats an average of 900, some of those by 2,500 in local government election terms. You're talking about the safest seats you could get. What we did is every single one of those 31 seats, we cut it to the point that a few of them, PNM won by just about 200 odd votes. And because of that, it shows that we cut the gap. And this is a political party that is just less than a year old. And when you have someone who leads a political party that is over 60 years old, and he spent most of his time on the platform attacking the political leader of that party. So as much as he would try to ignore it, it is a fact that the NT has proven itself. We have now put ourselves and we have built a foundation, and we are going to move on.
So it's safe to say then that you feel very encouraged by some of the numbers that you have seen here in particular areas that the NTA went up, perhaps like in Diego Martin and some of the other areas where you would have had candidates. Are you encouraged? Are you pleased?
Yeah, no, definitely. Again, looking at a political party that I said just roughly a year old, to be able to put that amount of pressure on a political party that is 60 years old. And that is what they did. They were forced to put back resources in those areas in that corridor, because initially they thought, okay, there's nothing to be concerned about, put all our resources, hoping that they could win Sangre Grande and also and keep San Fernando. They were forced now to put back resources because they realized now there was a threat. And that threat was evident, as I said, because of the 31 seats, everyone, we closed the gap tremendously to the point that some seats like Lopino, La Florida, when it is that they would have been successfully PNM by over 1,000 votes, they won by less than 200. And the same thing happened with a couple other seats as well. And as I said, all 31, we were able to close the gap. So when that happens, it shows that it is no longer the point that it is automatic that corridor belongs to the PNM. And because of that, that plays a big part. Who usually has an element to win the corridor would win the general election. So because now the NTA has a foothold, us working with other political parties as we intend to do, it is going to play a very big part towards the determining factor in general election.
It's funny that you mentioned the general election, which is about 2 years away, and the Prime Minister said, now we're going to settle down, do our work until the general election comes around. What is the forecast like for NTA going up into the next 2 years, and what is you're looking at your strategy in terms of getting more voters and getting more people to don't support the NT? What is your strategy?
Well, definitely is to expand the party. As I said, there's always going to be room for that bridge constituency. This started in 1981 with the ONR, and they got 91,000 votes odd. And then in 1991, the NAR went with 127,000. In 2007, they moved on to the Congress of the People with 147,000. That bridge constituency continues to grow. The fact, however, some persons were concerned by us working with the UNC. The fact is, because of our constitution, we do not have proportional representation. That first past the post will kill any third party unless you form a strategic alliance. So if people they would like to see Gary Griffith back in trying to provide an opportunity to serve them. The only way it can work is through coalitions. Coalitions have worked throughout the world. There have been 80 odd countries that have been involved in coalition governments. Let us not turn our back and try to speak about what happened in the past, because governments that stand on their own in this country, we have seen the disasters. This present one, a perfect example. So what the NTA we intend to do is continue to expand our base, continue to show that, listen, if it is just after less than a year, we could be of such significance to now we are now the de facto third party in the country. The other political parties, they could take all of their votes combined, and I think we probably got 3 or 4 times more votes than them, and we only took part in 31 seats. So it shows that we have set the pace, we are there, and now what we intend to do is to work and continue to build, to show to the country that we can be a relevant party to assist in serving the country.
Final question, Mr. Griffith. You spoke about coalitions, and I know you will obviously have to do a postmortem and sit down with your people. But are we to expect then that perhaps in 2 years' time that you will probably be seeking a coalition going down the road with the UNC as well for the general elections?
Well, I can't speak on behalf of other political parties, but what I can say is that there's no reason for us to have done this without looking at the future. It happened in 1983 with the ONR and the ULF, and they used that local government election. There was not massive success, but it was measured success to ensure that it could be used as something that caused an annihilation of the PNM in 1986 general election. So we intend to do likewise, where it is that what we have seen here, you have a prime minister that is boasting of the fact that he has held on to not losing. He is boasting of the fact that you have now received tens of thousands less votes than others that voted against you. You are now boasting the fact that San Fernando, from it being 6-3, it's now 5-4, and you scraped that 5th seat, and then you're boasting about it. You're boasting of the fact that a political party that was less than a year old, you're happy to say that, hey, we defeated them. When it is what we have actually done is close the gap significantly. You're boasting about defeating that party when you spend most of your time on a platform saying the nastiest things to try to discredit your political opponents, inclusive of that being the NTA. So just by the fact that he has to spend so much time speaking about us, I am right there. My address is now in his head, and it will continue to do so. The NTA will continue to be a force to reckon with, and if we intend to communicate and work with all other political parties. So this is not just about the UNC. I intend to do the NTA. Our executive will be meeting with several other political parties to build a strategic alliance, because I strongly believe that the whole is greater than the sum of the parts.
Mr. Griffith, thanks so much for your time. So there we have it from the NTA political leader here at the headquarters following the results of the local government elections. 7-7. Chul, it's back to you.
Thank you very much, Mark Basan there, just interviewing the leader of the National Transformation Alliance, the NTA, Guy Griffith, who spoke about his party's determination to continue talking with other political parties. He says that will happen in the next few days, if I'm not mistaken. He did reference, of course, the NTA's alliance with the UNC in the local government elections, which took place today. We have, of course, in our panel, Senator Mark representing the UNC, but now I understand that we are seeing, I'm being told by studio that the opposition leader is about to give an address to supporters at the UNC's headquarters, and we'll go to that video now. All right, so what you're seeing now, if I'm not mistaken, is that would be video of supporters of the UNC as political leader Kamla Prasad Besessa is now there. You're seeing the photographers from the various media outlets getting their photos, of course. One of the candidates if I'm not mistaken, that I believe would have won in the San Fernando Corporation, one of the districts there. They're posing for photos. I think you're seeing other members of the executive of the UNC, Mr. Barry Padarath, one of the MPs, and now the opposition leader is going to the head table as the supporters are now taking their seats. And now we expect the opposition leader to give her party's perspective on the results as we have them 7-7 in the 2023 local government elections out of the 14 corporations in Trinidad.
Ravi? You have one more seat. Yours is it. UNC family, good night. I want to thank all the UNC teams, UNC friends and family throughout the length of Trinidad who labored over the weeks and today. Let's give them a round of applause. I begin again by saying thank you all the hardworking teams throughout Trinidad who labored over the past several weeks, months. This is one of the longest campaign periods. And we are still UNC proud and standing strong. All the candidates who worked so very hard, let's light them up and thank them. And of course, let us not forget those who really matter. To all the voters throughout the length and breadth of Trinidad who placed, to the voters who placed their confidence in the UNC by casting their ballots in favor of the UNC today, we thank them all. Thank them very much. For those who did not come out to vote, and to those who may not have voted for us, we thank them too. And tonight I promise that we will work harder to bring home the next election, whenever it's called. We'll work harder because we have a vision for Trinidad and Tobago and for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We have the plans to bring crime down, to decline the crime rates. We have the plans to regrow the economy, to build the economy, to create jobs for the people of our land. So based on that vision, I think we are on good standing and good ground as we continue the challenges before us, as we continue to work harder to bring home and bring victory to the UNC and to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. To the Sangre Grande team and the Sangre Grande candidates, in the last local elections, we had 5 out of 8 seats. Today, we have 6 out of the 8 seats. In the San Fernando Corporation, we had 3 out of 9 seats. We then had a defector, taking us down to 2 seats. And today we have 4 seats out of the 9 confirmed. And 1 seat is still outstanding. Shogunas, we have won 7 out of the 8 seats. In Cuba, we have won all 14 out of 14 seats. I'm sorry. It used to be 14. We have now won 15 out of 15 in Cuba. In Mayaro, we had 5 out of 6. We now have 6 out of 7 seats in Mayaro. In the fortress of Penal Devi, we have returned 10 out of 10 seats. In my hometown of Siparia, we have retained 6 out of the 9 seats, and we have made inroads into several of the PNM seats. In Princestown, we have confirmed a 9 out of 10, and 1 seat is still outstanding. In the Tunapuna Piarco Corporation, we have won 5 out of 16 seats in Tunapuna, but we have made tremendous inroads in strong PNM PDs in the Tunapuna Corporation. And in some cases, the margin is so small that I believe that my colleagues from Tunapuna will request recounts tomorrow. In Samal Avantil, we have retained our 2 seats. In Arima, 1 out of 7, and we're still awaiting 1 out of 7 we had, and we are waiting results of some of the other seats in Arima. In Diego Martin, we have made tremendous inroads, and we should retain the post of alderman. In Port of Spain, I don't seem to have those results there. So, look, we have increased our seats in Grandy by 2 more seats. Battleground Grandy. We have narrowly lost seats in Tunapuna. 1 seat, I'm told, was lost by 1 vote. In a seat that we have never won before. 1 seat. Again, in Arima, we gained tremendous ground. 1 seat lost by 9 votes. So, you know, we will have to challenge that. PNM lost votes in almost all the seats in Trinidad. And then we have gained in traditional areas, PNM areas, we have gained in those seats, many of them very, very close margins. In Diego Martin, the accommodation gave the PNM a run for their money in Diego Martin. I do not have the final numbers, but at the end of the day, we would have gained the popular vote. That is more votes in the PNM in the entire election. So let's talk about some other matters. In spite of all the challenges, in spite of the millions that the PNM has spent and our opponents have spent, we have done so well. We have done very well. There are several issues that our lawyers will help us deal with. It began with the ballot box tampering of the special voters at the EBC office. Then today, numerous reports of payment for votes. Our opponents were out in the field paying for votes in Grandy and in San Fernando. In other areas, where we were watching these 2 areas as a battleground corporations, we have the reports, we have videos, and again, lawyers will advise us. These are election offenses, tampering with the boxes and paying for votes. Again, that's for tonight. I want to thank you all again. I want to thank everyone, all those who worked so hard. It will be too many names to call, but I know that every team in every part of the island really, really worked really, really hard. Let's give everybody a round of applause. And let us not forget our accommodation partners. Captain Gary Griffith, he gave them a run for his money in the north. And Mr. Jack Warner on the corridor, working with Jillian John, our deputy, they really gave them a run for their money. So to everyone again, thank you. Don't leave. Enjoy. Oh, the OWTU, yes, of course. Mr. Jackman is here. Let's welcome him. Thank him so much. Thank the OWTU for the hard work they put down in those areas where they were working with us. And the National Executive, the MPs, the senators, there's so many of them I would like to thank. And I know I sent 3 small boys into San Fernando. These small boys really work so hard. So I took MP Ratiram, MP Barry, MP Saddam, and together with the small boys, we had a big girl, Khadija Amin. I want to thank our campaign manager, Firoz Khan, General Secretary Peter Kanai, Kevin Gibbs ran the show from the background. Biggs is here with us tonight. Biggs, we want to thank Biggs for his work. I want to thank DJ Tank, the music man, the sound man, was here, there, and everywhere. Again, all those of you who labored, thank you very, very much. God bless you all. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you.
And that was Opposition Leader Kalma Prasad Besessa giving her address as the UNC retained 7 of the corporations in Trinidad, just as the PNM had regained the 7 corporations in Trinidad. But the opposition leader said in Tunapuna, where there were certain districts where the PNM would have won, but that the margin in certain electoral districts was so small that there would be requests for recounts by the candidates for the UNC there tomorrow. The opposition leader also said that the lawyers for the UNC will be looking at alleged issues concerning the election rules that they say would have been infringed allegedly today. That's it for our broadcast. We are now just after 11 p.m. Thanks for staying with us on our election night coverage. I also want to thank, of course, our panel in studio, Minister Marvin Gonzalez, Minister of Public Utilities, of course, Dr. Winifred James, political analyst, a UNC member and leader of opposition business in the Senate, Wade Mark. Thanks also for being with us. Lively conversations during the course of the night in studio. And also thanks to our Team 6 team throughout the various locations, Uvishi Tuari Rupnarain, Mark Besant, Alicia Boucher, Anselm Gibbs, and everyone also. Live television is a major team effort, so everyone behind camera, thank you so much, of course, for all of the effort for our entire team. And on behalf of the team, on behalf of our panelists, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your night and stay tuned for TV6 for the morning edition for more analysis of the results and also for the 7 p.m. newscast tomorrow night.
Live from downtown Port of Spain, this is the TV6 News at 7.
Good evening, I am Disha Rambajan Mali. Welcome to the TV6 News. And the headlines. The Prime Minister satisfied with election day machinery. The opposition leader reiterates the UNC's concern about ballot box tampering. The Tobago People's Party has been launched, with interim leader Fali Augustine saying the Prime Minister should have called a general election today instead of local government polls. The Maui wildfire death toll rises to 99, making it the deadliest in U.S. history.
2 in a row for TNT Rising Star and the 17 cricketers. I'm James Saunders. I've got your details coming up later.
Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley voted at the International School in West Moorings around 4 p.m. Dr. Rowley addressed the media subsequently, referring to the process as well organized. Alicia Boucher has more in this report.
The Prime Minister says the procedure for casting his ballot on Monday was just as he expected.
Very well organized, very smooth. It's an operation that we have done over and over.
According to Dr. Rowley, the reports he received were similar to that sentiment. Asked about the PNM losing ground in Sangre Grande in the last local government elections and the party's confidence that it can regain that ground, Dr. Rowley indicates that the PNM has campaigned throughout all areas in the country.
And whatever support there is for the PNM in any district, that support would have been garnered today. And that is where we are at. We'd be very happy to be given the responsibility to manage as many corporations as possible.
The Prime Minister believes his party's campaign was aimed at edifying the population.
Local government is an area that if we bring it into the modern age, it will contribute and redound to the benefit of the entire country.
As for voter turnout,
in most areas, I think it's very much like a normal local government, steady but slow and steady. The average in the last 2 local government elections were just about 35, between 34 and 35%.
while some deem the race for the San Fernando City Corporation a stiff one, the Prime Minister expects his party to perform.
Here in Westmoreland, we have 4 candidates. This is what I call a tight race. San Fernando is, last time it was 6-3, and it's targeted, we know that, and we are responding.
According to him, marginal districts formerly held by the UNC can also swing in the PNM's favor. Meanwhile, Dr. Rowley disagrees that a fixed date should be set for the country's elections.
I do not have a problem with it to want to change it at this time.
Alicia Boucher, TV6 News.
Leader of the opposition, Kamala Persad-Bissessar, still isn't convinced that proper procedure was followed during the local government election. The UNC raised an issue of ballot box tampering on Sunday, and today, Mrs. Persad-Bissessar stuck to the narrative while speaking with reporters in Superior after exercising her franchise.
I have other concerns. I made a complaint to the EBC about ballot boxes and envelopes that appear to be tampered with, the special voters. They have admitted that there was a deviation from standard procedure. That was their response to me. But why is it that only the ballots relating to Grandy and San Fernando were the ones that appear to be tampered with? As we all know, those are the 2 battleground regional corporations, and I remain very, very concerned about that process.
The leader of the opposition maintained that observers are necessary for this country's election process.
That is why we requested repeatedly. It's a hotly contested election. Repeatedly call for international observers. The Prime Minister has a different view. I totally disagree with that. If you have nothing to hide, why don't you want them to come?
However, Mrs. Persad-Bissessar expressed confidence about her party's performance at the polls.
I feel good about it. I feel good about it. I always say God is great. So I look forward to some good things later this evening.
Akshay Galston, TV6 News.
Political leader of the National Transformation Alliance dipped his finger in the ink at the Marival Community Centre just after 6 a.m. today. Mr. Griffith, who was accompanied by his wife, Nicole Dyer Griffith, and his son, Gary Jr., said the process went smoothly. He added that, contrary to popular belief, the country is not divided by politics.
Everything was smooth so far. We have been contacting all of the other locations. Everything is running according to plan. It is my son's first time he's ever voted. And I really hope that many young persons, the tens of thousands of persons who may never have had that opportunity, and they now do, I just hope that they will also do the same. It is your right. So far, so good. What I can say is that throughout the period, it was a long, grueling campaign. Thankfully, what we have seen is that this country is so united. We get the perception that the country is divided because of politics. We certainly haven't seen that during the election campaign. And there's an important date in Trinidad and Tobago, and that is called August the 15th. It's a day after this election, and that is where the country must always understand, regardless of who it is you vote for, who will win, who will lose, we are all citizens of a very great country.
But while the elections are meant to address local government issues, several voters still identified a number of macro-level issues, as well as their main reason for exercising their franchise today.
But we want to get a little changes in the life story, that people get a little money and so forth, back pay money and whatsoever, but to go. Because the Prime Minister really doing nothing for nobody right now. He help himself alone. Don't care about the poor people on the outside. You're only concerned about yourself.
So, are you aware that this is a local government election and the issues are a bit different?
No, I would like it a little more better.
Why exactly did you come out to vote?
Because, I mean, with this government, I would say nothing has been done. The place is just going down. The crime is so much. You understand? Robberies. So, I mean, we have to come out and make a change.
So your vote was a holistic one.
Yeah.
Local government elections historically have low voter turnouts, but a few persons told us that voter turnout appeared to be higher this year. We also found a couple of highly civic-minded voters.
Do you usually vote in local government elections?
Yes, I do in all elections because I think it's a privilege to have the opportunity to vote and to have a say in your country. Because in some countries, people fight and lose their lives to have this opportunity. So I take it because I have the privilege to do so.
The fact that you voted today,
Yes.
that would indicate that you do have faith in our systems.
Yes, Trinidad is one of I think is a very lovely country. It's just a matter the right things are done for the citizens and for the government to do the right things for the citizens. So it's important that everyone comes out to vote.
So as a faithful voter, what message would you want to share to the persons who feel like it doesn't matter and their vote would not count?
I think all votes are important, right? It's important that everyone give their opinion on what they think is right, and they will love to see progress of themselves and their children, their grandchildren, and the next generation.
Still ahead tonight, the Tobago People's Party has been launched with interim leader Fali Augustine saying the Prime Minister should have called a general election today instead of local government polls. We'll tell you more after the break.
Girl, it's bumper to bumper traffic in here, and I'll definitely be late because I still have to pass by the ATM to get cash for you.
Susie, no. Don't put you on that. You can pay with Encash. So just come straight, yeah.
Encash is a mobile wallet that gives users the convenience of making digital payments. You can use Encash with any local debit card or credit card to pay anyone and or any business on Encash no matter who they bank with. It's as easy as scan, pay, done. Download the app and create your wallet today.
Choose from TNT's leading back-to-school shoes. Infinity Premium with 6 great styles featuring durable leather uppers, stitch and glue construction, and rubber outsoles from only $250. Plus 1 pair free socks with every purchase. Proven top in class. Available only at Detour.
When I trip for water, Disney World, trip for tutor, CPL, this Java with digital winting. Welcome to 50 days of Java, 50 days to win plenty, 50 days of Java, when ice skating and more daily. Like free costumes, try boy, you my PlayStation 5, yeah, you could win that with 50 days of Java. Win more with Digicel, yeah.
Win big with Digicell's 50 Days of Java promotion. Dial *323# or check the My Digicel app to find out more. Digicel, better connected.
You can stay connected with the TV6 News on Facebook via the handle CCM TV6 Trinidad and Tobago, on Twitter via @TV6TNT, on Instagram via #TV6TNT, and of course via our website, TV6TNT.com.
2 men were killed in separate incidents in the Mova and San Fernando areas on Sunday night. In the first incident, Mova police responded to a report of loud explosions just after 8 p.m. at Romaine Lands. They discovered the body of 22-year-old Akani Charles lying on the road with multiple gunshot wounds. Investigators were subsequently informed that occupants of a motor vehicle pursued Charles, who fled a short distance before being shot. Police believe the killing was gang-related. Homicide detectives were also called to a murder scene in South Trinidad, following an altercation between 63-year-old Deupasad Ramsaran and a neighbor on Pond Street in Laramine. When police arrived, Ramsaran, who had collapsed but was still alive, told them a man in the area had attacked and beaten him after he refused to give him a cigarette. Investigators went to the suspect's residence, and while speaking with him, they learned that Ramsaran had died. Officers briefly left the suspect to check on Ramsaran and seek assistance, but he was nowhere to be found when they returned. The suspect had disappeared by the time they returned. THA Chief Secretary Fali Augustine, interim leader of the Tobago People's Party, is not at all happy with the statistics on crime in Tobago. He says the manner in which some murders occur on the island is unheard of, and Tobago must be a protected, caring society, united in peace, safe, and security. Tobago recorded its 8th murder last week Wednesday when businessman Alison Bala was shot dead by a lone gunman behind the Port Mall car park.
The Tobago where people gunning each other down
in the back of a mall is unheard of in Scarborough. The Tobago I know is not a Tobago where we commit murders. And we have to change our course and ensure we take care of the most vulnerable among us.
Now for a look at tonight's weather forecast.
There, I'm Sigoni Mohammed. It is time to take a look at your forecast, so let's get right into it. Across the region, we saw quite a steamy day as temperatures during the daytime soared across many of the eastern islands of the Caribbean. Even right here in Trinidad, as temperatures approach 33 degrees Celsius, and in Tobago coming in at a maximum of 31 degrees. As winds remained light across the region today, with just a few instances where showers developed across the islands, it is quite likely that we'll see repeat weather into tomorrow's outlook. The ridge pattern will dominate into tomorrow with low-level moisture generating occasionally cloudy skies and some brief scattered showers. Tonight will be rather dull as a mild to moderate concentration of Saharan dust remains present in the atmosphere. However, a few partly cloudy intervals of showers can be expected in some areas, with low temperatures approaching the mid-20s across Trinidad and Tobago. As for tomorrow's outlook, we will see variably cloudy skies with dust haze still present and the occasional light to moderate shower, some of which could become heavy or thundery within confined areas. Now, if this does occur, be sure to have the umbrella on hand, and also you may want to look out for the possibility of localized flooding and strong wind activity, though this is on the lower end of the spectrum. All of this is set to occur, however, under steamy temperatures yet again of highs at 32 degrees in Trinidad and 31 degrees Celsius in Tobago. For those of you heading offshore, be sure to look out for seas coming out from a northeast to east-southeasterly direction, with those winds blowing in at 10 to 15 knots. So rather slight to moderate wave action happening out there, as waves will approach 2 meters in height in open waters, yet below 1 meter in height in nearshore areas, with swells around 6 and 8 seconds in period. With that said, that's a wrap on the forecast. We do wish you a great evening, but before we go, how about a quick look at the tides across the island?
Come on, Luna, come on.
Your own home is so much more than just 4 walls, floors, and ceilings. It's a lifetime of great memories and stories. Come talk to us and start your journey home today.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you. Try the new, darker, more delicious Rodeo with chocolate and vanilla cream. You'll say,
Rodeo, oh, 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 oh. That delicious creamy Devon. Rodeo.
Devon, smiles and
Wake up to more morning smiles and more time to hit the ground running. Alive multivitamins help build a foundation for your health, plus deliver more vitamins and minerals than leading brands, so you can do more of what keeps you feeling alive and thriving.
To some international news now. Maui wildfire death toll rises to 99. Maui wildfire death toll rises. That was 96 on Sunday. It rose to 99 on Monday. Now the deadliest wildfire disaster in modern U.S. history.
This morning, Maui's grim new milestone. Now the deadliest wildfire disaster in modern U.S. history. The wind-whipped inferno claiming the lives of at least 96 people. This, as we're hearing more harrowing stories of survival. 19-year-old Noah Tompkinson waiting in the water for 5 hours beside his mother and younger brother.
You're gonna be okay, Milo.
Doing anything they could to escape the flames.
We're through the worst of it. We're gonna be okay.
But the fire taking the life of Carol Hartley.
She was beautiful. She was beautiful in her own way. She had a heart of gold, and she cared about other people more than herself. And that was always, she was always that way.
Donna Hartley says her sister Carol was attempting to flee when she was separated from her husband.
The winds are so vicious, and so he couldn't see in front of him. And he said, Carol, run, Carol, run. And he heard her scream, go Charles, go Charles. And he kept, back and forth so they could hear. And he said he eventually didn't hear her no more. And he didn't know how far he had run. He had told her, run to the water, go baby, go to the water. And so he thought that was an understood plan.
And this morning, we're learning 68-year-old Franklin Trejos died after staying behind, trying to save his home and help others. Unimaginable loss, and with hundreds still unaccounted for, our Will Carr going to one of the family assistance centers. So many hoping for answers, like Benny Kaluuya, flying in from the mainland looking for his 98-year-old aunt.
What was the last you heard?
She was at the senior center in Lahaina.
Being evacuated?
Yes, it also burned down.
Now, growing frustration and questions about why warnings were never sent out. The Hawaii Emergency Management Agency confirming the island's comprehensive siren systems, often used to warn of possible tsunamis, were not activated.
There's a lot of information that people want, and to that end, I've authorized a comprehensive review of what happened in the early hours of the fire and the hours thereafter.
The New York Times reporting firefighters in Lahaina found fire hydrants empty, forcing them to make treacherous rescue missions. Jeff Tremper was traveling on the mainland and desperate to get back home.
I was getting text messages saying, Front Street's on fire, everything's on fire, Lahaina is burning. Now,
their home is now gone, but they are reunited and finding strength in the Aloha spirit.
There is a spirit here that I've never experienced anywhere else in the world. And I've lived in a lot of different places, and I feel like that is growing and is becoming stronger.
Sport is next.
Oh, that's right. Sport is the top candidate as TNT cricketers pull off a second win in the Rising Stars under 17 tournament. Tobago Phoenix continue to soar in Tier 2, 1-point lead. And the Red Devils, well, some devilish stuff here, beating the Wolves. Sport is next.
Things don't always go as expected. Be ready with Trinidad for
say later on tonight.
Yeah, counts 32 and 33, conspiracy to commit election fraud. Just above, conspiracy to commit computer theft, conspiracy to commit computer trespass, conspiracy to commit computer invasion of privacy, all of which may relate to the messing with the voting machines. Our colleague Stephanie Rule has been reading this indictment along with us as we've just obtained this while we're waiting for Fani Willis to give her remarks. Steph, your impressions?
I keep going to point 7 that you referenced earlier, where the last line written, the stolen data was then distributed to other members of the enterprise, including members in other states. Other states sticks out to me because remember, even if Donald Trump got his alleged wish, Georgia wouldn't have changed the outcome of the election, right? The state has only 16 electoral votes. He lost by 70. So the follow-on question is going to be, what other states? He would have needed several other swing states. And this lays out, as you pointed before, like there are others mirroring this. And when you read that line, other states, it begs the question.
Let's go to our friend Neil Katyal, who's been looking at this indictment along with us. We've just had access to it for a few moments. Again, we're waiting for District Attorney Fani Willis to give live remarks from Fulton County, Georgia. You see the podium set up there in front of the drape, where we're expecting to hear from her any moment. Neil Katyal, as you are looking at this indictment, what speaks to you about it?
So 2 things, Rachel. Number 1, there are many different defendants, as you pointed out, but this entire indictment is really focused on one person, Donald Trump. His name is mentioned 193 times in this indictment, and the charges go out of their way to single out Trump's personal involvement in the conspiracy. It starts with like Act 8, saying that Trump called, this is a quote, Trump joined the meeting by telephone with Pennsylvania officials, made false statements concerning fraud in the November presidential election, and solicited, requested, and importuned the Pennsylvania legislatures to unlawfully appoint presidential electors. And it goes state after state in describing that conduct and all tying it directly to Trump. So this is not an indictment in which it's Trump ordered other people to do stuff. There's lots of hands-on stuff about Donald Trump himself. The second thing that I point to is like Act 90, which is really interesting. Act 90 says that Donald Trump met with Giuliani, Sidney Powell, unindicted co-conspirator individual 20, whose identity is known to the grand jury, and others at the White House. So this is a meeting, this is describing a meeting at the White House in which Donald Trump is involved, in which illegal activity was discussed. And one of those individuals, Rachel, has not been indicted. The most common reason in a RICO charge why someone's not indicted is because they flipped, because they are cooperating with the prosecution. There can be other possibilities here, but it sure looks like that right now, my reading of it, and again, we've only seen this for a few minutes, is that the district attorney has flipped someone who was in an Oval Office meeting with Donald Trump on December 18th. If that's right, that is obviously incredibly bad news for Donald Trump. I don't know who that might be. It might possibly Lynn Wood. I don't know that he's been mentioned in this indictment. I haven't seen it. I don't know who else might have been in that meeting, but I would encourage everyone to think about Act 90 in the indictment. And I suspect Trump's lawyers are worrying about that right at this moment.
For all the high-profile Trump associates and lawyers who are involved here, you're right, we're not seeing the name Lynn Wood. We're not seeing, for example, also the name Mike Flynn, who had been one of the people who was considered to be potentially in the crosshairs here. Neil, while we still have you, let me just ask you about one thing. There is a charge that stands out to me just because as a non-lawyer, it's the sort of thing that I intuitively understand in layman's terms, which is forgery. Just from my quick reading of this, it looks to me like there are two of the defendants who are charged with forgery, and they appear to be David Schaefer, who's the former chairman of the Georgia State Republican Party and a former Georgia State senator. He was a fake elector. And then Sean Still, who currently serves as a Republican member of the Georgia State Senate and was finance chairman of the Georgia Republican Party, and he was also one of the fake electors. There are some other fake electors who have been charged in this indictment, but they are not charged with forgery, as far as I can tell. And again, this is first glance. We're all reading this live on television, which is dangerous. But I wonder about that, whether forgery is an intrinsic risk to anybody who participated in the fake electors scheme, or if there's some other element of that scheme that exposes you to that kind of specific charge.
It absolutely is, Rachel. I mean, there is no such thing, as Trump used to say, alternate electors. I mean, we have a process in place for deciding who is part of the Electoral College, and that process manifestly does not include, just having a presidential candidate or his party just swap in and put their own names that they like. Obviously, that would not be a democracy. That's something more Soviet in nature. Trump had a legal theory that he could do that because if the state legislatures supported him, he had a bizarre reading of the Constitution which said that would work. The Supreme Court resoundingly rejected that in Moore versus Harper, a case I just argued in the Supreme Court. But that argument was going nowhere, and it was ridiculous. And so anyone involved with that could have been charged. I guess you're a faster reader than I haven't gotten to the forgery part yet, Rachel, but the fact that only two people were charged, if that is what the indictment says, only two, doesn't mean that, others weren't involved or could have been charged. It might mean that they're cooperating. It might mean that they just didn't have enough of a role in it. They didn't have the requisite criminal intent. They were just following orders or something like that. Who knows? But it is significant to me that these forgery charges are brought because they're kind of ones that are just classic, like, how could you be in the government and be accused of forgery of all things? I mean, you have to be doing something really untoward at that moment.
Neil, let me take you back to Act 90 that you identified for us, because what's so interesting about it is it describes a meeting and conspiratorial ideas that were discussed, but were not acted on. It says that Donald Trump, Giuliani, Powell, unindicted co-conspirator, individual 20, discussed certain strategies and theories, including seizing voting equipment and appointing Powell as special counsel. Now, they didn't do either one of those things, and yet it appears as part of one of the acts of the criminal conspiracy. Does that mean that when you're engaged in a broad RICO conspiracy like this, that when you get together in the conspiracy chamber and you're just spitballing and the ideas get rejected, that is as criminal, sitting there thinking, well, should we kill him? Nah, maybe. And then they don't kill him. Is that conversation criminal even though they don't act on the ideas that were discussed?
Well, the answer is, Lawrence, it depends. The conspiracy doctrine does allow, and this is one of the reasons it's used here, for the charge of what we call inchoate crimes, which means you don't have to complete the conspiracy. So you and I agree to rob a bank. We've committed the crime right then, even if we don't go and rob the bank. It punishes the unlawful agreement. If, however, we're just kind of hypothetically talking, well, wouldn't it be nice to rob a bank? And then you say, sometimes, but probably not. That itself is not an agreement, and you can't charge that itself is the criminal act. The way in which this indictment is read, and again, we're all reading it very quickly, is not to charge the December 18th meeting as itself illegal, itself the place in which the unlawful agreement occurred. The unlawful agreement occurred well before and was to basically interfere with the election. And what Act 90 says is that that meeting was an act in furtherance of a conspiracy. And so you can have discussions that are in furtherance of the conspiracy. You don't need to have them result in a completed act. But the bigger picture here, and I think all of our viewers are wondering, how can you charge Donald Trump with something in which he wasn't successful? He didn't actually succeed in the coup. He was a failed coup. Is that a crime? And the answer to that is, yes, it's criminal every day of every week, because the law would never want you to be able to attempt to do something or agree to do something and then say, oh, well, no harm, no foul. That just isn't the way the law works and hasn't worked for all of America's history.
Neil, we're going to jump in here because here, presumably along with her team, is District Attorney Fani Willis about to make live remarks from Fulton County, Georgia. Let's listen in.
Thank you for joining us. I'm here with the prosecutors and investigators who have worked diligently on the investigation of criminal attempts to interfere in the administration of Georgia's 2020 presidential election. Today, based on information developed by that investigation, a Fulton County grand jury returned a true bill of indictment, charging 19 individuals with violations of Georgia law arising from a criminal conspiracy to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election in this state. The indictment includes 41 felony counts and is 97 pages long. Please remember that everyone charged in this bill of indictment is presumed innocent. Specifically, the indictment brings felony charges against Donald John Trump, Rudolph William Louis Giuliani, John Charles Eastman, Mark Randall Meadows, John Cheeseborough, Jeffrey Clark, Jenna Lynn Ellis, Ray Stallings Smith III, Robert David Cheeley, Michael A. Roman, David James Schaefer, Sean Micah Tresher Steele, Stephen Cliffgard Lee, Harrison William Prescott Floyd, Travion C. Cootie, Sydney Catherine Powell, Kathleen Austin Latham, Scott Graham Hall, and Misty Hampton, also known as Emily Misty Hayes. Every individual charged in the indictment is charged with one count of violating Georgia's Racketeer, Influenced, and Corrupt Organizations Act through participation in a criminal enterprise in Fulton County, Georgia, and elsewhere to accomplish the illegal goal of allowing Donald J. Trump to seize the presidential term of office beginning on January 20th, 21. Specifically, the participants in association took various actions in Georgia and elsewhere to block the counting of the votes of the presidential electors who were certified as the winners of Georgia's 2020 general election. As you examine the indictment, you will see acts that are identified as overt acts and those that are identified as predicate acts, sometimes called acts of racketeering activity. Overt acts are not necessarily crimes under Georgia law in isolation, but are alleged to be acts taken in furtherance of the conspiracy. Many occurred in Georgia, and some occurred in other jurisdictions and are included because the grand jury believes they were part of the illegal effort to overturn the results of Georgia's 2020 presidential election. The acts identified as predicate acts or acts of racketeering activity are crimes that are alleged to have been committed in furtherance of the criminal enterprise. Acts of racketeering activity are also charged as separate counts in the indictment against those who are alleged to have committed them. All elections in our nation are administered by these states, which are given the responsibility of ensuring a fair process and an accurate counting of the votes. That includes elections for presidential electors, Congress, state officials, and local offices. The state's role in this process is essential to the functioning of our democracy. Georgia, like every state, has laws that allow those who believe that results of an election are wrong, whether because of intentional wrongdoing or unintentional error, to challenge those results in our state courts. The indictment alleges that rather than abide by Georgia's legal process for election challenges, the defendants engaged in a criminal racketeering enterprise to overturn Georgia's presidential election result. Subsequent to the indictment, as is the normal process in Georgia law, the grand jury issued arrest warrants for those who are charged. I am giving the defendants the opportunity to voluntarily surrender no later than noon on Friday, the 25th day of August, 2023. I remind everyone here that an indictment is only a series of allegations based on a grand jury's determination of probable cause to support the charges. It is now the duty of my office to prove these charges in the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt at trial. I would like to take a moment to thank the Superior Court Clerk, Shay Alexander, and her staff for staying late and making sure that this indictment was processed. I would also like to thank the men and women of Sheriff Labatt's office for keeping the courthouse open, but most importantly, for keeping us safe over the weeks and months that have led up to this indictment, and for what I know they will continue to do to keep us safe. We also want to thank the Atlanta Police Department and other law enforcement partners who have worked with the sheriff to keep us safe. I will now take a very limited number of questions prior to going to sleep.
I'll go first.
Madam District Attorney.
If you don't mind, Surveyor 11 to 11 alive. Quick question. Can you clarify in Georgia the mandatory minimum when it comes to RICO charges, whether it's servable by probation or how that might play out?
The RICO charges has time that you have to serve, so it is not a probated sentence.
Madam District Attorney, what's the timetable for your trial?
What is the timetable for the trial?
Yes.
As you know, in this jurisdiction, trials are set by the judges. And so it will be the judge that sets the date of the trial. This office will be submitting a proposed scheduling order within this week. However, that will totally be at the discretion of the judge.
And
you're the fourth person in the fourth jurisdiction now to indict Donald Trump. Do you believe you need to be the fourth one to try him, or could you move it up? Do you want to be the first to try him?
I don't have any desire to be first or last. I want to try him and be respectful for our sovereign states. We do want to move this case along, and so we will be asking for a proposed order that occurs a trial date within the next 6 months.
There was earlier today, there was a fictitious document, according to the Fulton County Clerk's Office, that was circulated online with charges against former President Donald Trump. That fictitious document matched exactly the charges that we now see in this indictment. Can you tell us more about that document leak? Because now you have the former president's lawyers who are saying that this is emblematic of a serious problem with your office.
No, I can't tell you anything about what you refer to. What I can tell you is that we had a grand jury here in Fulton County. They deliberated till almost 8 o'clock, if not right after 8 o'clock. An indictment was returned. It was true billed, and you now have an indictment. I am not an expert on clerks' duties or even administrative duties. I wouldn't know how to work that system, and so I'm not going to speculate. Next question.
Have you had any contact with the special counsel about overlap between these cases, and do you intend to try all of these defendants together?
Do I intend to try the 19 defendants in this indictment together? Yes.
And have you had any contact with the special counsel about the overlap between this indictment and the federal indictment?
I'm not going to discuss our investigation at this time. I'm going to take
the arguments made by former President Trump that this is a politically motivated indictment.
I make decisions in this office based on the facts and the law. The law is completely nonpartisan. That's how decisions are made in every case. To date, this office has indicted, since I've been sitting as a district attorney, over 12,000 cases. This is the 11th RICO indictment. We followed the same process. We look at the facts, we look at the law, and we bring charges.
How many conversations about the terms of surrender?
Will you try this case yourself?
Has the jury been cleared?
Sit down.
That is the district attorney for Fulton County, Georgia, Fani Willis, taking a small number of questions, as she said, before I go to sleep, after making a brief and to-the-point statement about the indictment that has just been released to the public. Again, we are looking at 19 defendants, including former President Donald Trump and some of his top advisors, some of his attorneys, his White House chief of staff, a number of Georgia officials, and others who have been charged with 41 different crimes. All 19 defendants charged as under count one in the indictment, which is violation of the Georgia RICO Act. RICO stands for Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. In terms of news that we just got there from the district attorney, I will defer to my friends here at the table. But what I heard was she is offering to all 19 defendants that they have until noon on Friday, August 25th, to voluntarily surrender. If they do so, they will not be arrested. She said she wants a trial within 6 months. She said she wants all 19 defendants tried together, which to me is a lot. And she said she went out of her way to say that, not about this case, but in context, that she knows what she's doing when it comes to RICO indictments. She said that she has brought more than 12,000 indictments, her office, since she has been district attorney in Fulton County, and that this is the 11th RICO indictment of her term in office. And again, her term in office only goes back to 2021.
Yeah, and this has characterized her approach. For those who don't know a lot about her, she is aggressive, and some would say
over-aggressive. She's not the first or last prosecutor to take an expansive view of her powers. Defense lawyers sometimes call that overcharging. We were talking about this as we read it and then seeing her now. This is very broad. This is very tough. I would say if you are a defendant or a lawyer for a defendant named in this case, and there are some people who are not superstars with endless funds, it's very bad news. She's not playing around. She's not delaying, and she is not negotiating. So she's telling everyone, come in by Friday. We've talked a lot about the former president. She's saying he's like anyone else and has to come in by Friday to voluntary surrender if he doesn't want to deal with an arrest warrant process. She said that about everyone else. As you said, she wants to try it together. That's a sweeping proposition. I'm interested to hear what Andrew thinks, but I could call that something that some lawyers might successfully attack in court. And you'll see 6 months, an aggressive timeline, but she has the power. She has every right to pursue it. She mentioned this is her 11th RICO case. There is a clue in there. RICO is a tough, sweeping law. Georgia's RICO law is even stronger than the federal version, meaning you can do more with it, which again strikes fear into the heart of defendants. But it's only the 11th one. So there will be lawyers who come in and say, if my client only, quote unquote, is accused of forgery, let's leave RICO out of it. Let's segment this off. Let's sequester this case. We're going to see all of those fights. But the headline for me, Rachel, and I'm very curious what our colleagues think, the headline for me is this might be the most aggressive sounding prosecutor we've heard on any Trump case in this era.
Well, she's handled more than 11. She was a career prosecutor in this office before she was elected to the top job, and she handled one of the biggest RICO cases they ever had. She also said, to my question about mandatory minimums, she believes that the mandatory minimum sentence on RICO does require everyone convicted to serve some time. You can't just get probation and satisfy the mandatory minimum sentence. And Rachel, I was struck too by the 19 defendants in the same courtroom. Donald Trump, is going to have 2 or 3 lawyers. He's probably not the only one who's going to have more than one lawyer at the table.
Is it a RICO thing where all the defendants have to be charged together?
That's the way she did it before in a major RICO case. They were all in the room together.
Well, you might charge them together, but you separate them for trial. I mean, I remember listening to a podcast by you where you talked about this sort of fiasco of too many defendants.
The Great Sedition trial of 1944. It was a long time ago, but having too many defendants and too many defense lawyers all pulling in opposite directions turned it into a circus.
Yeah, 19 is just not tenable. I mean, that is a defense dream and as a prosecutor nightmare. You cannot have 19. I mean, she may have said that. It's hard to imagine that you're going to.
You'd have to hold it in an arena.
Yeah.
So why do you think she said it?
Maybe it's because 1, it's late. 2, she was saying, I want an immediate trial in 6 months and they can all go to trial, as opposed to I'm going to propose how we're going to split it up. But normally, at least in federal court, a judge would say, I see that you have 19. I mean, we once brought a sort of Mob on Wall Street case. It had 100 defendants in it. But we immediately told the judge, we'll see who pleads out and we will propose to you how we think it should be split up for trial in groups of 6 or 7, what made sense. There's no way to have 19. If you're a prosecutor, you're really handing the defense, a circus. It's just way too many defense lawyers.
Is that 6 month horizon also possible, or is that more aspirational than realistic?
I think we've seen prosecutors aspirationally, which seems to be the word of the day, actually. But I think you have to have an opening bid. And also, I think because in Georgia law, the defense actually can say we're ready for trial and force the government to trial. I think this is what you want to make sure that the court knows, the public knows you are ready. Mm-hmm. I think one of the reasons we saw a bit of a delay from her January statement of charges are imminent and the charges now being brought, which is not a long time, but it's not really imminent, is that she knows she has to be ready. There are going to be a slew of motions that are about to come her way, and she needs to be able to say, Judge, you need to keep the case. She's going to be fighting to keep it in state court. And then, I think 6 months is let's say, aggressive.
That directly intersects with the timetable that Jack Smith has laid out for and the many of the
January,
same
February, May. I mean, the spring is going to be a busy Trump season if all of this stuff.
Do you see are there storm clouds on the horizon in terms of timing the federal case? I mean, there's so much overlap between, especially the fake electors piece of this, which is central to Jack Smith's case. I mean, we've talked about this a number of times. Usually the pecking order is such that the federal criminal trial goes before the state. What happened? The judges are going to have to hash this out.
Yeah, I mean, if I were Jack Smith, I mean, at this point, you do want to have a phone call and talk to each other. I mean, there's just too many overlapping witnesses. You may have conflicting or overlapping theories. So if I were Jack Smith, I would be saying, look, my case may actually go away depending on the election. It is important for the public to see a verdict in my case, no matter what. And the public should be able to see that you will always be able to go to trial because in state court, because it cannot be pardoned. So let me go first.
Let me go first because I need to get there before he poofs the case by poofing the Justice Department.
Exactly.
The prosecutors could agree to that theoretically, and then you watch Jack Smith get bogged down procedurally in pretrial stuff that Georgia doesn't have or does have. You know, one of them is going to be more bogged down in pretrial procedure than the other. And at some point, one of them is just going to be ahead of the other. And it won't matter who said, I want to go first or I want to go.
But the case with one defendant is likely to go faster than the one with 19 defendants in terms of pretrial, right?
Well, can I ask Andrew one more thing? I'm really curious. Now that we've seen her talk and lay this out, if you're on Jack Smith's team, if you're a federal prosecutor tonight monitoring all this, you're feeling how?
There are things here that I like. The big open question for me is what kind of deal, if any, I had with Mark Meadows, and did I know that this was coming, that Mark Meadows is now charged? I mean, so for instance, if Mark Meadows has not admitted this conduct and you were thinking you were going to use him on the witness stand, that's gone because he's going to be saying, wait a second, either I didn't do it and you better believe it, or which really hurts her case, or you're sitting there thinking, wait a second, he has not been candid. Mark Meadows has not been candid with me, the federal prosecutor, so I cannot put him on the stand.
So we've been talking a lot about whether or not these prosecutors talk to each other. The idea of a global cooperation agreement, a global plea agreement that incorporates legal liability in multiple jurisdictions, that's something that presumably a defendant would initiate on their side, but then would have to get prosecutors from the various courts or various systems to agree to.
Absolutely. And it's not unusual. You have people where you have federal prosecutors or more likely federal and state prosecutors who are looking at something. And I've had cases where you discuss it and you have them plead in both places. Occasionally they might plead in one place, but they cooperate in both districts. But that you have to have a sort of meeting of the minds. The prosecutors have to agree. He or she who is cooperating has to admit what they did. But it's not unusual to have that global agreement. It's extremely hard to do it if you don't have that global agreement. And most defense lawyers aren't going to be signing somebody up for that.
Because people are only going to go out on a limb in order to alleviate their risk if all their risk is alleviated. You're not going to sign up for some deal with one prosecutor and then get smacked by the other.
Right. And you might actually be on the stand in the federal court admitting the crime that you're charged with in state court. It's like, oh, wait, this didn't really work.
That makes you really rethink your life choices.
Right.
Our friend Barb McQuaid, I believe, is available to us. Barb has been able to look at these, look at the details of the indictment as this has come out again. We're looking at 41 felony counts, 19 defendants, and a district attorney who just said she wants a trial in 6 months. And yeah, she'll try all 19 defendants together. Andrew Weissman believes that she will not try all 19 defendants together. Barb, what's jumping out to you in terms of what you've seen tonight, what you've been able to read?
Well, I think this indictment is a very impressive piece of work, and I think Fonnie Willis is a very impressive prosecutor. One of the things that is mentioned in the indictment, and she did hint at in her remarks, is that the prosecutor only has to prove 2 racketeering crimes. So not those those overt acts, the 100 and some overt acts, but all of those are listed. Those are really more evidentiary than anything. But the various predicate acts are the crimes, the perjury, the false statements, the solicitation of the violation of an oath. A jury only needs to find that 2 of those were met to get a RICO conviction. When we charge this in federal court, we used to say it's the you pick 2 menu that is popular at some restaurants. It can be, in the restaurant, it's you pick 2, a salad and a soup, or a sandwich and a salad. Here, pick any two of these predicate crimes and you've got yourself a RICO conviction. So it is what makes RICO not just this comprehensive umbrella that allows the jury to hear the whole story that we've been talking about all night, but it is also incredibly easy to get a conviction under this statute. And so it's a powerful tool, and that makes this a very powerful indictment.
Yeah, even for those of us who are not lawyers, knowing that you need two, and to get two, you've been offered 161 to choose from. Even those of us who are bad at math and not lawyers can get that those odds are daunting. Barb, I'm just going to ask you to sit tight just for 1 second. I just want to reset in case any of our viewers are just joining us right now as we've been watching history unfold. This is going to be a black letter day in American history for the rest of our lives and for beyond. We've just hit midnight here on the East Coast. We're just coming up on midnight. It is in 8 seconds. It's about to be Tuesday. Tuesday is the day we originally thought we would be here covering this indictment in Fulton County, Georgia. We thought the grand jury process would stretch into Tuesday. We would have an indictment Tuesday afternoon, Tuesday evening. But that is not what happened. District Attorney Fani Willis and the grand jury decided to push through and hear all the witnesses they wanted to hear from. And they decided they would vote on the indictments tonight. And that is why we are here at this hour with an indictment in hand. It is more than 90 pages. Former President Donald Trump and 18 others, including some of his top allies, his lawyers, his White House chief of staff, as well as several Georgia officials, have been charged in a 41-count criminal indictment. All 19 defendants are charged under Georgia's RICO statute. They are all charged with furthering a criminal conspiracy, the goal of which was to overturn the presidential election results in Georgia in 2020 to install Donald Trump for another term as president. We heard this evening from District Attorney Fani Willis. Just a few minutes ago, she gave a statement summing up the charges. She also took a few questions where she said she wants to hold a trial within 6 months. And as we mentioned, she wants to try all 19 defendants together. Barb McQuaid joins us once again. Barb, one of the things that, as we've been sort of going through this, and again, doing this live on television is always dangerous, but I feel like I'm finally getting a little bit of closure in this indictment on some of the real human drama that we saw laid out, particularly in the January 6th investigation in Congress. And I'm thinking specifically about Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, two election workers in Georgia who were, and I mean this specifically, who were terrorized, including having people storm into her home, people accost her neighbors. They had to go into hiding at one point. People were threatening to make a citizen's arrest of her, all after President Trump and his allies had demonized these two women, portrayed them as having headed up some sort of effort to defraud the electorate. And we've got multiple charges now, multiple felony criminal charges against people who allegedly tried to intimidate Ruby Freeman, who went to her home, who talked to her neighbors, who banged on her door, who told her that they were there to help her when they absolutely were not. I wonder if you've been able to glean any impression from this, Barb, in terms of how much of a pushback this is against the ongoing problem we have in the Trump world with intimidating witnesses.
Yes, in fact, you know, we know that Donald Trump and Rudy Giuliani really ruined these people's lives based on the testimony we heard in Congress last summer. We're willing to sacrifice their lives to achieve their illegal ends, at least allegedly illegal ends. And so I think it is appropriate to see some measure of justice for those two women with these charges that they were harassed and charges that they were approached by false statements trying to get them to confess that they had actually thrown the election and had cheated on the election. Incredibly bold request to these women who resisted those overtures. And now to see some measure of justice for them, I think it's really important because it puts a human face on the victimhood in this case, who the real victim is. It's not Donald Trump. It's not anyone on his campaign. It's all of us, all of the voters who were would-be victims. But these are two people who really suffered. And so I think that brings a lot of jury appeal to humanize it in that way. And it feels satisfying as someone who's worked as an advocate for victims for most of my career, it feels very satisfying to see them get some measure of justice.
Yeah, if you are following along at home, if you've been able to download the indictment, which you can do by following the QR code that's on your screen right now, you can follow that to see our live blog and link to the indictment itself. If you were moved by the plight of Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, who, as Barb says, really did have their lives ruined by these attacks, not only physically threatened, but terrorized. You want to focus in on indictments and counts 30 and 31 in particular, and the defendants Trevion Kuti, Harrison William Prescott Floyd, and Stephen Cliffgard Lee, who are described in this indictment for having pressured them and for particularly trying to influence Ruby Freeman's testimony and her role as a witness. Let's go back to Blaine Alexander, who is with us from outside the Fulton County Courthouse in Atlanta. Blaine, I have to ask if you're having that weird thing where like the test is over and then immediately you get really tired and get the flu, because you have been working this story for months and months and months and months, and it has just hit its apogee with this indictment. I know you're in the room for Fani Willis's remarks today. This has to be kind of a benchmark moment for you, given how tightly you've covered this story.
I appreciate that, Rachel. Fortunately, the flu has not set in yet. I'm still running off of adrenaline. But absolutely, it was very surreal to kind of see this all kind of come to this conclusion, because when we were sitting in that room with Fani Willis just now, a couple of things I think stood out to me. One, the fact that she says that she plans to try all 19 defendants together. And I do need to make a note about that. That's more defendants than we were likely expecting. We certainly expected this to be a sprawling indictment with defendants numbering in the double digits. But when I spoke with Emily Pores a couple of months ago, the special grand jury foreperson, she told me that they recommended indictments against more than a dozen people. So to hear 19 certainly is higher than I or probably any of my colleagues were thinking. The other thing that stood out, though, certainly, is that the longest answer she gave was to the question asking her to push back against the criticism that former President Donald Trump had leveled against her, calling this politically motivated, a political smear. That was her longest answer of the press conference. Everything else she kind of gave in spurts, but it was very striking that she was defending her work. She was defending her investigation. She was defending her team's work in all of this, and really kind of defending the 2.5 years that they have all spent covering this against those claims from Donald Trump. Rachel.
Blaine, thank you for that. This is, if in case it's not obvious, this is obviously a developing story as we continue to absorb these various 41 counts and the stories behind them. I'm struck, I want to go to our friend Chris Hayes, who's still with us, about the specific charges that are that are being faced by a number of Trump lawyers and top advisors. Chris, I'm looking at, for example, Jenna Ellis, Trump lawyer. She's charged under RICO like everybody else is. She's charged under one other count that also includes Giuliani, Eastman, Ray Smith III, which is essentially importuning Georgia state senators at the Senate Judiciary Subcommittee meeting, where they described all those wild, untrue things about why there was fraud in the election, and then told those senators that they needed to instead appoint the Trump electors rather than the Biden electors, which would throw the Georgia election to Trump instead of Biden. Somebody like Jenna Ellis, somebody like Ken Chesebro, somebody like, frankly, Mark Meadows, who's also charged with 2 counts. These are people who didn't participate in a million different parts of this scheme. They participated in a piece of it. Sidney Powell on the voting machines. Jenna Ellis in the trying to get the state Senate to appoint Trump electors. Jeffrey Clark with his part in terms of trying to get the Justice Department to play a role in this effort. Do you feel like there is a materially different amount of skin in the game for these various Trump allies that may play a role in terms of whether or not they decide to cooperate, flip, or try to get themselves separated? Or does this indictment this way have the effect of putting them all in the same boat and they all may unify?
So it's so interesting you asked that, because that is exactly what I've been trying to puzzle through and wanted to maybe turn around and ask the folks there, and Andrew and Ari particularly. So there's a few things here that seem notable. First of all, this is actual, real, criminal exposure for these people. I mean, they have been, subject to disciplinary hearings in some cases about their law licenses. That's true of Rudy Giuliani and Sidney Powell. They have been subject to, lots of, castigation from the January 6th committee. Some of them appear to be unindicted co-conspirators with federal cases hanging over their heads, but as yet not charged. Today they have charges. They got to get lawyers. They got to appear in court. They got to figure out what their defense strategy is. All this is suddenly very real for all of them. They also got to figure out whether they want to cooperate or whether they want to plead. And then the other thing I don't quite understand. I just don't actually get how a RICO case of this magnitude gets tried because of what you're saying, that these different people had different parts of the enterprise. They took place in different, they took part in different alleged predicate acts, which are the actual criminal triggers that Barb McQuaid was just talking about, which are different than the overt acts. Those predicate acts, you have to prove 2 of which to establish the conspiracy, the criminal enterprise. And so if you have Trevian Kuti, who's a former publicist for Ye, who shows up in this bizarre dystopic turn to try to bully Ruby Freeman into a confession in a police office, and then you got Mark Meadows, who's doing a lot more than that. Are they sitting there side by side? Like, I don't think I quite understand how these people, how their individual calculations of their defense interests are going to start to make themselves known, and what those are going to, what that's going to mean for how this plays out.
Yeah. Viewers know right now on our screen, again, I believe from the UNC's camp, you're seeing results as they stand right now for Glencoe Goodwood La Puerta, where we're seeing that the candidate for the UNC, Marshall Walker, 501 votes, the candidate for the PNM, 703 votes at this particular point in time. I don't think that seat has been declared by the UNC. So there's, again, preliminary results in that particular electoral district. Now, this may also be a good opportunity to bring in our analyst, political analyst, Dr. Winfred James. One of the things I'm wondering about Dr. James, many people have felt that this campaign for the local government elections had the flavor of a general election campaign. So in terms of the campaigning, was this the general election campaign part 1?
You could say that. As a political statement, you could say that. Because when you listen to the speakers of all the parties who spoke, you found them talking about national issues rather than corporation issues. And in fact, the Prime Minister announced in an advertisement that this election is about local government reform, but apparently could not bring the argumentation that was necessary for people to understand that that was the case.
Just interrupting you, Dr. James, for the benefit of our viewers. Again, we're seeing you from the UNC's camp. Results from Komuto Tamana, where the UNC's candidate, 1,989 votes. The PNM's candidate at this time, 790 votes. Preliminary results we're seeing so far in Komuto Tamana. So Dr. James, thanks for just bearing with us. So please continue.
Yeah, so I'm saying here, even though the Prime Minister said that this election was about reform, when you listen to what was being said to us by loudspeaker as the cars went around the place, we didn't hear a discussion of those issues, right? And indeed, when you talk to people and you read the reports of reporters on what people understand local government reform to be, people were expressing ignorance. So the point I'm making here is that nothing had changed. The results will tell us, of course, whether in fact UNC has gone ahead of the PNM in general, because we start off with 7-7. And we want to know, well, has UNC gone ahead? Has PNM overtaken UNC in those areas where UNC has prevailed over the years? We don't have that understanding just yet because we don't have the data. But to answer your question, yes, part 1. And remember, don't forget, you know, there's also crime that people have been talking about in this campaign, right? not only the breakdown of infrastructure in the various corporations, but the fact that crime has gotten out of hand, especially home invasions. And those are national issues.
Thanks very much, Dr. James. So we'll take a quick commercial break, and then we will return with the rest of our election night coverage for the 2023 local government elections.
Things don't always go as expected. Be ready with Trinry for auto, home, business and group life. Call us at 800 Trin or visit trinry.com today. Huge insurance premium. Pay your premiums bit by bit with FlexiPay from Trinry. For more manageable auto, home and commercial insurance payments, call us at 800 Trin or visit trinry.com today. Trinry, premier insurance coverage for less.
CPL 2023 is on Taj 92.3 FM, the official radio rights holder for the Caribbean. August 16th to September 24th. Save the dates.
And good evening. If you're just joining us, this is TV6 News' live coverage of election night for the 2023 local government elections on screen. That would have been from the UNC's camp, where there was some election results that would have been posted on the screen there. Then you saw some video of the opposition leader, Mrs. Kamla Persad-Bissessar. Of course, we didn't get a chance to see the full data that would have been posted there. But again, just to let you know that while the EBC, the Elections and Boundaries Commission, would be doing its calculations for the official result, the political parties that would have contested these elections would also be doing their own tabulations during the course of the night. The convention in Trinidad and Tobago for elections, in this particular instance in Trinidad, would be that a political party at some point, because the parties generally have all of the same data, a political party would announce that it has won. Parties normally would concede. There would be, of course, the official result the following day. There would be requests for recounts depending on how close the result would be in particular districts, or in the case of a general election in particular constituencies. But today, it's all about the local government elections. And just to give viewers a reminder, in 2019, the EBC's report stated that for the local government elections held on December 2nd, 2019, out of a total electorate of 1.07 million of voters, there were 374,878 people who voted in that election, a voter turnout of 34.7%. So just going to our panel, we have Dr. Winfred James, our political analyst here. In terms of today, given what you would have seen here from this report in 2019, do you expect a voter turnout higher than 34.7% today? And if so, what would that mean in terms of the result? Would that favor one party over the other? And if there's a higher voter turnout, would that also as well favor one party over the other?
If one assumes the hopefulness of the opposition, then one would want a higher turnout, more people to come out and vote based on a certain hopefulness on the part of the opposition, including the UNC. Because everybody needs to, well, I should put it that way, the third parties and the other major political party desperately want to kick out the PNM from local government office. That's what they want to do. And so far, we have been focused on comparability of the scores that we've been hearing, and we've got some results, but we have not been interpreting those results. Maybe we don't have enough yet. Interpretability is what I am more interested in. When I see the figures for parties that have won in particular areas and have lost, how do we compare their figures with the last time? Good. And do the figures so far indicate that the status quo that we came in with is going to shift? The status quo is a tie, 7-7. Have we moved away? Have the electorate determined that we should shift away from that and either go lower in both cases or higher? We don't have that kind of data. And that's a little bit frustrating, I must say, Joel.
One of the other things as well, too, in terms of, let's say, those who did vote today, we also would always see those who would be considered the older voters making sure and cast their ballots very early on election day. But in terms of younger adult voters, those, let's say, between 18 to 25 or 30, do you think that the campaign, given the tone of the campaign, that this would have necessarily caused an excitement for them to actually go and vote in numbers that would have been larger than what would have happened in 2019?
Well, we haven't got that kind of report. We expected the Express and the Guardian reporters to go to the various polling stations and, and polling divisions and report on the flow of voters into the polling districts and the polling divisions. We haven't got any report, at least I have not, any report at all with respect to flow. But then when we hear from individual voters, whether in fact they think that, well, the UNC would win, would succeed here, or the PNM, they tell you that not enough people have been coming into the polling division, so we can't say. In fact, I have heard more reports of people saying that the procession to the polling division, right, has been slower than they used to know. Even though there are more people in the electorate, we have about what, 600,000 more people? Is that it? Did I hear that well? So we have more people on the list, but people are not coming out or did not come out to vote in the way that we are accustomed to. So what is the percentage so far of the votes that we have had? What is the percentage of the electorate whose votes we know in relation to what was cast for each of the parties? What is the percentage?
And that's a very interesting point, Dr. James, because in talking about in terms of empirical data, that kind of an analytical data, and I don't know if the ABC will be sharing that with us when they give out the full results tomorrow, but seated next to you, of course, is Indu Shobi Jasalon, who is representing the PEP, Public Relations Officer for the PEP, which is in an alliance with the United Farmers Alliance, and going on that point.
But Joel, it's a matter of just counting,
But that's what I'm saying. But in terms of parties, the PEP, in terms of what the PEP has been seeing, for example, we're hearing from the PNM, of course, we're hearing from the UNC, but are you getting, representing the PEP, any particular data right now that suggests how the PEP has been functioning, or in terms of any successes or not in this particular local government election today?
Well, our campaign has been, first of all, we do have policies that we had developed for local government, Mr. Gonzalez. It's not just you that was campaigning on local government reform. We do have a model that we had put forward for the general elections on a way of handling municipalities in terms of the way we are structuring them. But the local government election came upon us and we couldn't develop that model fully, where we were going to try to give more jurisdiction to the constituency and have a different kind of model than the traditional local government model. We didn't campaign on that because the local government came upon us and we had to go with the status quo of what existed. No, we developed these policies on local government. This document is what we campaigned on, all right? And it outlines 8 different policies and guidelines on how to manage communities. So I can leave this with you if you want, but basically we are talking about community engagement. We're talking about needs assessment,
in communities.
How is it different from the local government reform espoused by the PNM?
This was not based on a PNM document, sir.
I know.
This
I'm
was
just
based
asking
on
how it's different.
based on us reaching out to communities and identifying problems: food independence, community safety, community development, decentralization, care for recreation grounds, disaster management, accountability, and transparency. So we did have this document, but as I said,
Yes.
because of the time constraints of this
Understood.
local government election, which just jumped up upon us, no fixed date, and we had to scramble in a very little space of time, 2 weeks, and try to screen candidates. And that's why we were only able to field 47, and with the alliance, another 11. But we're reaching out to a multi-racial group of people and also younger people in our campaign.
But let me
Just
ask
so
you
that
something.
viewers know, you would have seen just now video of Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley, if I'm not mistaken, arriving at the PNM's Balisier House headquarters, where, of course, the PNM is doing its tabulations, as the UNC is doing at its headquarters as well. The UNC's representative, Wade Mark, is here, leader of opposition business in the Senate, and also someone who's been on the ground today. I'm just wondering, Senator Mark, do you think that voters in the main really had a good grasp of the potential in terms of what this particular local government elections could mean for corporations in the context of the possibility of them having more autonomy, more power than previously in light of the government's plans for local government reform?
I don't think that based on the local government reform package espoused by the government has reached the population. The population has grown accustomed to false promises, right? Non-implementation of promises by the ruling party. And that is why I said earlier, we can't be talking about paper reform. We have to talk about real, meaningful reform. You have 14 corporations, Joel. We have a crime situation in our land. Our political leader has been advancing the perspective of really improving and expanding the municipal police force, police force. So we can have, like, for instance, a minimum of about 300 or 400 of those officers or members of that unit stationed in communities and addressing community concerns. Because out there, people are not buying into local reform because there are fundamental burning issues that are affecting the people.
Senator Mark, if you don't mind, we're actually going to go to the UNC's camp where Ansem Gibbs is standing by with an official from the UNC for an interview. Ansem?
Well, we are back here at the UNC's headquarters in Shogunas, and the results are coming in fast and furious. Now, a short while ago on Facebook, the political leader of the United National Congress, Kamala Persad-Bissessar, she declared victory for the UNC in 6 corporations. Let me give you a quick rundown of that. That's Separia, Princestown, Penal Debe, Couva, Tabaqui, Talparo, Shogunas, and Sangre Grande corporations. Again, Separia, Princestown, Penal Debe, Couva, Tabaqui, Talparo, Shogunas, and Sangre Grande corporations. Political leader of the UNC, Kamala Persad-Bissessar, declaring victory in those corporations. Joining us now, we have Khadija Amin, of course, St. Augustine MP, and Local Government Minister Shadow. I know you were speaking earlier on the UNC's program online, giving the results. Tell us the reaction from the party tonight, hearing the results coming in so far.
Well, I am getting more and more good news as with the technology, we have information coming in. Sangre Grande region, we won by a small margin on the last occasion. This time we have won an additional seat, a seat called Valencia West that we did not win since 2010. Neil De Silva is our candidate there, and we say congratulations to him. So Sandy Grande region returns to the UNC even more solid than before. We have several areas where, interestingly, the PNM have their candidates, but we have closed the margins in some of those seats. In one seat in Arima, we have a difference of about 9 votes, and of course, we may very well request a recount there. Any candidate can request a recount. We have some good news coming out of the city of San Fernando. We may very well have a UNC mayor of San Fernando City. The Marabella South Vistabella seat that the UNC won by a small margin of 140 votes on the last occasion. Our councillor there across the floor, in a very controversial move, the UNC has retained that seat with our candidate Sasha Ali. So we have won the Marabella South Vistabella seat. I just got news that the Marabella West seat, where our candidate John Michael Ali Bocas, also known as Macmillan, the UNC lost that seat by 83 votes on the last occasion. John Michael Ali Bocas has brought home that Marabella West seat. So that is good news for us in San Fernando. Yeah?
Well, you can hear the applause as Mr. Amin just announced the victory for Macmillan, John Michael Ali Bocas. So again, results are coming in here fast and furious. As I mentioned before, UNC political leader has already declared victory in 6 corporations. And as the results come in, we'll bring more to you. Back to you in studio.
Thank you very much, Anselm Gibbs there, bringing us the latest from the UNC's camp. And now we have Alicia Boucher standing by to give us an update from the location where she's at right now. Alicia? Alicia Boucher there standing by, we're just waiting for her to give us an update from her location right now. Alicia?
Good evening, Trinidad and Tobago. We are joining you from the Progressive Empowerment Party headquarters here at Victoria Square and Park Street in Port of Spain from the Privy Council for the polls, and that is our 2023 election coverage for local government elections. That is now, I will just give you a quick short political history of this party. It was founded in 2017. It has contested 3 by-elections, and that is in Belmont, Barataria, and Davie South. The party has contested 1 general election, and that is in 2020. And this is the party's first local government elections. Now, in this particular election, they have 47 candidates. They are contesting in all of the regional corporations, save and except for 1, and that is in Chaguanas. There you have the Reunited Farmers Alliance, which a PEP has joined up with. Now, the Reunited Farmers Alliance, they have 8 candidates in Chaguanas and 3 candidates in Couva. Put together, the PEP's 47 candidates and the Reunited Farmers 11 candidates. You have 58 candidates altogether. Now, the PEP is heavily contesting the Penal Debe Regional Corporation. There they have the largest number of candidates, and that is 8 candidates in that corporation, followed by Point Fortin. There they have 6 candidates. San Juan Laventil Regional Corporation, 5 candidates. Princestown, 5 candidates. Now, here with me is the PEP's political leader, Mr. Philip Alexander. Thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you again. Thank you. Good evening to your viewers.
Now, you would have voted around 9:30 a.m. this morning. I'm sure that a lot of reports have come into you about how the polls are going in terms of voter turnout. Since that time, what have you been hearing?
Well, I mean, it's nothing different, nothing too far from the ordinary of what we expected. What the Progressive Empowerment Party came into this election to do was to separate itself from all the other alternative parties. And that seemed to have sorted its own self out. Now the NTA is a full member of the UNC because they can't come back out and stand against the UNC that they just partnered with. The UNC retreated to be a smaller party because now they're in accommodation with the NTA. So we know going into 2025, the Progressive Empowerment Party is going to be a large party. We're going to be a national party. We fielded 29 candidates in 2020. We're going to have our full 39 or 41. Depending on how talks go in Tobago, we're going to have our full 39 or 41. And that will be announced pretty soon because our MPs are shadow MPs and they're on the ground. This time we didn't get the full slate of local government candidates because we were the only party that was given the information. Last, we didn't have the inside knowledge of an election was coming. So we've decided we are going to begin the process of creating shadow councillors and put them on the ground now so that they will also start to build out and work within the communities so that when election rolls around, it's just a matter of making it a formality. This is a process. We know that this is a marathon, it's not a sprint. That's why we're not hopping all over the place. We're staying true to our mission. We are growing with every step, we're going forward. The public perception of this party between June 6th and now has changed dramatically and massively to the point where people were ignoring the call for candidates for local government election on June 6th from then. And now they're depressed and anxious because they didn't have a full slate. You can't even crunch the data as to the impact of the last 3 weeks of the public swing to the Progressive Empowerment Party because there was nowhere for them to put the vote. And without votes to count, you can't know. So our reality is, and speaking for myself, the calls we were getting today from Maraval, for example, we had nobody in Maraval, but we have a lot of support in Maraval. So we've identified all of the places where we need to put our attention to grow forward again. We plan to be a formidable force. The 2025 general election has 3 national parties: the UNC construct, the PNM, and the Progressive Empowerment Party. All the other parties now have fallen by the wayside. There's no more Congress of the People. MSJ and them will continue to be little French parties, but there are 3 national parties, and the public is aware of that now. Before they weren't sure. Before they weren't sure, there was things PNM, UNC, and others. Now they are. And it's PNM, UNC, PEP, and others. And having that, now that we're bunching with the cows, that was the takeaway we wanted from this local government election. Now that we've gotten that, we're going to build on that. The next 2 years, we're going to be ready for them.
Now, you spoke about the NTAs, joining with the UNC, but the PEP would have joined with the Reunited Farmers Alliance. Is that something that you plan to continue going forward?
The reason we did an alliance and did not fully integrate the Reunited Farmers was because of time. Again, the other parties had advanced knowledge of an election. We did not. They decided to come into the election. We accommodated that and said, let's work together because we've been working together with them for a long time. This is not slapdash. I want to tell you. You had a situation where the leader of the NTA was saying that the leader of the opposition was involved in all kind of criminal activity and then going into bed with them. You have a situation where, all of the swallows of what they themselves said about each other should tell you that you can't trust that because this was the wedding. Any benefit that you get from a wedding, you have to live together after as a marriage.
Mr. Alexander, let me ask you, in terms of, voter turnouts, how do you feel about that?
I think it should have been a lot more, but then again, I want to say, we impacted a third of this local government election. We didn't impact, there were so many people who, when they got the list and they saw where we were and they realized that we weren't in their community, in their district, didn't bother to vote. So we didn't have the full impact. And to be honest, we didn't anticipate the level of public support that we garnered over the last 3 weeks. And sorry.
Not a problem. No, I don't want to cut you short, but I just wanted, you know what? We are here live at the PEP's head office, and we will continue to keep you updated as to what is happening. The numbers are coming in, so we will be standing by as those numbers come in. It's back to you in studio.
Thank you very much, Alicia Boucher, there from the PEP's head office, where she had just done an interview with the PEP's political leader, Philip Alexander. We will take a quick commercial break. We are also standing by from a live report from the PNM's Balisier House as we continue with our election night coverage of the 2023 local government elections.
For your style, Bijan Semi-Permanent Hair Color gives you oil-rich conditioning formulas. You can relax and color on the same day. So get rid of those grays or try on a little shade. With Bijan Semi-Permanent Hair Color, it's all your style.
See the Trinbago Night Riders live, courtesy the Trinidad Express Predict and Win promotion. Just look for the entry form in your copy of the Express and fill it out by predicting the score of the team that bats first for any one of the 4 stated TKR matches. Submit your entry form in any one of 3 easy ways, via email or in person at our Port of Spain or San Fernando branches, or even virtually using the Trinidad Express e-paper. Entries with the nearest prediction to the actual score wins tickets to TKR home matches. It's that simple, so don't wait. Pick up a copy of the Trinidad Express newspapers. Anyone can be a winner. See press for details. Promotion approved by the NLCB.
Yeah? No. Hello? Not yet. You ready? Yeah. You all right?
Ready? Okay. Ready? Okay. Good evening, Trinidad and Tobago. Once again, we are broadcasting live from Balisier House. We've just welcomed Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley, who has actually come to this compound for the first time since we've had some work done to it. And we are very happy to be broadcasting here. We have some updates insofar as 2 municipalities are concerned. We can safely declare that we've retained all 6 seats in the Point Fortin Borough Corporation. I can give you the numbers if you wish. New Village, PNM 546. UNC 191, PEP 49, MSJ 45, Egypt, PNM 674, NTA 211, PEP 94, Hollywood, PNM 541, NTA 169. Hollywood was the district with 5 candidates. PEP 41, MSJ 30, and the independent candidate retained 57 votes. Capdeville, Fanny Village, PNM 504, NTA 292, and PEP 69. Teshe Guapo, PNM 581, NTA 180, PEP 59, and MSJ 89. We can also declare that we've retained all 12 seats in the Port of Spain City Corporation, the jewel in the PNM's crown, our capital city. The numbers are still coming in for that, but from all preliminary reports, we have retained all 12 seats. In the Arima Borough Corporation, our preliminary results for 6 electoral districts have come in so far. We are awaiting 1 more electoral district, and the PNM has retained those 6 so far, which includes Mr. Sheldon Fish Garcia, who was the UNC's candidate before, and he came back over to the PNM. So we are pleased to report that so far we have 6 of the seats. We are still awaiting counts from Marabella. We know we've won Springvale Paradise with Nigam Joseph. We've retained Pleasantville, and we've retained Monterey Post Navet with Nigel Coutier. Pleasantville is Robert Paris. And these are all experienced councillors, and we are waiting the results for the other regional corporations. San Juan Laventille looks very good so far. We have retained all of the seats that we have had in San Juan Laventille. We are waiting the counts for El Socorro and Aranguez, which are not traditionally seats that the PNM has won. We are also awaiting results from Chaguanas and from Siparia. As I said earlier, the PNM retained its 3 seats for the Siparia Borough Corporation that we've had down there, which are Erin, Palo Seco, and Brighton Destiny, and we are awaiting the other 6 results there. So far, we expect to make some inroads in that constituency. In Mayaro, 2 seats we are keenly looking at, Mayaro South and Mayaro North, and we are awaiting the results of those so far. So those are the updates that we can provide for you so far, and as soon as we have anything else, we will let you know. And if you have any questions, we are available. If you have any questions, we are free to answer any questions at this time. Oh, well, he was very pleasant to everybody when he came in here, but I think he's taken in the ambiance. This is the first time that he's walked here. You would have come here today and you would have seen that we were actually finishing with some things here. So he is walked in, he stood back, he stood there for a little while, he looked up, and then he went inside. It's the first time he's gone into his office here as well. And so we're going to give him some time to acclimatize with Balisier House. House. We plan to have our official opening within the coming weeks or so, and we look forward to welcoming you to our new Balisier House. I will go back in and we will have some conversations with him, and you know, as he always does, he will come and make himself available to the members of the media and to speak to the national community.
I'm thinking of Balisier House allocation dates now after 9, not many people on the supporters inside.
Because we told our supporters to stay within their localities, within the 141, because we have been very clear that local government election is about being local and being indigenous in your electoral district. So all of our candidates have remained in their 141. We anticipate that when all the seats are counted, they will go together towards their campaign headquarters, and we anticipate to see Diego Martin, Port of Spain, and maybe San Juan Laventille here. But this is really our media command center, and whoever feels to come in can come by. But we have not encouraged candidates to come out here, because you know we've been talking about what local government reform is and making it very local to the people. And so it's about closer governance to your people, and we've encouraged our candidates to stay within their electoral districts.
Any word on the Minister of Local Government on what time people arrive?
He's in San Fernando. You know that San Fernando has the Minister of Local Government, the former Minister of Local Government, and they are in San Fernando right now. We did speak with them, and they were waiting on all of their final results before they come up here. Yes?
Just one question. A little earlier today, the UNC would have released some videos alleging inducements for votes. They did in fact pull some names of some high-ranking PNM members. Do you all have you had sight of it, or any comment on that?
I did not see that, but I can safely say that nothing the UNC says is really to be taken seriously, particularly during an election time. We have seen wild accusations and press conferences that ballot boxes were tampered with. They continue to discredit the Elections and Boundaries Commission, which is one of the outstanding flagship independent institutions here. And therefore, I would dismiss completely anything coming from the UNC. As I said, I have not seen it, and even without seeing it, I dismiss it completely, because that is not the style of the People's National Movement. We don't do that. Yes? Okay. Thank you all very much.
That was an update from Team 6 there, as the PNM was giving an update of the results that it has. It says it has retained 2 corporations, Point Fortin and Port of Spain, if I'm not mistaken. But just before that, before our commercial break, Anselm Gibbs had reported that opposition leader Calabash had announced that the UNC has declared 6 of the corporations, 14 in all in Trinidad. Just reminding viewers that this election, the local government elections, are limited to Trinidad, as Tobago has its separate electoral process for the Tobago House of Assembly. We're seeing here right now, I believe this is from the UNC's camp, Calcutta number 3, McBean, one of the electoral districts being contested in the Couva Tabaquital Power Regional Corporation. 2,401 votes for the UNC's candidate, 618 votes for the PNM's candidate. Those are results at this time from that particular district. But let's go to our panel, a smaller panel than we would have begun with at the beginning of our broadcast, because the PEP's Public Relations Officer, Indu Shobi Jaslon, said that she did have to leave. If I'm not mistaken, she was going to the PEP's head office, where they're doing their tabulations for results. So with us still, Public Utilities Minister Marvin Gonzalez. Just before we go back to reintroducing the panel, Palmis Hermitage, again from the UNC's camp, the results there. 1,675 votes for the UNC's candidate and 630 votes for the PNM's candidate. Preliminary results again coming from the UNC. So just reintroducing the panel for those of you just joining us. We do have with us still representing the PNM, Public Utilities Minister Marvin Gonzalez. Of course, Dr. Winfred James in the middle there, our political analyst, and to his right, if I'm not mistaken, that would be Wade Mark, leader of opposition business in the Senate. Now, Senator Mark, just wondering, what we would have heard Anselm Gibbs report in terms of what the UNC, your political leader, the opposition leader, Kamala Prasad-Bissessa, having announced that you would, the UNC has declared 6 corporations. Is that in line with what the UNC would have expected as we're looking at these results here from Couva West to Estonia, where the UNC's candidate 1,722 votes versus the PNM's candidate 1,649 votes. So again, this is from the UNC's camp, and I'm just wondering from your perspective, representing the UNC, given the announcement by the opposition leader, and even some of the results we are hearing from the PNM, is this in the direction that the UNC thought it would be going at this stage?
Well, we had worked extremely hard and smart in targeting, first of all, the retention of our 7 corporations, and which we will retain. I think the Honorable Leader did indicate, and the signs are coming out very clearly, that there is every possibility that the United National Congress, in an accommodation with the NTA, can retain or can in fact gain grounds and possibly take San Fernando Corporation. It's only a matter of time before we get final results from the various electoral districts that are outstanding. And if all goes as planned, then the United National Congress in this particular accommodation with the NTA should be able to tip the scales and move into a territory where we have not been for some time. So I think the night is still young. We'll be getting results as we proceed, and we will be able to at least report to the people of Trinidad what has happened finally in the city of San Fernando. But I'd like to also say that, as Dr. Winford James has indicated earlier, we'll have to properly gather the data to study what has happened in terms of the overall numbers as to where we have improved in our representation, as well as the other parties with the NTA that we are part of. So we'll look at that situation in the coming hours to determine, for instance, what kind of advances. I think it's important to indicate as well that the government of Trinidad and Tobago literally use their offices. And I think, the time has come for us to really do proper inquiries into what can only be described as the blatant abuse of office. I mean, we have allegations, we cannot provide proof, so I wouldn't go there at this time. But the evidence that we have publicly that is before us is that just a couple of hours before an election, you have a government issuing 30,000 checks. Now, why that can be done on Monday, but the government chose to do it a couple of hours before a local government election? Not to mention just on Friday last.
All right, Senator Mark, I don't mean to interrupt you, but as we said earlier, we would have to interrupt our conversation at times to live updates, and I believe we have another update from Balisier House now.
Trinidad would have won that seat by 1 vote in the past. So imagine just around 50, maybe a little less. But more importantly, it is now 9:30, and Prime Minister Dr. Rowley will address you in exactly half hour. So he will be out here at 10 o'clock to speak with all of you, to answer your questions and to speak with the nation. Yes? Okay. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
And an update there, a quick update, we're being told by official there from the PNM, Laurel Azamali, saying that Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley will address the media at 10 p.m. We are being told it's just about 9:31 p.m., so in a half an hour's time. We're being told that Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley will address the media gathered there at Balisier House. Now, just to remind you, a few minutes earlier, we heard from the PNM that they had retained the two corporations, Point Fortin and Port of Spain, and also that the opposition leader would have declared, and I'm just checking information from my phone because one of my colleagues, she had just sent me a reminder of what Anselm Gibbs would have announced from the announcement by the opposition leader that the UNC has declared Cuba, Tabaqui, Talparo, San Grande, Mero Rio Claro, Princestown, Pinel Debe, and Siparia. And according to the UNC, they are leading in San Fernando, something that Senator Mark had said just a short time ago before we went to that live update from Balisier House. Senator Mark doesn't mind. I would like to see if Minister Gonzalez has a response to the claims he made about this issue. The opposition has been making these claims that the government has been using state resources to get an advantage in this election, and they made those claims in previous elections under this present administration. Your response?
Again, you don't expect the opposition to say otherwise. We are in the throes of a local government election campaign, and the governance of Trinidad and Tobago continues. The paving of roads, the provision of goods and services to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago are not placed on the back burner or at a halt, pending the outcome of the local government election. Particularly the reference that he made respect to the payment of checks to 30,000 citizens. That is something that has been enshrined, from my understanding, for over years. You can't process these things in 6 weeks. You certainly can't process that in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. So if the government, or the Ministry of Finance in this particular instance, has decided to do what it's accustomed doing by paying out these checks on a regular basis, why should it not do it? Because it is a local government election. So the UNC is free to say that it is an inducement of the population. I reject that out of hand. I am saying that the governance of Trinidad and Tobago and the provision of goods and services to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago cannot be placed on a halt pending the outcome of an election. This is a central government matter. This is not a matter that is taken at the regional corporation level, and therefore the governance of Trinidad and Tobago from a central government perspective continues, notwithstanding the fact that we are in an election campaign. So
it's coincidence.
It is coincidence. I'm saying, so we cannot stop paving roads because it is an election. Should we stop providing goods and services to the people of Trinidad and Tobago because you can take that to the other extreme. You can say paving the road is an inducement. You can say providing health services to the citizens is an inducement. All of these things are part of central government providing goods and services to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And it is ludicrous for the opposition to now allege that to do so because we are days or weeks away from a general election is inducement. I think it is ridiculous.
Minister, in terms of the word optics, do you think that when people look at things like this, the optics in the political arena often is what influences how people may think about how a government or an opposition is operating during a particular election campaign? This one, of course, the one that would have led up to today being an example as per our conversation now.
I'm saying that this is a central government issue and a central government policy. We are in a local government election campaign, and the PNM has been all over talking about local government reform. Nothing to do with the payment of outstanding, taxes to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Nowhere mentioned on the PNM's election campaign, boasting or holding out to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago that you should vote for the PNM because of income tax, refunds being paid out. Ministry of Finance doing what Ministry of Finance accustomed doing, and I'm saying then that the provision of goods and services to the people of Trinidad and Tobago ought not to be placed on a halt simply because we are campaigning in a local government election. I think it is very unfortunate that the UNC should interpret that as, because they can do otherwise. They can say, don't vote for the PNM because you are owed hundreds of millions of dollars in tax refunds. So to pay it, the government is being accused of pandering and curry favoring with the population. So you simply cannot win. The UNC can take all of these things and make an argument out of it. I am saying that the provision of goods and services at the central government level must continue despite the holding of any elections in Trinidad and Tobago.
Senator Mark?
By happenstance that you came up with the idea, that is the government, to have a program on Saturday before a local election, name Color Me Red, and engage people today on election day, and only for 3 months in certain areas of the country. That's the first thing. The second thing I want to bring to your attention is that the PNM has issued food cards when the very PNM discontinued food cards when they came in to hundreds of citizens in this country. But leading up to this campaign, they were distributing food cards. I have evidence where people got gravel, bricks, all kinds of things from a state agency. It's just when you have to give a call to somebody.
That's self-help?
They use self. My information is that they use these agencies like self-help in order to dish out and to give handouts to people. Now, what I am arguing is that there should be some legislation in our nation to criminalize that kind of conduct by any government. You should not be using state resources in the kind of blatant way that is being used in this campaign that has just concluded.
Well, Dr. James, just for viewers to know that Dr. Winfred James is also with us, and I think you wanted to add your perspective, and as you do that, I'm wondering, when you hear this kind of conversation between members of the two major parties in Trinidad and Tobago as they're contesting local government elections in Trinidad, is that the kind of thing you think that causes voters to be interested or not as interested in terms of casting their ballots? Dr. James, yes.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, I was just going to say to my two colleagues here, either side of me, that the elections are done, eh? People have voted, and we are counting the votes now. So I just want to remind them of that. Not that I have anything against the declaration that they are making. But to answer that specific question, if you have what people might interpret as inducements on election day or just before election day, if you have that, you can win more people over to vote for you, or you can cause the disaffection that I was talking about at the beginning of this conversation, that people are saying, this is ugly now. This is self-advantage because you are the incumbents in office. You know, so you are taking advantage of your office to win over people and to cause them to vote for you. It can go either way. But I want to, if you allow, I want to say we have reached the stage where we probably can make we can call the elections at this point based on what we've been hearing. We have been hearing about UNC having won 6 seats. We have been hearing PNM won 6 seats. And then we had Laurel Nizama, who started off in a very cheery way, sounding a little bit muted, right? Twice. Not only that, but she has announced that the Prime Minister will speak to the media and to the nation a half an hour from now.
You think that's an indication of something?
These are indications that allow us to say we can call the elections. And it seems to me, based on what I've heard from the PNM side and from the figures that your reporters at the various departments, various centers have been saying, what we have is a situation in which the PNM is likely to lose San Fernando. Based on what I just said there, likely to lose the city of San Fernando, which would be a big blow to the political fortunes.
Dr. James, in 2019, it seemed that that election, the result was pretty much predicated on the result in Sangre Grande, which is considered a marginal municipality. Are you saying that it's not just Sangre Grande, we also now looking at
I understand that
literally boiling down to what happens in San Fernando?
No, but the UNC is retaining Sangre Grande, from what I understand.
Yes, yes, you're correct.
They are retaining it. In fact, by a larger margin, it's still small than they did the last time. So I wanted to say that there are three perspectives that the public must bear in mind. One is a retention. Both parties are interested in retaining their seats, but one party will lose one. So if we say the PNM will lose San Fernando will go to the UNC. That would be gain and loss. So it seems to me at this point, the UNC has won the elections, 8 seats to 6.
Dr. Winfred James giving his declaration. We are still waiting for some more results, but Dr. Winfred James giving his declaration.
All we want is confirmatory evidence. That's all.
And you think we'll get that from the political speeches, the first being from the Prime Minister in about 15 minutes?
I think the Prime Minister has advised us that he will speak in half an hour's time. I think he is calling us to make a concession. He's going to concede that the PNM has lost the election by the small margin of 1.
Well, that being the case, let's hear from Senator Mark. You heard Dr. James and his declaration. Do you feel the same way at this point in time, sir?
Well, I said earlier this evening that based on our approach to local government elections and based on work that we have been doing in those areas, combined with what Dr. James indicated earlier, we have to understand that in Trinidad and Tobago, like when this murderer in Minneapolis, a policeman, placed his knees on Floyd George's neck, and he for 9 minutes and 15 seconds, and this man was crying out, I just want to breathe. I can't breathe. Apart from the fact that we have been doing our work, the country, the citizens, the vast majority of people have had the ruling party, the government, placing their knees on the necks, literally, of the people for almost 8 years. So I just want Trinidad and Tobago to understand that what we are seeing unfolding before us is a dress rehearsal that is to come. Because the people of
Senator
Trinidad
Mark,
and
if
Tobago...
you'll excuse me, as we did say, and you've been very patient as the rest of our panel. We do have to interrupt from time to time to get live updates. I believe we have a live update from our Team 6 at the PEP's headquarters now.
Good evening, Trinidad and Tobago. We are coming to you live once again from the PEP's headquarters here in Port of Spain. Now, with me is the PEP's candidate that is for Bagatelle Blue Basin, Akil Camps. Good evening, Mr. Camps. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. I'm glad to see you here.
And tell me, was this your first time on the political front?
Not really. 2 years ago, I contested the St. Anne's seat. All right, so it was nice then, and it's nice now in terms of the outpouring of love on the ground. The experience in itself is different, and you get to feel the people. You will hear somebody might tell you something of a situation, but until you reach to them and feel it, it's totally different.
Now, what was the experience like this morning when you went in to vote in terms of what you saw, the amount of people, and so on?
Well, I went very early, so it wasn't much people at that point in time. But throughout the day, I was driving around, and the crowds built a little bit. So I would say it was all right. I didn't get the impression that it was overwhelming, but we'll wait and see.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Camps. I'm going to bring back in the political leader, Mr. Philip Alexander. Mr. Alexander, tell me, because I wanted to find out earlier, did you hear any reports of any irregularities in this election?
We've heard some stuff. We're getting that information, preparing it, and we're going to look at it tomorrow. I just got a video of people openly paying people for votes. I don't know if that's real, so you have to make sure that's a fact. And that sort of stuff, but that's not for now, and it's not for a knee-jerk reaction. We're going to make sure the information is factual before we act on it.
Now, the election polls closed at 6 p.m., so we are close to about 4 hours into these results coming in. I've had a peep at the numbers. Yes, let's get into the numbers because, I mean, for elections in parts, they are about numbers. So they did look a little bit low, Mr. Alexander, in terms of what I saw. What would you say to that?
I'm looking at all the numbers, right? I'm not just looking at the micro. I'm looking at the big picture now, right? The Progressive Empowerment Party are authentic votes that we take away from other parties. I look at the NTA votes. I just went and did some research because I know you're going to press me for numbers. So I looked at the NTA numbers in the districts that the UNC retreated from to allow the NTA to play there. It's the same numbers. So it's the same UNC votes in a blue shirt. Nothing changed. They brought nothing to that coalition. The Progressive Empowerment Party, our votes, our numbers are genuine, authentic votes. And I'm willing to say that while we are not happy with the amount of votes we got, we are happy with the fact that we are still receiving votes. It is growing. I had to say, this is not a sprint, it's a marathon. We know that at some point, something else is going to shift in the psyche of Trinidadians and Tobagonians. At some point, people are going to realize, when you look at less than 40% of the population, sometimes less than 30% of the population voting in a local government election and dividing all those votes up among all these parties, you realize that the population is not doing its part. We're working hard, all of us. But the Progressive Empowerment Party is working hard to give an alternative. The numbers you're looking for, the numbers I'm looking for, is in the 70% of the people that didn't come out to vote.
Do you think that there's anything that the PEP can do going forward to kind of garner, I guess, because you did say that you were not happy with the results that you are seeing in terms of the micro aspect of it. So is there anything that you think that the PEP has to do to maybe even connect more?
The mission is to bring out the vote, right? That's the mission, to bring out the vote. We lost a lot of votes in the corporations and the districts that we had nobody. So those people were gassed up, ready, changed their clothes and going out to vote. They have nowhere to vote for. So that was a loss. But you're talking about, okay, but you're in districts, you're in corporations. Why didn't you win those? The public have to decide. The public have to answer for that, because at the end of the day, not even the people who vote PNM and UNC are satisfied. They just have to walk out their house, look at the drain, look at the garbage, look at the road, the mosquitoes biting the children, they have no water, the roads collapsing. You have to be lying to yourself to pretend that that is representation. So race politics still played, you're talking micro, race politics still played a big part of what took place in corporations and districts now. But I sincerely believe that the shift is taking place and that the Progressive Empowerment Party is going to capture hearts and minds. We are the only alternative to the PNM and the UNC, and that is going to make a difference going forward. We are going to build on that.
Now, I know that, despite the numbers, you referred to it, and I don't want to quote you wrongly. So you referred to the atmosphere here as cautiously optimistic and managing expectations. How have you been able to do that?
Well, I mean, when you look around this room, and I came in here today and I was standing up, and you all had just got here, CNC3 is here, but all of the people that were here, and I was watching the original founders of this party, they're still here. Balisier House, she's the chairman 6 months in, and she's still the chairman. We've developed a family. People coming in their short pants and their slippers, they're checking in, they eat a cheese paste sandwich, and they're gone. What is growing here is something that when it finally does take root and grow, is going to be massive. So cautiously optimistic, managing expectations is all of us looking to each other and saying, we did our best, we're going to learn from this, we're going to grow from this. Is the next level up for PEP.
And do you expect that growth by 2025, or do you think it would take a bit longer than that, given the aspects that you would have outlined in terms of race and mindset of the population and so on?
Race and mindset of the population affected local government significantly in this turnout. But we, the Progressive Empowerment Party, the licks that we're going to take is that we didn't give them 141 candidates. I'll take that if the population prepared to take the licks for not coming out and voting. Because at the end of the day, tomorrow, I heard the PNM say that no matter what day in government tomorrow, that's a sad indictment on themselves, because tomorrow they'll have no water in their taps. Tomorrow the place will be flooding and people killing one another, guns flowing through the porous borders and through containers off the ports with nobody checking them. The people can't afford food. Jobs are drying up. Only a select few getting credit and foreign exchange. The fact that the PNM continues to be the government of the country tomorrow is not a good thing for the people. The UNC did not offer anything in terms of structure, substance, local government representation, knock it, tap it, foolishness, gangsterism, nonsense that have nothing to do with the issues that affect people. I was in Diamond Vale last night at 9:30, and I filmed a video of the grass growing out of the pitch. Mother Nature is competing with the failed Minister of Works to see who could do a worse job with the roads, and nobody can be happy with that. The Progressive Empowerment Party is going to continue to shine a bright light, a beacon on all of those issues until all of us in Trinidad and Tobago, until it knock it into our heads that we have a responsibility to this democracy, that the small handful of people that control all the parties, they don't get to determine or say that this is what your children must live with.
Okay, thank you so much. And there you have it, the views of the political leader of the PEP, Mr. Philip Alexander. So we would continue to keep you live, give you live coverage and keep you up to date with these local government election results of 2023. It is back to you in studio.
Thank you very much, Alicia Boucher there doing an interview with PEP political leader Philip Alexander. She also had just done an interview with one of the party's candidates, Mr. Alexander, saying that the PEP is not happy with the amount of votes the party got in that alliance with the Reunited Farmers Alliance, but he said that they are happy with the votes they are still receiving as the tabulation of the votes that would have been cast today continues. He also said for the PEP, it is not a sprint, it is a marathon. So let's go to Dr. Winfred James, our political analyst, to get a sense from you. What we heard from the PEP, essentially, did that confirm your declaration of the results earlier? And just remind viewers, your declaration of the results tonight.
It appears that information has come in that contradicts the conclusion that I arrived at. Who won San Fernando? Apparently, reliable sources are saying it is the PNM. They won 5-4. And therefore, we are, as we started, 7-7. So it seems to me that I mispredicted because I did not have the kind of information that has since come in. Now, even that is not definite, but it appears that way. Yeah. So we need to have confirmation from the other reporters at the various centers, from the Balisier House, UNC headquarters, but it appears that more information suggests that we are still at 7-7.
So Senator Mark, if in fact this is the result as Dr. James is predicting, and we're still waiting for the official results, but in fact, if we are now seeing a tie again, as would have occurred in 2019, what message is that sending for the politicians who would have contested these elections today, the message from those who voted today?
Well, as you rightly said, Joel, we are still awaiting the final results. The reality is that we have to get the overall numbers, the data, to determine, for instance, how did the population express themselves overall? Because we don't have the facts, we don't have all the data as it relates to a breakdown. To understand, for instance, if the population would have sent a message to the government directly or indirectly. So we have to await the final results, and that should come in before we leave here. But obviously, and so on, the PNM has to appreciate that in Trinidad and Tobago, they have taken this country on a wrong course. They are on a wrong direction. And when the final results come in and the overall data is tallied, we would be rather in a better position to determine, for instance, the feelings of the people. We are saying, based on preliminary information reaching us, that the voter turnout just might be under 40%. We don't have any hard data on it. Now, if it is that, for instance, the people have indicated through their votes in the various electoral districts, and it trends towards a situation where the voter turnout in many of the electoral districts within the parties, I'm talking about the PNM in this instance, would have fallen, even though at the end of the day, they might have been able to have the 7-7 tie being retained. What is the reality? The data we need to gather, we need to assess, and we need to come to clear conclusions as to the way forward. But Trinidad and Tobago is not a happy place. It is not a happy place. And I don't think the PNM could take this particular development of a tie, if that is the position, because, as I said, we don't have final results.
Senator Mark, I'm just wondering, because you're looking at a situation where, as you pointed out, we are still not sure if the turnout was more or less or the same than the 34.7% that the EBC would have said had occurred in 2019. And I'm also wondering, from the PNM's perspective, we have Minister Gonzalez, who's also been seemingly waiting to give his perspective as well. But if in fact we are seeing what Dr. James is declaring based on the information he said he has from reliable sources, another 7-7 tie, what message, if that is so, what message would that give to the government in terms of how voters exercise their franchise today? Bearing in mind, yes, we're still waiting on more results, but from our political analysts, it seems that we are back to 7-7 tie. If that is so, what was the message from voters?
I'll tell you this. Any government approaching an election in midterm, it's a difficult election. Anywhere around the world, a government approaching an election at midterm is a difficult undertaking. And if the PNM is managed to hold on to 7 of its corporation during this very difficult period, then the PNM has done well. However, it is still too early, And the PNM, as a mature political organization, as a matter of fact, the only political party in Trinidad and Tobago contesting every single seat in every single election in Trinidad and Tobago, is a mature political organization that will go to Balisier House. We will sit and we will analyze the numbers, and we will make appropriate adjustments as we see fit as a mature political organization. Let the votes come in, and the executive of the party sitting, we will analyze, we will be truthful to ourselves, and we will make adjustments as we see fit as a mature political organization. I have been on the ground for 6 weeks, and let me say, to respond to Senator Mark, where he described Trinidad and Tobago as the government putting its knees against the necks of citizens. The UNC continues to badmouth Trinidad and Tobago. The UNC continues to use language to rile up the psyche of the people of this country. This is the same government that managed in very difficult circumstances coming out of COVID, and you would recall, and citizens of Trinidad and Tobago will recall, that even in the difficulties of COVID, the UNC had the worst thing to say about the government, trying to undermine every single policy position of the government as we attempted to save lives, even criticizing public sector workers, health sector workers, saying the worst things about them. So it is normal to hear Senator Mark saying and using the language that he's using today. It is the UNC's typical behavior. They came to Parliament almost every single week saying that the economy has collapsed and everything is going wrong in Trinidad and Tobago. It is their customary style. But the government of Trinidad and Tobago holding true.
Minister, I have to interrupt you. We have Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley now about to give a statement. We go to him now.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen of the media. I'm not sure that you're all hearing me. There's so much noise around. Okay. Good night, ladies and gentlemen of the media, and I gather we're going live, are we? Yeah. Good night to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Tonight is a very special night for us at Balisier House because, as you might have observed, we are finally back in our original location. We have not been in this location for a public function since 2019 because all of COVID, we were not here, and we've been engaging in construction of one kind or another. But we are at Balisier House, where the PNM has always been for the longest while. But tonight is special because we have taken part in the electoral process in a democratic country using the Westminster system. And in the middle of our second term, we at the PNM tonight, we are very happy that we have performed much more than we could have. Notwithstanding the relentless barrage of hopelessness, anger, and whatever else has been stirred up in the country, we went in, we have 14 corporations in Trinidad. We went in with 7, and tonight we have come out with 7. Well done. Well done, PNM. We lost a seat in San Fernando by a few votes. As a matter of fact, we've almost breasted the tape in very many votes, very many seats by a few votes. But it's only where you have crossed the line that you can claim. We lost 1 seat in San Fernando, but most importantly, the battleground of San Fernando, there were those who were going to win the borough. They won it. They won the borough. We won the city. San Fernando remains in PNM hands to effect local government reform. Yes. There's one particular seat that we enjoy more than many tonight, and it's the seat that we won in Princestown Corporation, where we had none. Last time out, we had nobody in that corporation, and we won 1 seat in the Princestown Corporation, and we are delighted. Oh, yeah. We fought very hard in Sangre Grande, but we were not able to get over the line in Sangre Grande, but we held our ground. And ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased that this is behind us, because so much of our national energies were focused on being distracted by call the election, call the election. Well, the election has been called. The results are now known. That is now behind us. It's water under the bridge. We are now moving forward to the general election, which is the next election that is due in Trinidad and Tobago. But until then, until that election is called and come upon us, we have serious work to do as a nation. And we in the government, we are responsible for making decisions. We have had to make a number of decisions that have not found favor with people who are affected by it personally, but in many instances, you may have to do things for the wider national interest, but there's usually some excess sacrifice at the personal or community level. I am particularly pleased that as Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, who was called upon in this place of Balisier House to take responsibility for the PNM in opposition in 2010, and to bring the PNM into government in 2015, and to take this country through one of the most difficult periods that we've had to, and maintain, as far as we are able to, maintain our lifestyle, our quality of life, and ensure that the public interest is served. And midway through our second term, we have been able to hold on to the 7 corporations. I want to thank the campaign teams across Trinidad. I want to thank our party executive members of the PNM and our General Council in particular, who allow themselves to be guided through the maze and the nooks and crannies, because politics is not a straightforward thing. You need to be able to roll with the punches and to deliver your own counterattacks. This is the PNM. Tonight we are very happy to have now gone past the local government elections and to have done so going forward to carry out our local government reform exercises, which will redound to the benefit of the wider national community. I have absolutely no doubt that as we transition through local government and bring about the devolution that we have promised, that the nation will see the benefits of setting out to do things differently and to do things better. You see, local government reform is not something that we dreamed up here. It's something that we have worked on as a nation for the longest while. And of course, you would have known that we, as government, we said that it would be transitional. And we did attempt to delay the election by extending the life of the corporation by 1 year. And during that year, a number of preparatory things would have had to be done. You would also have seen, like tonight on my way here, I was listening to a radio program, and those who on the program were saying that, well, there's so much that the population was unaware of because so many things were being done and so many laws were amended to bring about the local government reform that we're talking about. And it appears as though the population was not sufficiently attuned or educated. It is not for want of trying. You may recall that after the law was passed, we did try to invite the leadership of the local government bodies in the country to discuss that very thing. That, listen, there's a lot to be understood still. There's a lot to be planned and executed. There are laws, there are aspects of the law to be proclaimed. So we all need to be on board in operationalizing the law. Unfortunately, we did not get that kind of support and enthusiasm. I am trusting that now that the election is out of the way and that the results are known, that common sense will prevail and that the leadership across the aisle in the parliament and in all the corporations, that they will work with the government as we implement local government reform. The election is over. My invitation tonight is come do the best for your community. Come do the best for your burgess. Come do the best for your corporation. Come do the best for your borough. Come do the best for your city. And if we all do that, then we would have done the best for Trinidad and Tobago. We have absolutely no doubt and no fear that the next election will be vigorously fought. But let us not waste time trying to fight that election before it becomes due. Regardless of who comes, the PNM will be there to contest every seat in every election. One of the things that the PNM has done tonight, we've added 2 more political parties to the list of political parties defeated by the PNM. And that has been the record of the PNM. And we will continue to have that record as long as we put the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago first. That's right. And therefore, I cannot stand here tonight before I take your questions. On a night like this, where we have fought so hard and have held our ground and not say, great is the PNM! Great is the PNM! Great is the PNM! And we shall prevail! If you have any questions, I'll take some questions now if you have any.
Prime Minister, some would argue that going in with 7 and come back out with 7 is not a win. It's in fact a loss.
Well, listen, my grandmother taught me that no matter how the situation is, it could easily have been so much worse. Correct. We are quite happy to not have been defeated or to have lost significant ground or any ground at all. Correct. In the middle of our second term as government.
Mr. Prime Minister, good evening to you. What does it mean to the PNM that in a corporation like Diego Martin, the NTA would have amassed some over 30,000 votes and they made
30,000 votes? Where you got that from?
That was our information.
Where you got that from?
That was our information. You can correct. You could correct.
These dollars. No, my lady. You said that, Gary? Your information is wrong, and you are not to take information from that source again. I don't even think the whole of I don't even think the whole of the Northwestern Peninsula had 30,000 votes in local government election. So, but the bottom line is, it doesn't matter how much votes they got. The PNM won every seat in the So we're not going to split any hairs about counting how many votes there and who got the popular vote. In the Westminster system, first past the post, you fight for seats. You fight for seats. And we have won Diego Martin, all the seats in Diego Martin. We won all the seats in Port of Spain. So the shocking new mayor that was being promised is not going to be had. We've won significantly in Sawa Laventil. We won handsomely in Piaco, Tunapuna. We tied 1 seat in Arima, otherwise we'd have won all the seats in Arima. And of course, we won all the seats in Point 14. Great is the PNM.
What's next for the party going forward?
Well, certainly, we, as I just told you, immediately the operational team in the government and local government, the full local government, will begin to see how we move forward to operationalize local government reform. But a general election is due because we are midterm. So sometime in the not too distant future, the focus will be on general election and on national issues. Some people try to fight this election on national issues. We did not engage them much. But now that we are going forward to a general election, sometime in the not too distant future, the battle will be joined.
Yeah. And one. Mr. Prime Minister, what is your message to the nation that as they wake up tomorrow morning?
Come, let us build a nation.
Well said!
Any timeline for local government reform as now, I believe you've indicated that's going to move forward?
Well, there are a number of steps to be taken, and I use the word transitional. We have to transition into local government. It is not the kind of thing where you flick a switch and it happens by brightening the room. The laws that are going to be impacted now, a number of aspects of the operations now, and that's why the law has, you need to proclaim, as you're ready to do certain things, you proclaim that aspect of the law and you operationalize it. So that is why we had said, give us an extra year with the council that was in place, and we used that year to transition into local government. There were those who felt that we were running from the population, running from the polls, and all this courthouse, this and courthouse that. When the Privy Council ruled, we said, okay, since you think we're running from the election, we called the election, we contested the election, and you have changed nothing. Notwithstanding all the negatives, all the lies, all the bad talk, all the undesirable folks who offer themselves on your platform and your campaign, you have changed nothing. And tonight, on that score, I am very proud of the people of Trinidad and Tobago who refuse to be swayed by those blandishments.
Well said.
I continue to maintain that public service is honorable. And you would see me encouraging, and I would have encouraged thousands and tens of thousands of young people to come into the PNM and participate. But I believe that there's no place in our local politics for promoting dishonesty, criminality in public office. No place. If you find yourself in that situation, stand aside and let the country proceed in a way that we can be proud of. This election had all sides of the diamond. Good, the bad, and the ugly. The PNM has come out of it, holding our heads high as a political party that stands on the principle of what is good for the country will have to be good for the PNM, not the other way around.
You did say in one of your conversations that we will find out a certain something after August the 14th with regards to the FEO report. Any time frame with regards to that?
Well, that's a matter that's in the court. And we are being guided by the instructions from the court and, of course, the work that is being done. But what I do tell you, that the government of Trinidad and Tobago, as far as we are able to, will share with the population the concerns that we carry, and we believe that the law will take its course. There are a number of reports that are wrong. There are a number of court dates I think we still have. And it's a strange thing indeed, where there are people who have public responsibility spend their time trying to prevent the Prime Minister of the country from telling the Parliament and the people of the country what the people should know about how their business has been run, especially in an area of national security. I think that should be of concern to every citizen in Trinidad and Tobago. So that's where it's at. Thank you all very much. And see you.
That was Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley speaking from the PNM's headquarters at Balisier House. He said that the PNM went into this local government election with 7 corporations and tonight came out with 7 corporations. And if I'm not mistaken, we are now looking at video of the arrival of opposition leader Kamla Prasad Besessa at the UNC's headquarters, if I'm not mistaken, where they had been tabulating their election results. And as Dr. Winfred James had announced before the Prime Minister announced it, 7-7 seems to be the result tonight, with the PNM retaining 7 and the UNC retaining 7 of the 14 corporations in Trinidad. We'll take a quick commercial break as we await the speech from the opposition leader, and hopefully we'll have that once we return from our commercial break of our election night coverage. Well, good evening. If you're just joining us, this is TV6 News' live coverage of election night for the 2023 local government elections that took place today. Just a short time ago, Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley announced that the PNM has retained 7 corporations out of the 14 corporations that would have been contested in the local government elections that took place today, which means that the UNC would have retained 7, which means a repeat of what happened in 2019 when the local government elections took place then, with a 7-7 tie. We still have our panel with us, and we are also waiting on the address by Opposition Leader Kamla Persad-Bissessar. If I'm not mistaken, we are seeing now the UNC's headquarters, where we expect the Opposition Leader to address her supporters and the nation via our live broadcast. So we are waiting on that, but our panel is still here. Just to reintroduce you to the panel, if you're just joining us, Marvin Gonzalez, Minister of Public Utilities, Dr. Winfred James, political analyst, and Wade Mark, leader of opposition business in the Senate. Dr. James, I want to go to you because before the Prime Minister said it, you said it first here at TV6. Anything else you'd like to add as you heard the Prime Minister's explanation in terms of what the government faced, in terms of challenges for the election, his own position, that the ruling by the Privy Council with regard to the extension of the life of the terms of the councils and aldermen being invalid as the Privy Council had ruled, changed nothing, according to him, in terms of the government's plans for local government reform?
I disagree with the Prime Minister. I think it changed a lot. It gave us a different sense of democracy, for example. But I would like to get the facts of the way people voted. I want to get the percentage of the turnout, things like that, before I can make any statement that has the right kind of gravitas and the right kind of profoundness. I would prefer that. But the Prime Minister said he is going to set about implementing the proposals of the reform, which means that he has to consult again with the people, because for me, many people do not know what the act contains. Many people don't know what the changes are. And no government can survive for long if they come up with policies that are disconnected from the will of the people, right? There is followership, and we can say that sometimes followership is important. But around the world now, people want to participate plenty more than they have been. They're tired being vote banks and so on. And I believe the Prime Minister would do well to consult with the people with respect to how to implement the proposals that are there. But the kind of democracy has changed in this country, where the Privy Council ruling, and the Prime Minister must give more respect to that conclusion, especially as it comes from the top of our judicial system. That's the best we have, right? And we should not, in the face of such a ruling, continue to behave as if, well, okay, nothing has changed. It's almost disrespectful of him to talk like that. But we will see what happens. But we can't congratulate anybody in these elections, because what has happened is that not only has each party retained 7 seats, but it's the same 7 seats. And you wonder what has changed in terms of people getting more involved, more people getting involved in the political process. People, it seemed to me when I was listening during the campaign, it seemed to me that people were not listening. They were hearing, but they had turned off and they weren't listening. And I'm afraid this government doesn't know how to do it differently before the next parliamentary elections. I will be looking to see if there's a change on the part of the leader, going into the next parliamentary elections. I think Dr. Rowley needs to change his communication style, for example. He may be saying some good things, but he's alienating in the process. And of course, if by the next elections, crime doesn't go down significantly, I can't see him winning.
Dr. James, a quick point as you said that. Do you think that the results, as we've seen them here tonight, and we're still waiting on the opposition leader to speak, of course, but based on what the Prime Minister has said, based on your analysis of the results, you had said 7-7 before what the Prime Minister did. Do you think that this sends a message to the leadership of both of the main parties in Trinidad and Tobago about how people feel about whether they want to see change in that leadership or whether they think it's a matter of just the leaders making adjustments to satisfy any concerns their supporters have?
I suppose that the leaders have an adjustment to make because they are the leaders, but the party has policies. Even if such policies in part come from the leader, the point is the party is presented as having a politics that no other party seems to have. No other party in this country seems to work in the way of providing, helping the government provide services to the people. The PNM are expert at that. And to the extent that Senator Mark has said that they might be guilty of using state funds for electioneering, to the extent that he sees it that way. But yes, to my mind, the parties have to communicate better. They have to respect different opinions, especially if those opinions come from civil society. I think that has to happen. Otherwise, what is going to happen is that the party will have to rely on the dwindling percentage of support from their supporters that we have witnessed over time. We have witnessed that in these elections, that the electorate is remaining faithful in its base, right? Some may have dropped out of that support.
But you're not seeing expansion outside of the
I'm
base
not seeing
in
the
terms of both
expansion,
parties.
no. I'm not seeing, and I'm including Tobago here. I'm including Tobago there because, you know, the PNM will need to win Tobago to hold on to power. There might be some gains at the UNC, but there's time still. There's a lot of time in this political process.
Well, a member of the cabinet, Minister Gonzalez, has been patient, as has Senator Mark been, as we've been having conversations and live updates during the course of the night. Minister Gonzalez, I'm just wondering, 7-7. We heard what you were saying before when Dr. James had made that declaration before the Prime Minister spoke. A tie is actually not a win generally, but in politics, it seems political parties believe it is. Is that the case with the PNM tonight? I'll also ask that question of Senator Mark, but the question to you. In politics, is a tie a win?
Joel, as the Prime Minister said, and I made a point before, the government going into any election and midterm is a very difficult undertaking. The Prime Minister made the point as well that we made unpopular decisions that were in the best interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, facing all kinds of criticisms from all sectors of the national community. And the Prime Minister holding true, together with the cabinet and members of the PNM, holding true to our oath of office, to be faithful to the Constitution and the law. We made decisions that we know have been very unpopular, but which we believe was necessary to keep the ship of state stable. So we went into a local government election cycle, understanding that it would have been a very difficult political terrain for us. We came against the likes of the UNC, who from week after week, day after day, had the worst thing to say about Trinidad and Tobago, describing Trinidad and Tobago in the worst of ways. We came against the NTA. We came against the PEP. We came against all of them who bandied themselves together. We came against Jack Warner. They pull out Jack Warner out of retirement, out of a bag, to come against, to try to see if they can revive their campaign. And we came against that as well. And we were able to hold on to our 7 cooperation And I'm saying, as the Prime Minister rightly said, it could have been worse. The mere fact that we held on to the 7 cooperation under difficult circumstances, I think the PNM has done well. Notwithstanding, we are, as a mature political organization, we will go to the drawing board, we will analyze the figures, and we will make adjustments as we see fit. The PNM is a mature political organization. We are committed to the democracy of Trinidad and Tobago, and despite everything that they had to say, call elections, but the UNC couldn't find 141 candidates to fight in 141 seats. The NTA couldn't find 141 candidates to fight in the 141 electoral districts. The PAP, every single day, making all kinds of posts on social media, couldn't find 141 candidates. But the PNM, we stood our ground, we stood by our plans and our policies, and as Dr. Eric Williams said, we stand and we fall by our plans and policies for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. It has been a very difficult campaign, and the mere fact that we held on to our 7 cooperation, we can only get better from here. I want to assure the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago that the PNM will continue to pursue plans and to pursue programs for the advancement of the lives of every citizen in this country. And despite the bad mouth, despite the bad tongue, and despite the barrage of unfair criticism describing Trinidad and Tobago in the worst possible way, despite the obstruction that we face at every single level, we did well as a party, and we will continue to be truthful to our oath of office and offer Trinidad and Tobago good, stable, and sober governance. The UNC is offering Trinidad and Tobago Jack Warner, and tonight, the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago reject that out of hand.
Minister, I'd like to get, because we are waiting on the opposition leader's speech from the UNC's headquarters, Senator Mark. The same question I posed to Minister Gonzalez, I'm posing to you. In politics,
we're getting it done in the fires of hope and prayer. Together as one, there is no load we cannot bear. And I see the light at the end of the rainbow, and I see the bright blue skies. Tomorrow has come and the change has begun. Yes, we're moving. Yes, we're moving. Here we come. Hey, getting it done. Well, let me tell you something. Forward is how we moving, so never stop believing. We getting it done. A new country we building. This country first we choosing, and every day we proving. We getting it done. They only mama guying. We don't know they was thieving. They cannot tell we nothing. Red is how we rolling. It's PNM we voting. We doing it right. We doing it right. We getting it done. One good for country, good for party. Team Rowley, we're building legacy. So when you're voting, know that you're building a strong foundation for this great nation. This is a nation of many races, different faces in many spaces. So when you're voting, know that you're building a strong foundation for this great nation. Tomorrow has come and the change has begun. Yes, we're moving. Yes, we're moving. Here we come. Hey, getting it done. So let me tell you one thing. It's big man thing we doing. The right thing that we choosing.